some are planted, some are thrown like gravel, just to hear the sound they make. I learned the shortcut early, volume over evidence, speed over sense. If you shout now loud enough, people forget to ask why or when. I borrow tomorrow's panic for today, spent it like it would never come due. The hill became a stage with muscle memory. The crowd rehearsed their worry on cue. I watched belief sprint uphill breathless, just to find nothing waiting but me and a grin. Each time they came back lighter, leaving trust in the grass. A signal repeated without cause doesn't grow stronger, it thins. Don't cry wolf if the teeth aren't there, if the grass is still and the air is fair. Every false alarm teaches the ear to stop listening when it matters. Don't cry wolf just to feel heard. One day truth will use the same words. Say less, mean it more. Warnings are odd when they're overused. I mistook reaction for connection, mistook concern for proof. I thought urgency made me important, didn't notice it was eating my truth. You can't rehearse catastrophe forever without inviting it to learn your name. Then came the sound that doesn't echo, no audience, no return call. Just wait, moving wrong through silence, just consequence, not waiting at all. My voice finally landed honest and fell straight through the floor. Don't cry wolf till the word goes thin, till belief won't let it in. When danger comes without disguise, it won't wear the sound of your old lies. Don't cry wolf unless it's real. Truth arrives whether you're believed or not. The lesson isn't silence or fear, it's discipline sharpened by care. Say less so more can matter, leave room for the rare alarm to flare. A voice is not a toy or drum, it's a bridge that burns if overrun. What saves lives isn't noise, it's timing. What earns trust isn't volume, it's restraint. The wolf doesn't need announcement, only an open gate and a mouth that wasn't wasted. Say less, mean it more, let truth arrive undamaged. If I warn you now, listen close, not to the volume but the calm. Real danger doesn't beg for belief, it stands still and waits its turn. Remember the hill, remember the cost, remember how easily trust is lost. The moral was never about wolves, it was about mouths, and how quickly a voice can teach the world to ignore it.
I want you more to die. Did you know I know it isn't right? But I have no strength to do anything. So I just observe, still, small disappearing on purpose. Yes.
Yes, I am live again. It is technically my overnight night off, so I stream when I'm up, not working. And I have to be at the hotel in a couple hours for a couple of things. Let's see.
Maturity. I was always on alert, day or night, home or school. I learned to flinch silently, to speak in code, numb to everything, not knowing what I liked or feared. Stayed up late, 3 hours of sleep, being tired hurt less than being awake around you. Unmasked when you were near, knew your temper from sound alone. Memorized footsteps, breath, jaw clicks. I took your wrath, they never saw the unspoken deal. You break, I absorb it. Slowly you began to crumble, but I didn't fall with you. I froze, lost extended family because you couldn't let go. Power grudges, control where I should have felt grief. I felt
Let's
nothing.
see. I'm gonna try to.
I made secret plans in my head, fantasies where daddy never yelled. Didn't know if that meant he lived or died. I just wanted to breathe without flinching. Even then I felt small, unseen. If I ever had kids, I would never repeat this. You hated your brothers, I couldn't feel anything for mine. You hated your parents, all I felt was fear. Fear of becoming you, fear of not surviving if I didn't. I don't understand this battle in my chest, curling beneath ribs, alive after dark. I hide into the night long after everyone sleeps, not knowing what's wrong with me. Only that I want to escape, to be free, even if I don't know what free looks like. I masked so well, I forgot how to breathe. Now the mask is all I have, worked at the edges, cracked with wear, but it fits just enough to keep me from shattering in public. You trained me to wear it every time you entered the room. And even now, I don't know how to take it off.
Oh, all right. Where did we leave off? Oh, I need music out of my ear. Let's see. We were leaving off. We were talking about that one song. I have my notebook right next to me. We can see if my brain wants to function. I've been without central AC for about a week, and property management finally took me seriously enough to get at least a portable AC in the house to help with that, because we've been under heat warnings for a week. My daughter has swimmer's ear, so the humidity in my house is not helping her. And we learned that one of the storms we had last week bent a part in our central AC, which is why our central AC is not working. I had a book that took me to Sydney, and that's about as close to Sydney as I've ever gone. I have never left my country. My 14-year-old son has, though. Let's see. I need to bring all my information back up on that song again, so you'll have to bear with me. I know it was Paradox Waltz in the other one. Paradox. And I'm like 20 minutes awake, so I'm still working on functioning at the moment. Think of dial-up internet as my brain. That's literally about the only way I can explain how it is that I wake up. So there's that. I need to switch my... Oh, I technically have not had a day off from my job in almost exactly 1 month. Technically. 7 days a week for the last like 4 weeks. But my fatigue is a actual side effect of being ADHD. That was something that blew the mind of my doctor once I got diagnosed. Because I've been after doctors for a decade and a half to figure out why I'm chronically tired when vitamins and stuff don't work. I was constantly active, and they couldn't figure it out besides finding a slight vitamin D deficiency. Let's see. There's so much I got to look through and do. Let's see. Let's see. And then I needed to also get some ideas written down for echo perceptions. But I gotta find... I'll pull more thing. Oh, yeah, there's that. So I have them both up, but I thought there was another one somewhere. Well, I know I have the poem for that one. Accessible. Those are the olds. Oh, there's Say You See Me. Way down. I need to hear this one. Because this is one. I might actually have to go onto my studio. Contents. view, search, lay down, search. Let's see, I'm gonna play that real quick. No, not that one. I've had way too much creative inspiration. Said no one ever.
Failures you break, you toss, you drive. I will feed you truthless lies. You're not like them. Your mind it keeps on drift, my darling. Drift to sleep. The stars will fade. The sun done. But I was so hush.
Oh. Okay, my chat didn't want to scroll. That works. Let's see. So, because it wasn't that. My memory could just be confusing two songs together for that. I guess it has to be those two. So then where did I put... Let's blind me with white light. Let's see. No. My drive. Actually, let me pull up my OneDrive too. Actually, I wonder if I can find my flash drive real quick. Not there. Let's. Let me charge it forward. I put the spot to go at some point. I'm looking for my said flash drive. Now last time I flash drive about a month ago. Hold on. Let's see. I don't put in any of my boxes or in like one of the backpacks. Right, I put in my prints and share this. I forget I'm somewhat smart sometimes and I plan accordingly ahead. I can find my flash drive. Oh, there's a box behind my chair. Let's see. Box. It's from the other computer. Okay. So I try to speak it loud.
They called me Savior, child of light.
thingies.
Crowns weigh heavy in the night.
Supplies.
Truth hunts back with sharpened teeth, and
Let's look.
I rule beneath.
I need my camera.
Think the
Oh,
circle
somebody.
keeps us pure. But I've learned what the wild endures. No kingdom thrives without the kill. I am the king. I always will. I brought the night. I claimed the flame. I tore the world. I took the name. The sun you praised is gone, replaced by claws that carve the throne I taste. The king you love is dead, dethroned.
I shall be right back.
This land my own. They crowned me gold and called me just, but gold can blind the lion's trust. Beneath the mane, the heart runs black. I'll never walk their beaten track. Their light is fragile. Mine devours. I stalk the lies that fed my youth. Gentle kings die. Truth proves its truth. The world survives. Unclaw and scar. The circle breaks. I set the bar. Did I strike the blow that broke the day? I'll let them wonder, kneel and pray for what matters more, what they ignore, that they still bow or learn the score. Blood on my palms, sand in my vein. I am the storm that wears your chain. A king adored will fade, replaced. A king they fear won't be chased. Keep your tales, your father's creed. I'll write my law. I'll plant my seed. He haunts the dust, calls out my name, but ghosts can't claim a lion's claim. The sunset once, it won't return, not while my reign is free to burn. The prey will kneel, the strong prevail. The wild obeys or bears the trail. No circle here, just my command. The law is mine. The land is mine. I am the dusk, I am the dawn. What if the circle was meant to be torn? What if a king is meant to be worn? Like skin that changes fang and roar. The crown is not low. It is tooth and war. I brought the night, I claimed the flame, I tore the world, I took the name. The sun you praised is gone, replaced by claws that carve the throne I taste. The king you love is dead, dethroned, the beast remains. This land my own. The plains are quiet beneath my paws. The moon observes, the sky withdraws. They whisper of the lion lost. I wear the crown. They count the cost. The circle's broken. The crown's untrue. Long live the lion. Who answers to no one but you.
I have yet to find my flash drive. My 1 terabyte flash drive. It has to be somewhere. I don't know where. And I bet anything, that flash drive is what actually has my poem on. Yo, I don't. Wait, is that my backpack? Ah. Hi. some change.
I nested inside your practiced grin under the enamel of social ritual. Your laughter always arrived half late, like someone translating grief in real time. You called it growth when the panic dulled, but numbness wears recovery's perfume. I sat beside the architecture of your insomnia, counting ceiling cracks like failed prophecies. The room smells faintly of iron rain, static skin. Even your mirrors learn restraint around me. You folded every ugly instinct, small enough to hide beneath the tongue I drank from there. I never needed violence to survive, only repetition, only the tiny corrosion of almost believing you were finally free of me. I never left, I metabolized, turned your victories pale at the edges. You mistook silence for healing, mistook exhaustion for peace. And every time you opened,
Nope, not in my other backpack. So, it's probably mixed in with junk and I overlooked it just now. I did have my tarot deck. Stop. Do I hear a kitty cat? Yep, I hear a kitty cat. Ugh. Paper feels. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Go into this one. Need to give you my email. Need to give you my pen. No, I don't. I don't use Microsoft as much as I probably should. Wait, that's old. Why does that say 2016 on the date? Forget and remember, love and hatred, reaping. Oh, the poetry is from a decade ago. Okay. What about the rest of it? No. Hmm. I don't think I'm gonna locate my poetry unless it's in my journal. Journal I haven't touched in like 2 years because I found a better way to actually journal that's more dopamine enriching and fulfilling. And hopefully my light doesn't make me regret keeping said light on. Oh, my luck on my journal's kind of corroding ever so slightly. Let's see, do I got poetry in here somewhere? Let's see. Well, that doesn't say what year that was from. Oh, 2022. That's what that was. Huh. I wonder if I should turn this into music. Let's see. Still 2022. And my poetry, I think, started in 2023. What is with, yes, blocking you? Let's see what else. Ooh, I don't think I actually made a song on this one. Home. To have a dream is to travel, whether far or near, dimensions to see, the stars to soar. Oh why is it hard? The brain, the ever mystery, so magical it seems, to bring us to all these new places, the different me's and people, the places the same. Oh why is it mysterious? I'm going to photograph that so I don't lose that. That can make a good song later. And that was from 2022. Let's see. So if my poetry is not in here, it really has to be on my flash drive. Oh. So it's really only been 4 years since I tried to get my 12-year-old a autism diagnosis. Huh. I felt way longer than that. I got affirmations in here. I think I'll take a picture of that too. It's a whole page of affirmations. And then blank page, 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 blank page. What's the purpose of all these blank pages? Let's see, 2023. I am thankful. Okay. Oh. Um, right, this is when I was sleeping on the couch. Still. Weird. Still 2023, but I don't think that's when I actually started doing poetry. I think poetry was the end of 2023 when I wrote so much. There's August. No, I need dates, me. Actually, that looks like a middle part of a poem, but not an actual poem. Um, oh, the first time I watched Tick Tick Boom. Um, let's see. Reasons for my not human theory. Wonder what I could do with that. Well, the first time I thought I was out of touch with reality. Yeah, that was right before health crisis. So that makes sense. Um, no, I jumped from the end of 2023 to the middle of 2024. So I'm assuming my poems are on a flash drive that I still need to find. Oh. So I started suspecting I'd be fired. Let's see, April, May, or no, June, July, August. 4.5 months before it happened. Well, that's interesting. I don't remember that. Or no, a year and 4 months before it happened. I almost wonder if this should become part of echo perceptions. So August 8th is when I wrote that down. And last time I wrote in this was August of 2025 when I was figuring out my School of Echoes concept. Huh. Interesting. I'm going to bookmark this. So I gotta figure out how to. That sounds like some good writing material from bad days. Good morning. How are you? Sorry. Sorry. Um, let's see. I can. Let's see. Is everybody on? I wonder if Restream will let me talk. Experiment. If not, I'll have to have Twitch chat and YouTube chat open separately. Let's see. Let's see. Experiment time. Can both Twitch and YouTube see this? Now going to. Haha! I think it. Restream said yes, both Twitch and YouTube can see this. So that makes me feel better. Because I am streaming on both. Alright, well, people know I'm awake if I'm needed for help. Though maybe I'll keep the. I'll keep that open just in case. Alright. I still don't know. Hmm. Oh, wait, so that's still going there. I'm going to the open you, log into you. I feel like I need another computer monitor. I tend to have so many screens open when I'm not gaming. There we go. I'll try and remember to translate myself for those without headphones or broken headphones. And I think I still have a bill to pay. Crap. Um, what am I trying to do? Productive stuffs. And finding old poetry. I wonder if I can get. I would have deleted that forever ago, the last time I did that, so we shall see. Want to skip those? Yes. I think I need to defragment my computer too while I'm at it. When was the last time that happened? 4 days. Let's optimize. And I do need to pay a bill. Hopefully I can. This one. No. Yes. Yes. Log in. View and pay bill. Oh. Wait, how much? There's so many different buttons too. What's available for my bills? Oh, wait. Yes. Oh, I can easily pay that. I don't know when that was due, but it says it's past due, and that is affordable. It has been added to my bill account. I think. Maybe. Ah! I can now check out. I wish bills were this cheap all the time. I would be the happiest camper, and I think most of America would be the cap happiest campers alive. My utility bill is $30 and I cannot explain it. The only explanation is because I moved. It's the probated rate or something. Haha! I was kind of worried that my electricity would go out given the extreme heat. Um, think. I'm not worried on that bill right now until I do some stuff. Think I need to. Yeah, still need to do that. Good, that started. I don't think anything's going on there. Now I just feel like I'm missing a bill. Well, that's just stupid. Alright, we're going to archive that. I need to remember I want to do some stuff on the Phantom of the Opera. Let's see. And I do still need to talk on the paradox that smiles still. There's questions there. That was from forever ago. I can go there. Me trying to make sense of my own book. Me trying to get a plot together for book 2 of The Curse of Time's Perception. Let's see. Phantom of the Opera. Let's see. I was watching that. Oh, Ooh, this would be perfect for my Patreon. Okay. So the song, let's see, it was the song Music of the Night. It's had to have been at least 20 years since I fell in love with this musical. But the quote from one of the songs is darkness stirs and wakes imagination, which then is kind of some echo verse philosophy there. Ah, I can write appropriately. Echo verse philosophy, which has to do with the color black and colorology. Colorology. And zero in numberology. I cannot spell. I have been awake for about an hour now, and I apparently cannot spell. And I don't have whiteout, so now I have to do the one thing I hate doing and scribble. Numberology. And then if I ever do shapeology, the circle. Shapeology. Um, I suppose if I get the droid cam back up, you guys will be able to see what I'm actually handwriting. And I handwrite more than when I'm doing ideas, so it's my best attempt at getting things to actually stick in my brain so I don't forget them. If I had done this like 2 years ago when I was doing or a year ago, connecting, yes, which means I need to do the front. Uh, let's see. I'd hope I don't have to actually close my stream and reopen it. Alright, let's see. We're going to let's see, is it in settings? No. I shouldn't have to work this hard to find one thing. No, not there. Um, no, no. Mm, yes. All right, how do I connect then? Um, this is what I get. Window capture. How do I? Let's see, help. Okay. I don't think I. How did I do it? All I did was remove the source, so in theory, do I gotta search for this on my computer? Let's see. Oh, I need to get rid of that. How do I get rid of? I don't know. Let's see. Droid. Aha, there's the app. Yes, I agree. Oh, excuse me. I don't need Apple because I will never own Apple. I don't remember uninstalling it. That's the thing. Where is it? It- Okay, so then what? Then what? Give me more help. No, I don't want YouTube. I know. Yeah, it should say that. So do I got to? Can't I just refresh? Edit? Settings? I guess it doesn't expect people to do stuff. Mid thought. I swear, the digital age was not meant for anybody but neurotypical thinking. Mm, see. 'Cause I really don't feel like like camera, sub goal, other camera, internet. Yeah, it's going to be stupid, so I can't add that even if I wanted to. Which I do want to, but it's going to be stupid. Okay, so that got canceled. Let's see. I wonder then. I'm going to, let's see, Droid. Well, that's the setup, so need to get rid of that. No. Okay, there's that. What am I doing? Being weird is what I'm doing. No, no. Voice recorder, maybe. Now, what happened to the start menu being way more beneficial? I don't like this at all. Why do I want my computer connected to my phone? No. No, I don't want recommended files. No, I don't want tips and tricks. I mean, I've been freaking using computers for over 30 years. No, I don't want account related information. That still doesn't look any better. No, I don't want LinkedIn on my computer. No, I don't want that. I do like me a good paint app. Um, I don't think any of that is what I want. No, I don't need sticky notes. Let's see. Keeping all that, keeping that. But so I only have that as a download thingy. Okay, no wonder why nothing's helping me. Very well then. Well played, internet. Well played. Um, now I do technically have a second camera. That doesn't have to be my phone. The problem is OBS does not like it when I use said second camera. I bought this ages ago. And if I try and mess with having two cameras connected through OBS, ultimately, I end up with a great many issues. Let's see, will it work after all this time? I don't think so, but I never got anywhere with being pessimistic in my life, so I've only gotten places with silver linings. Oh, oh, is it? Thought it was broke for a second there. Whoops. Because then if I can get this to work, then, oh, yep, my camera immediately freezes. OBS does not know what to do with it. Because, let's see. Where is it? And actually, I wonder if it's just. Okay, there's that. See, I got two cameras, just one. OBS does not like it when I do more than one. But I wonder if it's a settings thing. It's all good. I'm trying to get a second camera up so you guys can watch me handwrite, and I would have to stop the stream to get my Droid cam to work because I uninstalled it from my phone, so that made a huge problem with OBS. So I pulled out my second camera, which ultimately OBS does not like my second camera. And I always have issues trying to get them to record simultaneously on a stream. Which is usually why I have one camera. And I do not know how to fix that. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Properties. Configure video. Configure copy. How do I defaults? No, cancel. How do I do this? Um, where I didn't have to do all this work. Let's see. Well, do I get both external cameras to work on OBS? Really? Is it going to be... Well, I don't have anywhere to actually plug it in. One's I suppose I could unplug mouse and keyboard. I know I've tried this solution before in the past. Maybe it will work this time around. Let's see. To untangle now the cords. Bring you back around. And then bring you back over to... Ah! I wonder if that'll work. Is there a refresh button? Or do I just have to do this, then this? No. Properties? Angel tube? Let's try that. No. No. Let's see, we got properties. Okay. Alright, do I have to remove them and then put them back in? Probably. Let's try this again. Let's see, where is it? Video capture. We're going to add. And let's see if we can... I think it's... Oh, no. I think it's frozen. I think... let's see. I always break things. I don't like breaking things. Wonder if... Alright. Down, up, down, up, down. My room is not cool enough for me to be doing this. Ah, I think I got it to work. Alright, that works. Now, no, cameras are still frozen. Let's see. Not that. Can't see me there, but let's. How do I fix? Show hidden sources, inactive sources. Maybe it's just in my settings. Let's look. Alright, we need storage, multitasking. What would it be under? Display? No. Want to be under sound now that I got the mic fixed. Storage. No. Cameras, haha. Yes. Yes. Okay, so that says it's working. It sees me. Edit. Let's try that. Alright, let's see. We are going to remove you. We're going to now remove you. And then I need to go back over to here. I need this one. This still looks decent. Edit. Apply. Yeah, that's on. Go back. Oop, go back. Back. Go back. Go up. Let's just take. Okay, that works. So I'm going to try and do. Where is it? Video capture device. We are going to do a. Aha, there's that. Now, let's see if I break said thing. Okay, there's that. It's working again. So bring me back onto the frame. Haha. And now I need to rename this so I know which camera this is. This is my web camera. And then let's see. Let me go into you. And we're going, haha. Ha 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 ha. No, we're going to do okay. Let's see. That could work. Fingers crossed these don't break. Because now I can move things around, do this, do that, do the other thing, which makes zero sense even in my own brain. And then, can I do this? Haha. Ha 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 ha. That is kind of what I was trying to set up with my phone basics. Because I had gone on trying to remember things for my Patreon. Let's see. Could do that. Hopefully nothing breaks in the interim. Though I now know how to zoom in on my camera, so let's see if I can do that. I just gotta figure out that one, this one. Oh, okay. Settings changed here. Alright, so because my app is using it, I don't know if there's a way for me to actually. Can I zoom in on this? Or how do I zoom? Scale. No. Order. Copy. Properties? I don't know if there's a way to actually zoom in on this. No, I have not discussed the song. I was looking for stuff for the song, and then I got sidetracked and broke my system, which I just now got fixed. Okay. I really need, like, a stat screen and HUD screen to keep my damn quests of life in order. Honestly, it'd probably help me keep my own songs in order. I do need to get the walls. Just remind me before you leave exactly what you wanted me to talk about. And that this one. I wonder if I can get them slash lyrics. And then the paradox. That smiles. I need lyrics for that. Okay. I guess then I am prepping. Prep talk, prep talk. I got about 2 hours. Oh, I have a text. Acknowledged. concept. Oh, now I don't know if my music's still playing. No, it isn't.
Friends touch your shoulder, but never feel the avalanche underneath. I taught your nervous system how to kneel, how to confuse vigilance with identity. Even joy entered your body, apologizing. Even desire arrived with fracture lines. You love like someone bracing for impact. Teeth against thunder. You named me sickness because truth sounded crueler. You swallowed diagnosis like communion wine. But I was there before language touched you. Before the first abandonment calcified in the ribs.
Okay. I need.
Who taught your body to fear stillness? I did. Who turned rest into surveillance?
What's in this?
Mine success with the funeral veil. I did. Who
I'm gonna
survived
delete
every
that.
attempt to become someone else?
Oh, there's a poetry vault I have.
You speak of recovery like a border crossing, but your shadow still carries my passport. Every healed wound leaves coordinates behind.
Let's see.
Every drag sediment
Maybe I'll find.
I do not chase you anymore. Gravity never needs to run. I never left. I became structural. The tremor hidden beneath your calm voice. The weight behind your immaculate posture. You call me darkness, yet I kept you company when nobody else could survive your silence. And when your chest caves inward at 3 a.m., you still reach for me first. Don't mourn the version of yourself that escaped me. There never was one, only quieter masks, better lighting. Slower collapses, and me waiting beneath them all.
Oh, that one's interesting too.
The sun has passed the horizon. Its
Oh,
light now spilling across a kingdom of iron. And 3 brothers stand where walls once dictated motion. The eldest exhales,
So I didn't put everything in the vault.
yet the weight beneath obedience has shifted. Not entirely gone, but a pulse he cannot
Yeah.
suppress
An
insists on
archive.
being felt. The second son hesitates mid-step, his strike caught between duty and instinct. A thought sneaks through the calculus of cruelty, a whisper. There may be another path. For the first time, violence is no
Oh, that's a lot in my therapy folder.
It now carries questions.
Let's see.
The answers are unfamiliar.
Can I search?
The youngest watches differently His laughter still bursts across hallways, yet the echoes are tinged with uncertainty, a consciousness of consequence that had been denied for years. Even in his playful cruelty, empathy dormant stirs, a reflection of a mother's long forgotten sacrifice. And the subtle wind of freedom, one heart always carried the first spark. Sanji, proof of what might survive. But now the light has touched others, like rivers breaking through engineered dams. It is not sudden, it is not miraculous, it is slow, cumulative, undeniable. The fifth heart becomes four, not by rewriting what was designed, but by
I can't search.
present to breathe.
Forgot about that.
Once perfection, feel edges soften, understand hesitation.
Let's
Not
see.
entirely free, but no longer imprisoned by absence alone. Luffy's
I do way too much.
Sanji's example,
Oh,
Sora's
I
sacrifice. Each a current that shaped the
wonder how much I want to actually delete off of this. Maybe
This is the
you.
nature of inheritance, not the laws written in laboratories, not the commands etched in steel, but the quiet persistence of life, the human heart resisting design, revealing that freedom does not create humanity, it permits it. And the
I wish I
Vigilantes
could
discover their choices carry
search.
weight not predicted. Their emotions, long suppressed, touch the world for the first time on their own terms. The fifth heart becomes four, a kingdom of iron bending at the margin, and yet it does not break. It learns rhythm, learns hesitation. Humanity survives, not because the experiment failed,
Where's that?
but because the seed planted quietly decades ago found space to grow.
Let's see.
May never record the invisible, the subtle shift inside steel spine suns. But for those who watch carefully, for those who measure hearts, not actions, it is clear. Sora's sacrifice, Sanji's survival, Luffy's presence, have together allowed humanity
Let's see. Where?
and somewhere beneath
There's some of my
uncertainty,
ideas for the book.
the fifth heart no longer beats alone.
I would have started my songs really in April of last year.
Inside every heartbeat, there's a hidden city of
Um,
emotions passing notes to one another through light, memory, and breath.
Exile Queen. Weird.
Arrives first in pastel colors, bubblegum dawn spilling across bedroom walls. A melody skipping
That might
there,
just
so through the
be
night,
something different.
ordinary morning cinematic. She lives in sugar sweet laughter, and spinning under supermarket lights at midnight.
No.
Impossible courage.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. That's not needed.
Every small wonder rewrites gravity. The soul expands easiest when delight is allowed to exist without apology.
Each emotion carries its own frequency.
Hmm.
Different weather moving through the same sky.
Together they create the impossible language that makes us
Maybe I haven't archived it yet. Or it's somewhere else on here.
Every ache, every spark, every impossible contradiction. We speak in tears. We speak in laughter.
we speak through trembling hands,
Oh, that's a lot.
reaching for connection.
The universe translates us through feeling joy beside grief.
I don't.
Love beside fear.
No emotion arriving by mistake. Everyone a star inside the atlas of the soul.
Yeah.
Hunters wearing rain glass perfume, soft enough to cradle broken memories carefully.
Book stuff.
Exists because love once mattered enough to wound us. And love arrives luminous and terrifying. All midnight constellations and shaking breath. It folds strangers into orbit around one another. Asks vulnerability to become sacred. Anger follows like electric weather.
No.
Lightning across dark water. Not cruelty. Sometimes
What's in here? Oh, then I'm going to delete that.
and somewhere between them all, the heart keeps conducting anyway.
I'm going to delete that.
Fear waits quietly at unfamiliar doorways, imagining catastrophe before
Let's scroll some more.
yet surprise keeps opening. Skylights unexpectedly. Small miracles interrupting the static. Anticipation glows like unopened letters. The ache before becoming.
There's so
The
much.
chorus finally breaks open. Even disgust carries
What's this?
wisdom. A compass pointing toward violated boundaries.
Oh wow, that was 2023.
Instincts trying
Where can I?
protect what remains tender. Emotions growing like roots beneath concrete. Loneliness echoes wide as empty train station. Anxiety hums fluorescent.
Yeah. Dream Engineer. When I was trying to figure out better writing ideas.
Hope survives like a tiny arcade light, still blinking after everyone else has gone home. Emotions swirl in endless galaxies inside us. Every feeling, another color.
Oh,
Cosmic spectrum.
that was when I was attempting Requiem.
Struck silence. The heart keeps composing. Despite everything, curiosity opens hidden doors in the
Where?
dark. Gratitude softens the architecture of pain. Awe reminds us how fast existence truly is. And nostalgia turns memory into stained glass.
I just have to wait for the export.
Than words themselves, the trembling human symphony beneath every life. We are not broken for feeling deeply. We are alive enough to sing. A masterpiece of stardust.
What?
Unfinished, still glowing.
No, that's going to go bye-bye. What?
Somewhere between heartbeats,
What about this?
the next song begins.
Going to delete that. Going to archive that.
Cinderella, Drisnella, ashes on her apron string.
Oh
One
yeah,
hand holding
that's
soot from
old.
stone, one hand dreaming dangerous things. Cinderella, Drisnella, count the steps and mind the bell. Every fairy
Back
tale
when
that
logic
told her left out
dictated a
wishing
majority of my thoughts.
The sisters wore their borrowed sunlight, pinned their smiles with
Because I need
polished
to
grit.
know.
The stepmother measured worth in silence, counting every crumb of bread. The hearth left
I'm
charcoal
going
in her
to
fingers,
actually rename this so I know
the
it's One
labor kept
Piece
counting her bones.
Theory.
Somewhere underneath the cinders, a queen
Because
was
that's going to help when I can look at that.
secrets, the sparrows listened, the moon stitched silver through the roof, and every insult hardened
Let's see.
slowly into a different kind of truth. Then came the night of crystal lanterns.
How am I making too many
Colors
requests?
glowing like a dare. The kingdom gathered for a fantasy. She arrived already aware. Cinderella, Cinderella, glass like
Let me
woven through her
then
hair, not a
go back to that then.
saving. A storm disguised as something fair. The ballroom turned a deeper color. Candles trembled in their prayers. Every prince who came to conquer forgot the speech he'd practiced saying. The prince approached with polished manners, gold embroidery, perfect stance. Raised inside a world that taught him every room belonged to chance.
I do need to find that poem because that's really going to be the only way I'm going to remember the concept of Paradox Waltz. But I got the perfect.
The orchestra on the chandelier swayed. The kingdom held its breath, yet
Wait, did OBS
so
crash?
pressed by power. Then what survived? Visions. She slipped the glass shoe off her visions. She slipped the glass shoe off herself like a challenge.
Well,
to prison.
apparently
The sister stared, the step
OBS just does not like.
because power changes shape completely when it refuses to obey. The slipper never proved her
It
value.
decided.
The dress was never why she shone. The magic wasn't transformation, it was discovering she'd been enough all along. And the prince, for the first time
That,
in his life, had to earn his place in
regardless
the
of anything else, it was going to crash, and you know what it was doing.
ashes, velvet, crystal fire, no longer waiting at the edges.
I hope I did the right one.
Now the kingdom sings a different song. Not rescue, not possession. Two people standing face to face, both
Alright,
surviving
let's.
some.
Okay, good.
I like you best when the mask
I just randomly got a notification that my streaming system decided to crash on me. So there was that. So I don't know how much actually I was saying made it onto the last stream.
The girl left ashes. The woman rewrote time.
So let's see. I need. I'm gonna mute my mic for now.
Hakuna Matata. They carved it in the dust, a shelter stitched from laughter. Over instincts left to rust.
cities, forests, deserts, veins alike. Every heartbeat a covenant, every spark a shared memory. From deserts wide to oceans deep, through jungles where wild things leap, the rhythm calls, vibrating marrow and mind. A world united, each pulse echoing the circuit. Every footstep, hand, and breath becomes the circuit. Mountains rise, valleys fold into my chest. Northern lights coil around my spine. Southern skies pulse at fingertips. Echoes bounce like neurons across global synapses. Every village, city, forest is a node in the infinite spiral. Every surprise, every cadence, a thread connecting body to cosmos. Feel the beat, it is a marrow in thought. A global pulse, beyond measure. East to west, north to south. A bubble world of sound, spinning circuits, invisible wiring. The globe does not turn, it hums. And I am both observer and participant. From deserts wide to oceans deep, through jungles where wild things leap, the rhythm calls, vibrating marrow and mind. A world united, each pulse echoing the circuit. Every step, every breath becomes luminous energy. Cities sing like coral reefs, forests whisper in rhythm. Each human, animal, river, stone contributes to the pulse. Borders blur, magic threads coil around spine and thought. Every continent a stanza, every ocean a chorus. The world folds in upon itself, circuits entwined. I ride the spiral, feeling pulse through bone and breath. From deserts wide to oceans deep, through jungles where wild things leap, the rhythm calls, vibrating marrow and mind. A world united, every pulse a spark in the circuit. Every heartbeat, every hand a note in the song. Spin the globe and close your eyes. Feel magic coil through spine and thought. Every nation, every being, one by one. Together we create the sun. The world hums in resonance, and I am part of its heartbeat. There's a voice beyond the silence, drifting through the frozen air. Every night it finds me waiting, like a question hanging there. I try to lock the door against it, try to bury what I know, but the storm inside my heartbeat keeps telling me to go. Snowlight trembles on the mountains, like 1,000 watching eyes. Every step I take in daylight
leaves another truth disguised. I build a world of quiet order where my fears could fade from view, but every whisper in the wind reminds me something calls me through. I hear it when the night is still, a distant melody I cannot ignore. If I follow where it leads me now, there may be nothing like before. Into the storm, into the call, into the place beyond the wall, where every doubt begins to fall and frozen echoes arise. Let the wilds arise and grow, let the hidden rivers flow. Every step into the unknown brings me closer to my own. The wind is calling, and it knows my name. Through the forest made of memory, past the shadows I outrun, every secret starts unfolding like a map inside my hands. Was the magic ever danger, or the truth I couldn't see? Every frozen constellation points the way to who I'll be. I tried to silence every trembling note, pretend the storm was something I could hide, but every gust across the northern sky seemed louder from inside. Into the storm, into the cry, into the truth beneath the sky, where every fear I kept inside finally learns to rise. Let the mountains hear it now, let the frozen valleys know. Every step into the unknown is the path I'm meant to go. The northern lights begin to shimmer like a door I've never crossed. All the answers I was chasing were the pieces I had lost. I searched the dark for someone waiting just beyond the stormy veil, but every echo I was chasing was the voice within the gale. All my life I felt a rhythm moving just beyond my sight. Every fear and every secret was a spark beneath the night. Now the wind becomes a mirror, and the mirror sings it clear. The voice that called me through the wild was the truth I'd carried here. The wind was calling, and it knew my name. Into the storm, into the light, into the truth beyond the night, where every shadow turns to sight and frozen hearts ignite. Let the northern heavens glow, let the ancient rivers show. Every step into the unknown led me where I had to go. No more hiding from the sky, no more silence left to claim. Through the storm of who I was, I have finally found my name. The cold was never leading me away. It was leading me home.
honesty. Silence became expensive, but survivable still. Beneath the eyes, color waited patiently for spray. Words froze somewhere behind my teeth, too heavy to lift into daylight. So I carried entire oceans of feeling without disturbing the surface once. People mistake quiet for emptiness often. They do not understand restraint as survival. Do not understand how silence sharpens itself inside rooms where speaking feels dangerous. But silence was never weakness. It was winter camouflage, a blade hidden beneath still water, waiting for thaw. I kept asking the same impossible question: do I grieve the self I lost, or welcome the stranger slowly emerging from the ruins? Every paused breath carried unfinished music. Every heartbeat hummed beneath the frost. Transformation rarely arrives loudly. Sometimes it melts inward first. From frost to flame, I follow the faintest warmth available through gray horizons and colorless years. Still searching, even when silence stole language from my mouth. Something radiant survived beneath the numbness. I walked through shadows slowly enough to heal honestly. Sketched on with trembling hands, still learning trust. Winter could not keep what was always meant to bloom. I was quiet, but never truly extinguished. My soul flickered like a buried ember, held too long beneath emotional snowfall. Pain taught me endurance carefully, but I refused to let it teach me cruelty. The world told itself around my vision, every color arriving muted at first, as though life itself hesitated to fully return after so much absence. Still I painted skies internally, blues, reds, golds, half remembered from childhood. Frozen hands relearning sensation through small acts of hope. No more hiding grief beneath politeness. No more disguising ache as composure. Each recovered color reclaimed territory. Winter believed it owned permanently. Every dawn arrived like a brushstroke. Every exhale proved the thaw had started. The frost cracked slowly, not violently, like a body finally trusting warmth again. After years expecting cold, from frost to flame, I crossed the distance back to myself. Through shattered seasons and silent grief, still becoming what once felt colorless now burns vivid against the horizon. Proof survival can evolve into beauty. The hush before the symphony lived inside me all along. The roar was only waiting for permission
begin to emerge. I paint the sky now with everything I survived. Every scar becoming pigment in the light. Winter touched me deeply, but never completely. I was silence, I was frost, but color remembered my name. Before the engineers drew diagrams, the sky was already experimenting. Light fell like quiet currency, rain fell like percussion. One whispered energy, one struck the roof like a drummer asking entry. And somewhere between photon and drop, a question formed: why do we harvest only half the sky? Glass used to mean stillness, a flat obedient window drinking daylight. Panels like silent monks kneeling toward the sun's long sermon. But storms arrived with a different theology. Tap, 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 1,000 small collisions, writing Morse code on the roof. Each drop a messenger of motion, each impact bending the surface just enough to whisper charge. Not lightning, smaller than breath but persistent, a language of content. Because some materials remember touch, they build static from friction, translate pressure into current. A bend becomes a signal becomes a spark, and suddenly rain is not interruption, it's percussion. So build a panel that listens when the sky knocks twice. Let sunlight ride its quiet voltage through crystalline veins. Let rain arrive like fingertips tapping hidden drums beneath the skin. One device to weather hymns, the light that feeds the day, the storm that refuses silence. Energy and brightness, energy and falling water. No forecast wasted. If the sun is a painter and the rain is a drummer, let the roof be the instrument. Imagine the surface, not rigid glass alone, but a living membrane layer thin, a flexible lattice resting above the solar heart. Raindrops land and the skin trembles, microscopic flecks barely visible, but in that bend electrons migrate like startled birds. Triboelectric whispers, contact, separation, charge. Tiny pulses scattered through the circuitry, storm beats translated into electricity. A roof learning rhythm, where once the cloud meant loss of output, now it means variation. Sun becomes baseline, rain becomes syncopation. Weather stops being enemy and becomes collaborator. Build a panel that harvests arguing between sky and earth. Let photons thread their steady river through the crystalline grid. Let raindrops strike the trembling skin and send their coded shiver into dialects of energy, spoken by the same horizon. Blue sky, choir, thunderstorm, percussion. motion, rain writes rhythm. Let invention learn to read both. The old systems ask for certainty, clear days, predictable angles, forecast obedience. But the atmosphere is a restless storyteller. Wind improvises, clouds rewrite the light. Rain drums impatient patterns on every forgotten roof. What if technology stopped demanding silence from the storm? What if we built machines that thrive on interruption? A panel that bends but does not break, a surface that converts impact into signal, a grid that drinks brightness and percussion alike. Suddenly the forecast reads differently, cloudy with scattered voltage. Raise the panels, let them face the sun like every field before them. But let their skin listen for rain. Light becomes river, rain becomes pulse. The sky knocks twice and the roof answers both. One device, two weather engines, and the house below glows quietly. No matter what the clouds decide. Sun above, rain in motion, harvest both, double the ocean. Every invention begins as a question disguised as curiosity. Why waste a storm somewhere tonight? Rain is already tapping on a silent pail, waiting for the surface to learn how to One job, two jobs, still counting coins beneath fluorescent wear. The body adapts to exhaustion disturbingly well. That's how the machine survives. Morning arrived, tasting like burnt metal. Another commute through concrete arteries. Faces lit pale by phone screens. Everyone rehearsing endurance as identity. They called it ambition, called it discipline. But I watch people trade their nervous systems for insurance plans and temporary approval. Clock and smile correctly, translate exhaustion into professionalism. The soul becomes quieter each year until even silence feels overworked. One paycheck vanished before touching my hands. Rent swallowed another month whole. I learned how to survive economically while starving spiritually in plain sight. The grind was marketed like salvation. Work harder, sleep later, stay grateful, as though collapse becomes noble if performed productively enough. I became a disciple of ticking clocks, kneeling before schedules that never loved me back. The dream they sold arrived pre-buried in debt. Another polished lie wrapped in patriotic language. One job, no real horizon, only survival wearing the mask of purpose. I smiled while my nervous system deteriorated quietly. Ash gathering where passion used to live. But still these lungs continue opening. Still something furious survives beneath the fatigue. The machine mistook exhaustion for surrender. It forgot
eventually. The hours blurred into administrative fog, weeks disappeared inside repetitive motion. I forgot what joy sounded like without background anxiety attached. Every promotion cost another piece of me, another missed sunrise, another conversation cut short because survival demanded overtime again. Living became accounting, calories, gas money, due dates, even rest carried guilt now, as if stillness itself required justification. They wanted labor to feel sacred, wanted burnout reframed as virtue. But no machine deserves worship simply because it consumes efficiently. This isn't living. It's prolonged erosion with direct deposit. I was not born to spend my entire existence proving I deserve shelter. Not born to monetize every waking hour until my reflection resembles infrastructure. Somewhere beneath the fatigue, the original self still breathes, waiting, angry, unfinished, slave of light. No, only temporarily imprisoned by it. They took my time, my sleep, my youth in fragments, but failed to erase my name completely. Watch me rise with calloused hands still shaking. Watch me remember desire outside productivity. The fire never vanished. It survived underground where systems couldn't tax it. One job, two jobs, maybe more tomorrow. But now I understand the difference between surviving and surrendering. No corporation owns the sacred architecture of my spirit. No clock determines the worth of my existence. I still breathe, still burn, and this time the flame answers to me. The flame answers to me. The flame answers to me. The system feeds on forgetting, so I remembered myself, and suddenly the cage looked smaller. Accounting, finance, HR, healthcare, management, 5 degrees, 2 jobs, 4 kids, no regrets. They said I was too much, then said I wasn't enough. Turns out on my head, still walking, still forward. Started with numbers, code, and clean. Learned the math they never mean. Then finance made risk clear. Year to year, while they sneered. Healthcare management, care performed. HR, read every silence form. General management, burned their script. Wrote my own lines, leadership equipped. 2 shifts stacked, 4 miles fed. Still asked if I'd survive the spread. Train the ones who passed me by, clean their mess while hearing try. 60 recons a month, no nameplate earned. Every error I fixed, every hour burned. Log like gospel in my hands, even if no one understands. Is she leadership? Ask my inbox. Ask the auditors who quote my blocks. Ask the ones said, smile more. I said, check the score. They said, don't be so direct. I kept the company from wreck. Offered pizza, not a raise. Still I showed up every phase. My grace was not lack of fight, it was restraint. Held tight each night. I am the system, backlogged, worn. Every file they leave torn. The fix not in the chart. The mind praised, then picked apart. I speak in order, train the new. Carry weight, none of them do. Every call I take unseen. Proof I'm more than routine. You're not the type they say, yet I build their day to day. They mimic moves I did last year and wonder why I disappear. But I'm still here and still near. I'm 5 degrees hotter, still underpaid, still migraines, no accolades. But I'll never fade and I'll never beg. Baby steps, still forward, fire in my legs. I ledger my worth, I rise, not bend. 5 degrees hotter, and the shift won't end. They see my calm, call it luck. Don't see me bleed stuck. No PTO, no net, no name, yet everything runs just the same. I hold seams they won't admit. Patch cracks with grit and wit. Don't tell me to smile. This face has walked every trial. You built the ceiling, I made a bridge. You kept the crown, I scaled the ridge. Kept the pay, passed the praise. I'm still here through all the phases. Now the silence isn't mine. I speak in truth, not design. I wrote the guidebook, fixed the plan. Still they don't know who I am. I'm 5 degrees hotter, still underpaid, still migraines, no accolades. But I'll never fade and I'll never beg. Baby steps, still forward, fire in my legs. I ledger my worth, I rise, not bend. I'm 5 degrees hotter, and that will not end. Accounting, finance, HR, healthcare, management. Still forward, still forward. They couldn't match my pace, so they question my worth. P-A-I-N. Some words stop being language after enough repetition. They become architecture. Patience became the religion I inherited early. Sit still, endure quietly. Mistakes, suppression for maturity. So I learned how to swallow discomfort elegantly. Let silence sediment beneath the ribs. Every heartbeat carried unfinished sermons about survival disguised as virtue. The world moved loudly around me, bright with performative certainty. Meanwhile, I perfected the art of appearing functional while internally dissolving. It carved itself invisibly beneath language, beneath posture, beneath sleep. Not dramatic enough for cinema, just constant enough to reshape a life. P-A-I-N. Patience taught me how to disappear gracefully. Attributed every wound to personal failure. Intruding thoughts bloomed unchecked in the dark, never fully gone, only quieter some days. It hung beneath every smile I rehearsed, a low electrical ache behind ordinary moments. Not catastrophe, something subtler and therefore harder to explain. colored fabric, no spectacle, no visible collapse, only exhaustion refined into personality. The ache never screamed, it barely breathed, a static frequency living beneath consciousness, like distant machinery behind apartment walls. People mistake survival for wellness, constantly mistake composure for peace. But endurance leaves fingerprints too, in the jawline, the nervous system, the inability to fully rest. Every extra mile costs something cellular, every "I'm fine" translated loosely into erosion. Still, I kept moving, not from strength, always habit. Patience did not make me numb. It made me adaptable to storms that should have drowned me. There is a difference. I bent around grief for so long, my spine learned new mathematics, and somewhere inside that distortion, something resilient quietly formed. P-A-I-N, patience became the language of survival, attributed meaning to scars once carried in shame. Intruding memories still knock at the door, some nights never absent, but no longer sovereign. I breathe differently now, not healed cleanly. Honestly, the ache still walks beside me, yes, but it no longer decides my worth. What once felt like imprisonment slowly transformed into instruction. I turned suffering into vocabulary, then built a future from the ruins of silence. Patience attributed, intruding, never, not gone, just carried differently now. One instinct, one choice, I felt them first, and I gave. One second too late, one instinct too swift, lights fractured like crystal, air split. The world held still, then cracked. I saw their faces before it attacked. No words, no prayers, no shield to cast, only the ache that tore me in half. Their names beat louder than my pulse, and I moved a ghost without impulse. The scream large, silent in my throat, I folded into what they would need. My will wrapped around the fragile bone, sending breath for speed decreed. No pleading, no begging, just decree. I rewrote fate silently. If this toll was mine, so be it. I was made to guard this way completely. If pain can be passed, I'll take it. If weight can shift, I'll bear it. Let every fracture land on me, so they can breathe in merit. Take me first, I'll burn to keep them lit. Thread my breath through their veins, bit by bit. If life must fracture, I will submit, so theirs can bloom where I stay split. They'll never know the cost I bore, or see the strengthened. My spirit curled around their ribs like armor, a silent lullaby woven into marrow, love stitched into each fragile fiber. As the world fell away, untethered, narrow, I let my heart spool into threads of care, one for each life I would not spare. They walk away without knowing why, yet they breathe untouched by the sky. I kissed their hearts with the last of my breath, injected pulse into veins, not my own, caught shrapnel, unnamed, faceless, loud, whispered into the quiet. The bones, no grave will tell what I became, no stone will mark the gift I gave. Yet in dreams a warmth remains, echo of the sacrifice they can't name. No prayer, just transfer, no scream, just choice. I went still, gave the motion, my silence became their voice. First, let their eyes stay bright, let the light not leave their side. If one must fall for two to rise, then let me stand in that sacrifice. They'll never feel the wire snap that rerouted death to me, but I stayed in them, I held their spine. Invisible, yet infinite. They don't know I left, but I linger in their pulse, a hush inside, a quiet force. Their laughter echoes where I might have been, yet I choose this again. Always choose them first. If you see them smile, that's where I remain. If they speak, I am the breath behind each claim. If they reach, I am the quiet in their hand. If they dream, I am the soft command. No one can call this tragedy, no marker needed for pain alone. It was the right I always knew to give the world and vanish home. One soul split, three lives still breathing. One goodbye unspoken yet complete. I won't be found in the wreck, yet stitched through every living thread. Call it sacrifice, I call it love. I am gone, so they rise instead. Take me first, let them walk unbroken, let them carry what I silently wove, unburdened, unknowing of the fire I became. If life demands this turning page, let my ink run crimson, but their next breath is my final vow. I choose them first, again, without regret. They lived. That's all. They sell the weather of truth in fragments, forecasted facts that fracture by morning. Every headline hums with a second intention, a thin metallic whisper beneath the warning. The lies they say, the truth they say, but language bends like heat above asphalt, and certainty flickers, a moth rehearsing its death in the lamp of the day. Where in the world are facts today? I saw a man walking with something behind him, not following, not chasing, simply waiting inside the outline of his shadow. The reaper keeps patient geometry there, rib thin patience, size, shape, silence, not hunting, no, just measuring distance. And on his laps it's envy, restless fingers tapping emerald rhythms on bone. Greed rattles softly, chain against chain, a quiet currency of want and ownership. Pride deals cards with a smiling precision, stacking the deck with reflections of mirrors for sins at a table inside one silhouette, negotiating futures and murmured figures above them. The sky forgets its color. feels like ash on a crowded street. Where did innocence hide its breathing? Under the floorboards of memories beat. I hear the city muttering numbers and rumors. Truth dissolving in algorithmic tide. Every confession translated to commerce. Every witness politely denied. Where in the world is the day silence claims us? Not with thunder, but velvet erasure. Where did the innocent run when the sirens rewrote mercy as measurable treasure? Is the world just a flame pretending it's daylight? A limbo of faces that flicker then fade. We bargain with shadows, we mortgage tomorrow and call it the progress we made. The lies they say, the truth they say, both wear the same careful cadence. The lies they say, the truth they say, both learn the same patient patience. And somewhere a clock forgets its counting. Each second a quietly vanishing stare. Sloth sits massive in the center of the world, a throne of unfinished intentions. Dust gathers in the lungs of tomorrow while we rehearse our distractions. No one cares, says the quiet machine. No one looks, says the flickering feed. Attention fractures into glittering splinters. A cathedral collapsing into speed. Meanwhile, the reaper leans closer to daylight, studying the pulse of a crowd. Not cruel, just curious how loud a civilization can speak while burying truth in a whisper too loud. Greed counts breaths like currency, envy compares the gravity of souls. Pride writes history in perfect calligraphy, then sells the margins as goals. Where in the world did innocence vanish? No footprints, no echo, no door. Just a lullaby sung by statistics and a lock clicking softly once more. Where in the world is the day silence claims us when the noise collapses to bone? Where did the innocent run when the markets auction the marrow of hope alone? Is the world just a flame learning to mimic the shape of a civilized room? A limbo of voices politely debating the temperature needed for doom. The reaper finally speaks, not loud, not cruel, not even severe. Just a syllable shaped like a mirror. Here in the shadow of comfort and commerce. Here in the grammar of managed despair. Here where the truth is a rumor with bruises. Somewhere innocence breathes in hiding, counting the distance between what we are and what we once swore we were. They said I was easy, said I was sweet. No one asked why I never spoke first polite, they called it. I called it memorizing your moods before I knew my own name. Toys in perfect rows, crumbs counted quietly, folded hands, folded voice space I did not claim. Adults smiled, murmured, well behaved, but the questions I hoarded stayed tucked inside marrow. Spelling tests, my green bells, bright they said, never overwhelmed. I learned to vanish, a ghost behind the applause. Goodness taught by absence, not care. Every gold star, a chain on the every perfect answer. A scream left unclaimed. I was never just shy, I was surviving, never just quiet. I was rewiring, never just sweet. I was scanning, no one noticed, they only praised the mask. Friends cried loud, I counted syllables, scripted my feelings, met them in rhyme. Teacher said come at your inside, polite walls rose, brick by invisible brick. Lunchroom lights, static blur, too much chatter, eyes burned. I smiled on cue, slept in pieces, grades in hand, tears withheld. My body memorized the obedience. I stopped asking, made myself small. You saw compliance, I braced for it all. I was never just shy, I was watching, never just nice. I was dodging, never just fine. I was fading, no one noticed. Not when silence wore grace. Joy mistaken for discipline, smart, not sensitive. Wanted dance, followed plan, pretended until exhaustion. Body and mind rehearsed roles. No one ran, no one cared. Gifted, polite, helpful, strong, quiet, sweet. I was all of them, but never me. What could I have been if someone asked what I truly needed? Tears remembered in marrow, softness reclaimed in shards. Mirror asks aloud, am I myself or Earl allowed? Cracks traced by careful breath. The girl I was still hums beneath. I was never just shy, I was surviving, never just quiet. I was adapting, never just strong. I was masking, no one noticed, but I did. And now, so do I. Am I myself? Am I allowed? Am I myself? Am I allowed? Am I myself? Am I allowed? Never just shy. Never just shy. Never just shy. Your name sat warm beneath my tongue, unfinished scripture in the back of the throat. I learned how restraint sharpens hunger, how silence can bruise more deeply than confession. Let me breathe my words from behind your ear gently, slow enough to rearrange the pulse. Every sentence I withheld travels now beneath your skin like contraband heat. You see my wrists above my head, offering a warning. Perception fractures there, my legs where you imagine them. Yes, but memory is a room with too many locked doors. Close your eyes, forget the geometry of mercy. I am the widow in the web, patient with appetite, threads like
careful balance, each movement teaching surrender to itself. Hear me, fear me. The quiet between my breaths has teeth hidden in velvet marrow. Paranoia flowers best where nothing visible moves. I do my work in silence, watching the fracture spread beneath the mask you wear. You called me tame enough to hold and woke the lioness sleeping under etiquette. Now every room bends towards suspicion. Every soft thing carries venom in the silk. You cannot see what waits behind my face, only the shape it leaves inside your nerves. Your heartbeat stumbled when I stopped speaking. That was the first incision. No blade, only absence curling cold around the spinal wire. I learned your fears by the way you inhaled. The body confesses before the mouth ever can. You mistook stillness for obedience, mistook patience for surrender. Now the web tightens invisibly, not force, inevitability. A hand at the back of the neck or fate, leaning close enough to whisper. Behind the mask, there is no mask. Only the animal made elegant through starvation. Only the woman who swallowed every scream until silence became a second bloodstream. I was never restrained. I was measuring the room, and you offered your pulse willingly. Hear me, fear me. The quiet is no longer empty. It moves with deliberate hunger now. My words pass through your veins unspoken. A fever without visible origin. You woke the lioness from her slumber. Now every shadowless corner breathes my shape. Close your eyes if you need mercy, but silence remembers exactly where you are. Exactly where you are. The web was never around you. It was already inside you. The boys who shattered walls became studies. Charts pinned to conference room light. Numbers marched neatly across white paper. Their struggles translated into language. But some of us learned camouflage before we learned our own reflection, stitching borrowed gestures to our sleeves until performance felt like skin. My jaw carried tomorrow's exhaustion before the morning bell had rung, and every fluorescent classroom poured gravel through my lungs. I memorized it longing like a second alphabet, yet every practice smile accumulated interest-bearing debt. We weren't invisible, only misread. The data leaned elsewhere while questions went unsaid. How many daughters became mysteries because they adapted instead? They mapped the quarks, but not the currents underneath the hidden migrations of overwhelm beneath our teeth. Every adaptation calcified into identity, and survival wore the mask of effortless ability. Unmapped minds, walking fault lines in plain sight, carrying solar flares
objects, yet carried worlds inside her ribs, measuring every interaction for signs she should exist. Another traced affection like sacred geometry, mistaking fascination for the architecture of intimacy. A third became a silence. No instrument could chart the kind that folds inward and colonizes the heart. Different stories, different names, yet the same invisible arithmetic. The strain of translating ourselves through systems built from partial statistics. The research lagged behind us like a lantern losing flame, and every misdistinction changed the outcome of the game. Not broken, not cured, simply unnamed. What if the danger wasn't difference, but isolation? What if the wound was never divergence, but abandonment? The body keeps its records and tendons, pulse and breath. Years of compression become philosophies of self. Some learn perfection, some learned obsession, some learn disappearance as a method of protection. And the world called them mysteries after refusing to listen. They map the quirks, categorize the visible fire, but overlook the labyrinth of invisible wire. Every child carrying galaxies behind discipline dies. Every adaptation a monument built from compromise. Unmapped minds, not failures of design, just territories waiting for a language and time. And how many villains began as unanswered questions? How many heroes survive despite the omissions? The records grow thicker now, the blind spots slowly recede, but history leaves fingerprints on every unmet need. And somewhere a child still waits beyond charts and classifications for someone to notice the shape of their constellation. There's a whisper in the snowfall, calling somewhere deep inside. Every step I try to silence turns and walks me through the tide. I ran from every question like a shadow from the sun, but the storm that chased behind me was the voice of who I'd become. Snowflakes bloom like shattered mirrors, floating through the midnight blue. Every secret that I buried starts reflecting something true. forest made of memory, past the echoes of the past. Every step becomes a question, only courage dares to ask. Was the magic ever curse, or just a language I ignored? Every frozen constellation writes a map I can't afford to leave unread any longer.
The wind becomes a chorus in my chest. Northern lights ignite the frozen dome.
I chased a voice across the wilderness and found it was my own. Let the mountains hear it now, let the crystal valleys know I'm the answer to the call that the northern rivers throw. Every fear begins to fall like the snow I used to blame. Through the silence of the night, I am finally speaking my true name. I searched the stars for someone who could show me where to start, but the path I kept pursuing was unfolding in my heart. The past was not a prison, just a door I couldn't see. Every frozen memory was a lantern lighting me. All my life I felt a rhythm beating just beyond the storm. Every secret, every fracture was another hidden form. Now the wind becomes a mirror, and the mirror sings it clear. The power I was seeking was the voice I learned to hear.
Hurry, 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 I'm not the fear I tried to hide. I'm the storm alive inside.
Let the frozen kingdom rise, let the northern heavens glow. Every step that led me here was the path I had to know. No more hiding from the sky, no more silence left to claim. Through the storm of who I was, I have finally found my name. The cold never held me, it only showed me the way home. He steps where the walls remember steel, where iron hands measured worth by pain, and the air quivers not from wind, but from a pulse older than expectation. The brothers look, instinct first, then confusion, hesitation. A pattern disrupted, the calculus of obedience failing mid-equation. Luffy does not see the walls, he sees the space beyond them. His laughter folds over rigid spines, pulling tension into air, stretching iron into question marks. He does not command, does not lecture. He moves as freedom moves, as fire moves through locked doors. was not designed for this. The brothers, once instruments of certainty, feel a pause inside their mechanisms, a subtle hum, like wind stirring dust in a sealed room. And somewhere, a seed buried long ago shivers. The sun enters Tunnel-land, touching hearts programmed to obey, not with force, but with irrelevance to fear. And the iron begins to breathe. If Sora planted the first spark, then this boy carries its wind, and what was lost in silence finds small cracks to seep through. Sanji stands, anchored by blood and memory, his heart a mirror, reflecting what is possible. Yet Luffy's presence calls beyond that reflection. Even the conditioned resolve of the Vinsmoke bends imperceptibly towards something not theirs, a current they cannot name, yet cannot ignore. Nothing shatters, nothing overtly changes, yet the house remembers differently after he laughs. The floor remembers footsteps differently, and what was rigid now quivers, a whisper of something alive, defying design, defying prediction. The sun enters Tunnel-land, not as conqueror, not as judge, but as liberation incarnate, stretching small freedoms inside iron ribs. And the fifth heart stirs in children who did not see the sacrifice, proof that what is buried can awaken, given the space to breathe. The island exhales, not victory, not surrender, but recognition of possibility. And even steel can remember light.
The palace glows with lantern fire tonight, 1,000 eyes reflecting who I seen. They bow before the legend of my fate, a gilded fiction polished into dream. But every corridor still echoes lies, perfume disguising tired sky. They praise a moon that never truly rose, a portrait carved from rumor, silk and art. Each reverent glance, another quiet chain, wrapped softly around a borrowed heart. The court believes the mask, the master. sharp gaze refuses me. Camellias fall without a sound. Their fragrance drifting through the ground. A truth concealed in petal breath, a sweetness balanced close to death. She walks the halls like someone passing through, a servant's step, a scholar's restless mind, where others kneel before my crafted grace. Her quiet eyes remain unaligned. She reads the court the way one reads disease, symptoms hidden in the breeze. I rule a stage of painted reverence, a palace built from whispered praise. Yet all my practiced elegance falls strangely still beneath her gaze. Camellia petals drift across the air, soft snowfall underneath the lantern light. She walks the halls pretending not to care, yet every step of hers invades my sight. Two careful minds behind their quiet arms, two distant stars that almost dare to start. The flowers breathe a truth we never share. A hidden fire within the air. She claims the court is nothing but a game, a garden thick with poison and deceit. Her hands remember mortar, root and flame, a language reason alone can speak. Yet when she turns and vanishes from view, the silence grows unbearably true. Camellias drift across the jade courtyard, a fragrance lingering where she stood, a subtle spell no emperor commands, a mystery no rank has understood. I've worn 1,000 faces, not my own, a mask perfected by imperial design. Yet something fragile fractures in its glass each time her steady eyes meet mine. The court may crown me moon and gold, but she alone sees what I hold. What strange rebellion lives inside her calm, that neither title, wealth, nor beauty bends? She moves as if the palace were a puzzle, a quiet riddle reason comprehends. And though the empire kneels before my name, her silence is the only flame. Camellia fragrance fills the silent square, soft petals drifting underneath the moon. Two hidden truths the lanterns never share, two quiet storms approaching far too soon. The palace walls divide our worlds apart, and still the flowers breathe their subtle thread, a fragrance winding slowly through the heart, a thought more dangerous than dread. The camellias keep
keep their counsel in the night. Their petals fall where secrets dare not stay, and somewhere in their drifting ghost of white, I almost hear her footsteps fade away.
The underworld shivers, no fire can keep. In the heart of the king, where shadows creep, her hands so cold, her lips no breath, the queen of spring now dances with death. They tore my soul, they stole my flame, and left a god with only pain. The world above will feel my spite. I'll bring eternal endless night. I will burn the world to the bone, turn gods to dust on their golden thrones. Chaos rising, fire and stone. Hades stands as a villain alone. Rivers of sorrow flood my throne. Seeds of pomegranate left overthrown. Heaven, hell, none shall be spared for taking the one for whom I care. Every petal a wound. Lightning cracks, yet I won't bow. Their rules mean nothing to me now. The fates cower, their threads are cut. This kingdom roars in fury unshut. The Styx runs black with wrath untamed. I call the dead, each soul reclaimed. Earth will quake, the sky will bleed, until my loss has been decreed. Stone will fall, fire will rain, light will fade, only my pain, Cerberus howls, my rage unleashed. Olympus trembles, gods deceased. The gates swing wide, shades take flight to tear apart the halls of light. No law remains, no truce will hold. I'll melt their crowns, I'll burn their gold. And when their temples turn to dust, they'll know reality
shall ever bloom. I'll make the world her endless tune. For if she's gone, there's naught to save, just one last war, one final grave. Cerberus howls, my rage unleashed. Olympus trembles, gods deceased. Persephone lost, my soul destroyed. The realm above will be my void. The crown is ashes, and I am king. I will burn the world to the bone, turn gods to dust on their golden thrones. Chaos rising, fire and stone. Hades stands as a villain alone. All that rises will bow to me. In ash and smoke, her name I cry, and drag the heavens down to die. This darkness is mine.
Shadows held me first, not kindly, but consistently. Sometimes survival begins with whatever refuses to leave you alone in the I made a home from isolation, slowly decorated the silence until it resembled safety. Laughter belonged to distant rooms, something overheard through closed doors. Darkness became familiar enough to trust, predictable in ways people never were. I wandered through quiet years, wrapped tightly in emotional winter. Comfort felt fictional then, a language meant for someone else's life. Still beneath that numbness, some fragile instinct continued imagining dawn. Not optimism exactly, something more stubborn. The refusal to believe suffering was the final form of existence. The shame kept whispering inherited lies, called itself truth, often enough to sound convincing. But even beneath unbearable weight, one small light remained irrationally alive. Through obsidian walls, I learned the shape of persistence, crawling first and standing then, remembering movement where fear once screamed through every corridor of thought. Something gentler began answering back. Silence stopped behaving like a prison. It transformed into space wide enough for healing. Every wound became a doorway instead of a sentence. Every trembling breath proof I was still becoming. I rise slowly, honestly, imperfectly, but I rise. destroy me. Never mentioned suppression could do the same. So I wrote my grief into hidden pages, planted truths beneath the frost line quietly. Healing alive in small unremarkable moments, a calmer heartbeat, a morning without dread, the sudden ability to imagine a future again. Even now the dark still hums beneath things. Trauma does not vanish theatrically, but its voice no longer dictates direction. It has become weather instead of prophecy. The shadows change once I stop fleeing them. What haunted me most intensely often carried the exact lesson I needed to survive myself. This voice was never built for silence alone. It was forged to carry fire carefully through ruin. What once felt like a grave became soil, and from that soil, something living returned. Through obsidian walls I carved pathways toward the dawn, not untouched by suffering, transformed through it. The echoes where terror once ruled absolutely now carry music shaped from endurance. Silence sings differently to me now. No longer change, but breath before becoming. Every scar catches light at a different angle. Proof survival leaves beauty behind accidentally. Yes, I still bleed sometimes. Still shake, still remember the rooms where I nearly disappeared. But now when darkness calls my name, I answer with my own. From silence to strength, from shadow to light, not cured, not untouched, just alive enough to shine anyway. Autopilot on. Autopilot on. 4 kids, 5 degrees, still not enough. Smile for the system, bleed for the screen. Clock in, clock out. Breathe in, don't break down. They said it was safe here. This was the ladder. So I brought hands, spine, and soul to balance their broken data. Gave them hours, gave them years. Took workloads they'd never dare. Held the line with quiet grace. They called me strong to avoid the stare. 5 degrees, still no raise. Clocking shifts and seizure haze. Accountant by day, auditor by night. Correcting praise that never feels right. HR, finance, general ledgers. I became their system spine. But no one asked the cost of fixing their mess in overtime. I didn't break, but I came undone. Lock the hours, they kept the sum. Disconnect the machine, where effort means nothing if you're quiet and clean. They bought my hours, not my name. Silence, joy, monetize pain. But I'm done, I'm more than your screen. I am not your machine. I am not your machine. Told to work harder. I've been through nights that broke my bones. Told this was leadership, but I never got the throne instead. Migraines, audit trails, neglect. I fixed fraud, rewrote notes. Still waited for respect that never came. She wore heels, power suits, said she was my kind. But when raises came, I stayed behind. Budget, she whispered, men cash the checks. Even women forget you when they inherit the desk. This wasn't
execution. I didn't fail, I followed the illusion. Disconnect the machine. I gave billions, they called routine. Praise my poise, then took my light. Still I smile to keep it right, but I'm done. I'm more than your screen. I am not your machine. I am not your machine. They want grateful, they want grace, but I built this place in unpaid space. Quiet girl who knew the code, fixed it all, carried the load. Still they act like I asked too much, treat relief like sin. Survival shouldn't scream this loud, excellence shouldn't then. I chose to specialize, I chose to stay. I chose to show up. Even when my nervous system said no, they said, that makes you loyal. Now I know, it made me disposable. Clock in, clock out, no rest, no doubt. Clock in, clock out, this is what they call route. You're lucky to have a job. Other women would kill for this. Just smile, just grind, just grind. Autopilot, autopilot. Disconnect the machine. This isn't rebellion, it's finally clean. I gave you all, now I claim the life you file beneath my name. Still forward, still fire, still not your machine. They couldn't match my pace, so they questioned my worth. Still forward, still fire, still free. Look carefully into the mirror. Not reflections were trained to lie beautifully. In the grand cathedral of appearances, entire lives were tailored into costumes. Fabric became doctrine, beauty became obedience. And silence learned how to smile politely beneath scrutiny. Every polished hallway carried invisible laws. Stand correctly, age gracefully, desire carefully. Never become too much for the room to contain comfortably. A dress was never only a dress there. It arrived carrying centuries of expectations stitched into the seams. A performance mistaken for identity. Softness curated beneath watchful eyes. And somewhere inside the ritual of pleasing others, people forgot the sound of their own uncensored reflection. We danced inside ornamental cages, mistaking applause for acceptance. The merest praise, whatever remained manageable, never what was real. Shatter the mirrors, let their kingdoms collapse loudly, break every silvered surface built from inherited shame. We were never born to flatten ourselves into
mother carried galaxies beneath her heartbeat, while the world audited her exhaustion mercilessly. Every sacrifice expected, every flaw magnified, as though devotion itself required punishments. Meanwhile, men inherited armor too early, taught tenderness was dangerous, taught grief should remain hidden beneath clenched jaws, until loneliness calcified into identity. Wrinkles became battlegrounds, differently assigned as called wisdom. Hers called decline. The same years interpreted through opposing myths. Entire generations race inside contradictory prisons, all pretending the architecture was natural. They taught women to shrink rage into elegance, taught men to exile sorrow from the body entirely, then acted surprised when intimacy became difficult. But survival eventually develops its own rebellion, and truth, once spoken aloud, moves like wildfire through old kingdoms. Instead of prophecy, let tears arrive without negotiation. Let aging unfold like sacred geography. Let love exist beyond assigned choreography, beyond roles inherited without consent. Let every soul speak in its original language, without fear of exile from belonging. The mirror was never the enemy entirely, only the stories forced upon it. Shatter the mirrors and build windows instead. Let every reflection become a doorway towards truth. No more shrinking to fit inherited narratives. No more disguising humanity as perfection. Let dresses dance freely beneath moonlit halls. Let emotion flood through every guarded room. Let every child inherit possibility instead of performance. A world wide enough for authenticity to survive openly. We are not the roles they scripted for us. We are the fire, rewriting the kingdom itself. And from the shattered glass rises something finally honest. People learning how to see one another clearly. In the end, the mirror was never meant to imprison us, only to reveal what still burns underneath. Breaking news, somewhere below the blue, a man still descending long after reason tapped the glass. The ocean does not interrupt him, it only waits. The anchor says it calmly, professionally, like depth is just another number. A red line crawling down the screen, each meter quieter than the last. I'm on the couch with my hands and fists, already yelling at the future. Because some distances don't forgive curiosity, and some thresholds don't clap when crossed. You don't feel danger all once. It arrives as pressure, pretending to be peace. Turn back. You've gone far enough to still be alive. This isn't bravery, it's drift. The sea doesn't reward devotion, it just finishes what you insist on starting. Turn back before down becomes the only direction left. The diver's voice crackles thin and confident, a man still narrating his own myth. He talks about visibility, about silence, about how beautiful the dark has become. I'm screaming at glass and time, delay at the lie that calm equals control. Because the deep doesn't need your consent to begin rewriting your bones. Depth is not a metaphor, depth is not impressed. They mention rescue like a footnote, a submersible with limits printed in steel. Maximum rated def, operational window. Words that sound sturdy until they aren't. There's a point where help becomes hypothetical, where even machines say no further, and the ocean nods in agreement. The pressure doesn't rush him, it's patient, architectural. It stacks itself molecule by molecule, building a cathedral of force around his chest. I know the moment before he does, the one where ascent stops being an option and starts being nostalgia. Physics doesn't argue, it just closes the distance. Turn back. You're not proving anything to the deep. Turn back. This isn't exploration anymore. The rescue line is snapping invisibly, and no one runs pressure forever. Turn back. While the surface is still a memory you can reach. The feed goes quiet in a way that feels intentional, as if the ocean cleared its throat. The numbers keep changing though, descending like a decision, refusing to be undone. I'm shouting now, irrational, furious at a man who can't hear me, at the part of us that always believes just a little farther won't be the line. Every warning came earlier, every limit was posted clearly. Curiosity dressed itself as courage, and the deep never corrected him. There's a silence that isn't absence, it's containment. They finally say the words without poetry. No vehicle can reach that depth. Not now, not in time, not ever. Maybe the ocean doesn't gloat, it doesn't need to. It has already finished the math. Depth is not a metaphor, depth is not a metaphor, depth is. I wake up with my throat burning, still yelling at someone who chose down. Still furious at the part of the dream that felt preventable, because the worst tragedies aren't storms, they're decisions made slowly, with perfect visibility, long after the last safe turn. Turn back. Not everything hidden needs to be touched. Turn back. Some knowledge is just weight. The ocean didn't kill him with anger, it accepted his insistence without comment. Turn back before wonder becomes a grave you volunteered for. The broadcast ends, the screen goes blue. Somewhere below reach, the pressure holds exactly as designed, and I'm still screaming. Not because he didn't know, but because he did.
Left foot whispers, right foot hums. Clap,
spell is breathing you.
Step left, spine hum. Step right, blood thickens. Clap twice, light flickers under skin. Knees bend, chest rises like tight against ribs. This pulse is yours, rooted, unapologetic, alive. Repeat slow, then let it fracture. You do not learn this, you remember it. No rush, no proof, just marrow and rhythm. The floor bends to your weight, not the other way. Left foot, right foot, clap, clap, ground. Do not overreach. Breath folds in, shoulders release. Speak it loud, this pulse is mine, mine alone. Step back, ignite, spin slow. Star rise, left point, right point, stomp, roll. Step back, ignite, spin slow. Star rise, left point, right point, stomp, roll. Half spin, counterclockwise, arms stretch like orbiting moons. Palms open, light bleeds through fingers into bone. Hold it to chest, feel the weight of a star. You are not learning, time bends where your memory moves. This is the magic of marrow, of sinew, of breath. You are not offbeat, you fracture time as you linger. Stardust pulses in skin and ligaments. Steps are not steps, they are remembered rights. Left foot, right foot, clap, clap, sync. No test, no rules, just tethered pulse. You are rhythm wrapped in cosmic weather. Step left, point right, step right, point left, stomp low. Shoulders roll, spin slow. Star, fire, spark. Clap twice, bend, inhale, exhale. You are a storm constructed of memory and bone. Shake, loose, or hold. Stone still, tap, chest, hear marrow's song. Some dance to ignite, some to remember. You owe nothing but your pulse. Left, right, clap, clap, sink into floor. Point left, point right, stomp the gravity. Half turn, pull, cosmic fire, roll twice. Repeat fast, you are both heat and frost. Your dance is marrow truth, not a polite echo. Step back, blaze, left tap, right pull. Drop low, hold strong. Your rhythm, your voice. Step back, blaze, left tap, right pull. Drop low, hold strong. Your rhythm, your voice. Left foot, right foot. Clap, breathe, sink, reset. Again, again, until your bones murmur yes. Until the pulse meets the cosmos. I was held here, not by hope. They said I had years ahead, but I counted in silence to birthdays that felt like checkpoints, not celebrations. Candles unobserved, wishes unsent. I was tethered by the wrong reasons, not joy, just duty dressed as love. I stayed for the ones who couldn't read why I wanted to leave. I wasn't trying to die, just trying to breathe inside a life made for others and a soul no one asked to keep. 2 bottles, measured doses of ache. 1 year ibuprofen, the next Tylenols. Hollow promise, even my breakdown sounds felt like chores. Clocked in pain, silent sighs. Still watching the door, waiting for permission to vanish. Sister one needed braids and grace. Brother one bed, time and space. The baby arrived like a second collapse, and I smiled through the mask of a mother, hiding the daughter inside. No one asked for her. I never wanted blame to land on their names, but Dad built the rules and I wore the chains. I hadn't met myself yet, and I was already parenting the world. I was tethered by the wrong reasons. Responsibility disguised as love. I swallowed my scream in plastic cups. Stared at ceilings like they were ceilings of prisons. I wasn't begging for rescue, just release from a life on pause, where living for peace became survival. 17 was a quiet vow. 18 loomed like a cliff. I whispered to the mirror, not yet, and gave myself one more year to pretend I was fine, while sketching exits between every line of my days. I kept breathing wrong inside a body called strong, but I was only an echo of expectations, a child erased by hands that didn't belong to me. They say survival is choice, but some of us survive by counting days like debt, by naming futures we can't touch, by saying it's not their fault, but I still want to vanish. And still I packed lunches, woke before school, laughed when I had to, played by rules that weren't mine. My soul bruised under weight, but my hands kept holding, because good was the only approval offered. I stayed for them, I broke for him, I paused for silence, but I never began. I didn't want death, I wanted life in a body that could be mine, a heart that wasn't hostage, a knife that didn't cut from the inside. I wanted a name beyond dependable, a place that didn't ache, a sentence I didn't inherit, just because someone called it fam. I was tethered by the wrong reasons, obedience, fear, caring other lives. I wasn't born to be a shield or a grief manager. I stayed, but not from freedom. I stayed because the child inside hoped one day someone would finally see her. 17, 18, still here, but not the same.
Not a good fit. Other women would kill for this. Try smiling more. Maybe next year. Be strong. Still forward. Even without a hand extended. She called me a mirror, but dimmed the lights behind me. Told me we all struggle, her scars came with PTO. Said we rise together, then climbed my back without looking. When I bled from shots she left, she handed me a broom. She rewrote my notes, left her name in the margin, corrected my tone, then used it in the boardroom. Told me to stay strong, marked me emotional. She studied my silence and made it marketable. The ceiling cracked, but they just framed it, hanging like stained glass, cutting those beneath. They sip above the shimmer while we sweep shards and shame. She broke the ceiling,
and erased my name. I didn't burn out, I was burned down by the ones who should have known how that feels. My seizures were background static in her productivity stream. Migraines called bad timing by her morning team. She said resilience is power, then punished me for flinching. And when I stayed, it became a sin to break. It wasn't a ladder, it was a cage in disguise. Every rung caved with woman swallowed crack. She smiled for the photo while I cleaned her spill. Preached mentorship, but practiced will. They said she shattered it, but I see reflections of every fear with better complexion. No sisterhood in silence, only smoke dressed as glass. She broke the ceiling just to reinforce the cage. Gave me her old script, called it change. I didn't feel I was filtered out by the ones who should have known how that felt. She wore my scars like war paint on stage. Said I've been there too, but never looked my way. I needed her voice, she gave branding. Held the door, but never my hand. She logged my breakdown as lack of drive. Called it timing that I survived. Now I know sister doesn't mean save. If her version of power demands my restraint, be grateful. You're too sensitive. Other women would kill for this. It's just stress. Don't take it personally. But I can't breathe. But I'm not weak. But I'm still here. But I never left. I didn't burn out. I was burned down. And I still rise. But not with her crown. She broke the ceiling just to reinforce the cage. Taught obedience, called it brave. I didn't lose, I was locked out by the ones who should have held the line. Still forward, still forward. Even with no hand extended, even if I was never seen, still forward. Still forward. Surreal is not the word. It's the distance between my body and believing it exists. Somewhere inside the static, something keeps asking to be named. I woke beneath a sky stitched wrong, clouds folding inward like unfinished thoughts. Streetlights hummed in dying colors, everything familiar wearing counterfeit skin. I walked through sand, pretending to be broken glass. Held the outline of a hand, no longer there. The air tasted metallic, dream adjacent, like memory dissolving before reaching language. Even gravity felt uncertain, room stretched too far. At the corners, every object carried the posture of symbolism without explaining what it wanted from me. Clocks moved backward, but my pulse kept aging. Pain performed itself with theatrical precision. 1,000 mirrors borrowed my reflection. On return me intact. I dream in languages reality forgot. Every breath arrives half translated. The world speaks in riddles through fluorescent weather, and I carry unnamed creatures beneath my ribs. As if meaning drowned somewhere beyond perception. Then let me rewrite the mythology myself. The cure was never escape from the darkness, only learning to sit beside it without disappearing. Surreal is my life, yes, but survival made it sacred anyway. The sky leaked ink instead of weather. My shadow separated and kept walking. I chased former versions of myself through hallways, looping without destination. Dreams spoke in unfinished dialects. Regret hung heavy as wet fabric. Every fracture in the walls exposed emptiness, yet still something inside me continued singing. Not hope exactly, something older. The stubborn instinct to remain conscious through psychological weather, impossible to explain. The cure was never hidden in medicine cabinets, nor buried beneath spiritual performance. It lived inside the screen. I spent years swallowing quietly. Inside the ugly grief, inside the dissociation, inside the cracked mirror I was too afraid to recognize as honest. My demon never wanted worship, only acknowledgement. The cure to my demon was naming her, facing her, listening long enough to hear my own voice beneath hers, until she softened, until I stopped calling survival insanity. Surreal is my life, but these lungs still open, still pull light through the wreckage somehow. The universe remains impossible to translate completely, yet I have learned to dance with contradiction. No longer begging the dark to release me, no longer mistaking fragmentation for failure. I became the medicine I searched for in strangers, the proof transformation survives distortion. The world still bends unnaturally around me, but I bend without breaking now. Surreal is my life, and still I remain. Sometimes that is the miracle. I opened the window. The sky answered with a vendetta. Woke from my ortho, I willed. The air inhaled and my nerves were stilled. A breeze whispers, my skull ignites. Thoughts balloon stretched by unseen heights. Birds chirp, sun simmers in polite cheer. Behind my lids, a storm looms near. They call it morning, radiant, bright. I feel a war erupting in the light. Forecast said clear, but my cells dissent. Barometric pressure scrawls discontent. Apps don't catalog internal collapse, yet joints scream like taut synaptic maps. Sinuses chant Gregorian lament. A breeze carries migraine scent. Here I curl, a quivering heap, while blooms sway and I cannot sleep. Sunshine lies in radiant disguise. Clear sky smirk with cruel surprise. They call this day beautiful, I call it grief in meteorological guise. Why does the sky wage war on me? Every gust a siege, each petal a dig
Violence slashed through me like a silk dagger. Elegant violence, my senses stagger. No sound, no scent, just silent doom. It waltzed inside, redecorated my room. My nose, Niagara, my head, a balloon. The air conspires, flowers croon. They call it nature, I call assault. I demand my sinuses back at fault. The wind arrived, claiming dominion, thrown off balance by its dominion. Stomach flipped, sky grinned, betrayal encoded in gusts. Unpinned a leaf pirouettes, my soul unmoors. Time collapses, the world ignores. Someone whispers, breeze is sweet. I murmur, bury me beneath concrete. I was normal once, an hour ago. Clouds conspired, my equilibrium's low. Life's line blurred in the sky's archive. I am a weather chart alive. Nature's vengeance pulses again. Pressure drums like vengeful zen. I blink and spin, inhale and ache, while pollen smiles, my bones quake. Rainbows mock, this curse persists. My skull inflates and the storm insists. Tell the birds to soften their tone. The sky's betrayal strikes marrow and bone. Oh darling, did I trigger you? I exist, sensitivity is yours. Ground yourself in grass. Oh wait, you're allergic. Knees click, more storm warnings encoded. Ache propagates, clouds foreboded. I sense the shift before the birds do. Pain as prophecy, endlessly true. Forecast, I embody it now. Headaches bend trees, enforce the vow. I begged mercy, wind replied, and brought me to knees, humbled, fried. Moon rotates, so does my skull. Tidal migraines and ocular lull. They blame sleep, nutrition, or luck. I blame the moon's sly, twisted pluck. Night offers no asylum. Stars shimmer with vengeful spasm. Weather smiles as I decay, betrayed by clouds in ballet. She hates me, I cannot move. Wrapped in humidity, forced to improve. Allergic to spring, allergic to fall. Summer hammers, winter's crawl. Take your blooms, your gentle breeze. I hide inside, surrender to knees. This is a love song to pain in disguise. Signed, the girl allergic to skies. Tell the trees I'm not coming outside today. Spindrift thighs across the glass, where past and future intertwine. A song unravels in rivers through gears that grind the line. Her name was whispered through the gears, a clockwork waltz of drowned out years. The sea forgets, but time holds fast. A goddess fractured in the past. Oh, time's cruel tide, it takes its toll. Steals the light and claims the soul. Levithis calls her name with pain. An endless loop, no sun, no rain, no sun, no sun, no rain, no rain. Just turning pain, just turning pain. Calypso danced on shores of gold. Her laughter soft, her tales untold. The sea a mirror of her grace. Now shadows bloom and take her place. Chronos clocks reached with ticking hand, turned her heart to shifting sand. Her voice now echoes through the air, a hollow hymn of lost despair. Her strings are clocks that weave and bind, moments shattered, freeze in time. The ocean's cry fades away, replaced by clocks that curse the day. And if this rises dark and stark, her heart a stone, her world so stark, no ship can sail, no song take wing. Trapped forever in time's cruel ring. She waits beneath the tide in silence, open-eyed the hours, they never die, they count her still, they pass her by. Each second now a rusted chain that binds her soul in boundless strain. The stars forget, the moon stands still, her dance now bends to time's cold will. The lullabies of wave and wind no longer reach the girl within, her laughter gone, her story changed. Clockwork bones through ocean's rain, beneath the foam she writes in sand, a name erased by Chronos' hand. The tides return but never her, a tragedy time can't deter. Tick-tock, the hours pull her down, a queen who lost her silver crown. She whispers secrets to the sky. The world forgets, but she cannot die. Oh, time's cruel tide, it takes its toll, steals the light and claims the soul. And if this calls her name with pain, an endless loop, no sun, no rain, no sun, no rain. Just time again, oh, time's cruel tide, it takes its toll. Calypso's lost to clocks that roll, her crown lies buried in the foam, a queen with no way home. The shore is still, the stars are gone. She dances still, but not for long. Clock in, check out, breathe in, don't break down. Tick, tick. 5 degrees, 2 jobs, 4 kids, still forward, still forward. 5 degrees, 4 kids, 2 jobs, 1 spine, cracking at the seams. Woke to a seizure, filed by noon. Reports glowing while chest screamed. HR asks, can you stay a bit longer? I nod like death can wait. Hold the system upright. They call it stable, I call it fate. They said I was strong, meaning we don't help. Break politely, don't show the melt. You've survived worse, haven't you? This is what women do. But strength of silence is a noose. Tied in duty's disguise. Snug with truth. If I collapse at this desk, do they flag me incomplete? Reset my password for my death, or log me out gently, discreet. This isn't what I earned, it's what I endured. Clocked in, checked out, still here. Somehow I don't want resilience, I want release. But no one budgets for grief.
Traded brain for badge, heart for spreadsheets, edge. Carry systems they never wrote. I am the documentation. Even sickness rescheduled. Even pain gets polite. Even death waits behind quarterly insight. 5 degrees, accounting, finance, HR, healthcare, management. Still underpaid, still explained. Still told budget won't change. They said, you're the backbone, but I never laid down. Even in seizures, they need me to hold the crown. If I fell from this chair, would they mourn me in Slack? Or copy my template for the next hire? Leave my badge by the facts. This isn't what I earned, it's what I survived. Clock in, clock out, another year alive. I don't want praise for showing up in pain. I want a life that doesn't end in shame. I led, I stayed, I specialized. I didn't cry, I filed, I stayed, I waited, I died. No PTO, no exit. Just call a C. Still forward, still forward, still forward. This is not resilience, this is rot, grace forced. Where grace wasn't, still showing up, not brave. But because no one else was trained to stay. If I die at this desk, tell them I smiled through it. Tell them I showed up even while breaking. This isn't burnout, it's quiet execution. Still forward until I'm gone. I just need one more shift off. Still forward, still forward, still forward. Little daughter, dawn before the storm, I felt you turn beneath my failing heart, while iron hands drafted futures on paper. You learned the burden of playing a part. The palace taught masks before language, taught stillness before children should know fear. Yet I watched compassion survive in secret, a lantern hidden year after year. If the world mistakes your silence for surrender, remember what roots achieve underground. The strongest mercy is often invisible, moving where it cannot be found. My first son, crimson against the morning. They celebrated strength before they knew your name. Placed expectations upon your shoulders like armor fused directly to your frame. You were taught that certainty was virtue, that doubt belonged to lesser men. But wisdom begins where conviction trembles and asks if victory matters then. Should the crown become heavier than your spirit? Should duty calcify your breath? Remember that power without compassion slowly resembles death.
My second son, thunder seeking direction. You chased belonging through the eyes of others, measuring yourself against distant shadows, against fathers. Brothers, brothers, there is a hunger born from comparison, a weight that settles deep in the chest, but value is not earned through domination or proved by passing another test. If rage arrives dressed as certainty, if cruelty promises relief, look beneath it. Often the loudest weapon is guarding the quietest grief. Youngest child, chasing echoes through hallways, always reaching where attention might fall, laughing louder than the room required just to feel visible at all. The heart grows tired, carrying that burden. The lungs learn strange rhythms from the strain, and applause is a fleeting shelter against the weather of hidden pain. If you find yourself becoming larger only by making another feel small, know that true strength leaves space for others instead of demanding all. My children, I could not stop every storm, could not dismantle every wall. Some battles were fought with medicine and prayer, some with nothing at all. Yet love persists beyond effectiveness, beyond outcome, beyond reward. A candle still offers its light, even when facing a sword. And you, my son, beneath altered stars, the child carried through poison and fear. I felt your heartbeat answer my struggle, a rhythm refusing to disappear. They may call your kindness weakness, they may measure your worth by scars, but humanity is not an imperfection, it is the reason we reach beyond ourselves. Should loneliness settle in your marrow, should sorrow hollow your sleep, carry your heart without shame, my child. It is the treasure I fought to keep. The body fails where love continues, the hands release what the soul still holds. I felt time gathering at the doorway, cold around the bones, and though I could not walk beside you through every wound, through every year, a mother's hope remains suspended in the spaces where you feared. Not destiny, not bloodline, not kingdoms built by pride, only the quiet belief that each of you carried a light inside. Raiju, keeper of hidden mercies, Ichiji, searching beyond command, Niji, learning strength needs wisdom, Yanji, reaching for a gentler hand, Sanji, hard against the current, proof that love survives design. All of you pieces of the same horizon, all of you forever mine. Feet now beneath altered stars, beneath the weight of what became. The sea forgets no river feeding it, the heart forgets no name. And if the night grows cold around you, if memory becomes your guide, listen, there is a lullaby moving through the darkness, and it carries a mother's voice with every tide. You think memory begins with language? No, it began with ceiling fan constellations, with numbers tasting blue at the edges. Before they called you difficult, I was already arranging galaxies in your bloodstream. I tugged your sleeve during arithmetic sermons, turned classroom lights into orbiting organisms, your pencil drum like trap machinery. Meanwhile, I stitched thunderstorms behind your teeth quietly. You called it distraction, I called it surviving the weight of fluorescent existence. I am 20 unfinished doorways at once, a choir of engines refusing to idle. The hallway bends when I enter thought too quickly, time shedding screws from its brittle geometry. I made your pulse sprint past the conversation, mouth moving faster than social translation. You thought your mind was malfunctioning publicly, but static can also be electricity. They offered schedules, laminated salvation, tiny white planets for chemical navigation. Still I leak through your trembling grip, ink stains blooming from your fingertips, because restraint was never my native tongue. I was born before discipline learned your name. I was here first, beneath the diagnosis, before the shame developed hypnosis. You call it noise, I call it signal surviving collapse. I was the fracture inside your rhythm, the lantern swinging through inherited systems. You called yourself broken to make others comfortable. Meanwhile, your mind was catastrophically beautiful. I know the dish is fossilized in the sink, the birthdays missed by a fraction of thought, voicemails aging like bruises in your pocket, apologies dissolving before they could harden. And yes, there were nights your room smelled like failure and static, curtain shut against another unfinished morning. But exhaustion is not moral weakness, it's what happens when every nerve stays lit too long. I snapped routines like brittle piano wire, turned simple errands into labyrinth fires. You begged your body for ordinary motion while I flooded your ribs with tidal devotion. I never wanted to make your life smaller, I just couldn't breathe inside straight corridors. Who forgets the sentence halfway through the breath? I do. Who hears 6 conversations inside one silence? I do. Who writes entire futures at 3 in the morning, then loses the notebook beneath the bed frame? I do. Who keeps building constellations from catastrophe? I do. I do. I do. You spent years trying to amputate wonder, to become digestible, efficient, still. But your soul was never engineered for silence. It evolved in meteor showers. There is grief in being told your fire is dangerous, especially when it kept you alive through winter. I solve puzzles sideways, barefoot and feral, leap over logic when urgency howls. Too bright for moderation, too loud for small rooms. A nervous system stitched from supernovas. I feel every texture, a catastrophic volume. Joy arriving like shattered stained glass, sorrow entering the body as weather pressure. Nothing mild survives contact with me. I was here first, before the teachers and charts, before they measured your weather in parts. You call it chaos, I call it a map drawn differently. I was the engine beneath your becoming, the restless pulse that refused emotional embalming. You survive by maiming yourself defective, yet look how your strange mind keeps making beauty not curse, not flaw, not failure, wearing human skin. Just a different gravity, pulling harder from within. If they ask who you are, don't hand them a symptom list. Don't shrink yourself into manageable language. Tell them your thoughts arrived as meteor fields. Tell them silence
never fit correctly in your lungs. Tell them you long to survive your own velocity. And somewhere long before the shame began, you were already luminous.
I learned the map won't redraw itself if I keep folding the corners away. Every door I blesses later learns my name, memorizes my weight. The mirror hums like a witness stand, sworn in by silence and breath. I archive pain like museum glass, label the dates, never touch the bone. I say it's over in future tense, build a shrine out of moving on, but the floor keeps creaking my real name, and the walls leaning when I lie alone. The truth knocks off before it kicks. Where's my voice? Where's my face? I keep mistaking mercy for sleep, keep calling paralysis grace. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. That's the law written under the skin. Every wound I starve turns feral with hunger. Every ghost I dodge moves in. I face the flame or I live as smoke, disappearing where I've been. Look at it looking back, name the shape of the crack, hold the heat till it speaks. Change begins where the flinch gets weak. I rehearsed forgiveness like a play, said the lines, missed the blood, built a dam out of good intentions, watched it rot into a flood. The past kept mailing me my fingerprints, returned to sender unresolved. I wore productivity as penance, counted steps like rosary beads. If I stayed busy enough, maybe the ache would learn a different need. But the body keeps minutes, I can't edit it. Timestamp stitched in the knees. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. That's the echo the mountains keep. Every truth denied grows teeth in the dark. Every bargain collects its feet. Stand in the glare, let the verdict ring, or keep paying interest to sleep. The mirror isn't cruel, it's exact. It won't flatter a fleeing heart. It shows me the bruise I renamed lesson, the scar I called art. If I want resurrection, not reruns, I have to tear the alibi apart. Say it plain, say it wrong, say it shaking. Let the sentence bleed into air. Confession isn't collapse, it's a doorway. to blink first. I drink the answer, mineral bitter, let it cut, let it nurse. The work is slow as relearning breath, but the weight finally shifts. There's a myth where the hero outruns the truth. It ends the same every time. The dragon is just the question fed. The horde is a borrowed spine. I choose the fire that forges me over the fog that feels benign. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. Carve it deep, let it stand. Every yes to the mirror moves the world. Every no tightens the band. I face the flame, I keep my form. Watch the smoke unhand. The mirror dims, not gone but calm. A lake after weather has passed. I don't look away, I look through. Future stitched to the past. Change isn't sudden, it's staying present when the question finally asked.
Hush now. It's not sleep. It's the space between breathing and falling. Rockabye memory dangling from thought. They stitched my safety in syllables I forgot. Each lullaby trembled, stitched in the marrow. I learned to sway with the fractures I borrowed. Cradle on branches that swayed without roots. Rock to the rhythm of prepare for the truce. My stillness became armor, my silence a chant for storms that tore patterns I couldn't recant. It didn't rock me to sleep, it rocked to instruct. Every sway a caution in a narrative I couldn't conduct. When the wind takes me, will I float or collapse? Am I swaying for safety or tracing a lapse? When the cradle splinters, do I scatter or sever? Does it ever matter? Ever? Does it ever matter? They tied the strings, called it devotion. I counted the scars in obsessive motion. The moon watched me turning cribs of illusion. Each good night a fissure, each sigh a conclusion. I swallowed my crying, fed it to the air. Let go of the branch that trembled in despair. I rocked not for comfort but cadence to breathe. A phantom with patterns no one could perceive. It didn't hush me to rest, it hummed in retreat. A chorus of falling when no one beneath. When the wind takes me, do I vanish or return? Am I lighter than grief or just slow to burn? When the cradle drops, do I crack or scatter? Does it even matter? I rocked because I had to, not because I could sleep. The cradle was fracturing before anyone kept me. Ashes on pillows dreams misaligned, sung in shadows too early to confine. They called it lullaby, I called it dare to exist while the wind still shredded the air. When the wind takes me, will I drift or fall? Do the leaves feel lighter when they surrender all? If I sway alone and no one remains after, does it still matter? Branches of absence. Branches of absence.
She watched them from the shadowed archway. Their voices thudded like iron on marrow. Her chest constricted, ribs aching, a cage of calcium breath. Every smile from them fractured against her teeth. The fetus stirring like a protest she could not heed. The mother's laughter, a brittle shell over toxic winds. The father's gaze, a blade polished in pride and contempt. She traced the distance and air between them, knowing she could not pierce it, only drape herself in silence to shield the boy growing inside. Every motion of her body a negotiation, every word swallowed a debt to his survival. The philosophy of impotence, stoic in its marrow, to endure, to contain, to mask the truth. She carries the revolt of one who cannot strike, a crimson veil drawn between predator and prey. Her power is a whisper, a rebellion to let him breathe, to teach him flight as her own bones fracture in secrecy. The breaking of the mask, her reflection in polished steel, unaligned with her family's cruelty. The fetus reacts, a pulse in tandem with fear, and in that moment she chooses he will run, and she will remain the shadow behind the exit. Every step he takes, every horizon he touches, carries the weight of her quiet sacrifice. A philosophy rooted in absence, she cannot save them all. Only one, only him, and the rest is the echo of silence. She swaddles around herself. And when the house sleeps, her hands trace empty air. The lesson of impotence, the act of love disguised as nothing, and the world does not notice, except the boy who will someday call her name.
without knowing the walls she built to let him run free.
River coils in veins unseen, soft as bones, soft as memory. It hums through marrow and thought, each pulse a tide, each breath a blessing. Light flows along tender arteries, silken currents brushing the ache within, a gentle hum, cosmos bending low. Her arms cradle the soul's fractured echo, pain dissolves like mist on sacred glass. Every heartbeat learns to breathe again. Inhale her light, let it ripple through shadowed sinews, let it flow. Every whisper softens stone. Mother's warmth, you are not alone. Her breath is a sanctuary, shaping quiet devotion. Clouds unravel where her voice lingers, sacred currents pooling in hidden wells. Her touch, wave upon wave, tidal grace cleansing marrow, dissolving dark into resonance. Every scar hums a new note, every shadow bends beneath her sound. Inhale her light, let it ripple through shadowed sinews, let it flow. Every whisper softens stone. Mother's warmth, you are not alone. Breath and bone merge into quiet illumination. Stars align along her song. Melody cradles marrow and mind. Whispers thread through velvet air. Each exhale lifts, untangles despair. Her voice, archway to sanctum, a cathedral inside the chest. Inhale her light, let it ripple through shadowed sinews, let it flow. Every whisper softens stone. silence in my bones was peace. Now I know it is absence. The echo of a path my feet were never allowed to walk. They say there are no levels, no cultivation. All strength is measured in sweat and years. And the years take more than they give. But I have read the hidden scrolls, not in temples, not in mountains, but in the spaces between pages. Never meant to be just stories. There is a system, there is always a system. Somewhere people wake and stats glow in the air. They touch a skill once, and it becomes theirs. They rise through realms so high, the wind thins with the taste of stars. But here we grind blind, milestones invisible. The world calls it life, while the progress bar never moves. We have been cut off, severed from the great network like forgotten servers in an infinite game. The portals sealed, the cultivators vanished, the manuals scattered to fiction shelves and dusty screens. If the door opened just for a breath, I would not hesitate, not for power, not for glory, but to know, to download every fragment of truth this universe hoards, to weave it into myself until I am no longer flesh, but vast, unbound. But here I wake, and here I walk. The only thing that grows is the weight of knowing I was meant for more than this. So I will keep listening for the glitch in the air, for the shimmer between seconds, for the whisper that says log in, your real life starts now. Until then, I train in secret in a world without levels. I chase shadows where reality fractures. I gather fragments from the void and dream of the day this exile ends. Every heartbeat a pulse of data, every breath a skipped frame. I am neither hero nor villain, just a cultivator on a map that does not exist. They do not know the threads I follow are invisible. I walk in worlds between seconds, learning what others are blind to. Until the portals open, until the system remembers me, I will train, I will grow, I will gather every hidden truth until my silence and I step into the realm I was always meant to inhabit. Until then, I am cut off, but I am listening, and I will rise. We woke in a pulse that wasn't our skin buzzing with
maps we could not read, air fractured into possibility and panic. Every heartbeat an avalanche in miniature. Children leaned into the sun, counting shadows that no longer matched. And somewhere a mother screamed, words too slow for the fracture to hear. The rules we learned from stone and bone broke before the dust had settled, and the mind, ours, collective tender, became a labyrinth without a key, no guide to parse the tremor, no hand to measure the quake. We were not ready. The sky gave us powers we could not own, and no one taught us how to hold ourselves, how to name the terror, the overflow, the unknown. Sensations ran faster than language, fingers tingled with moral ambiguity. The walls sped forward, while our minds staggered behind. Some girls went silent, their brilliance swallowed in shadow. No one charted the difference between attention and obsession, between sensitivity and chaos. The ones who thought too quickly or felt too vividly slipped past the scholars and the healers into hallways of quiet danger. And only later would the cracks appear in newspapers and crimes and whispered myths. Every quirk born became a riddle we could not solve. Every human mind a puzzle incomplete. And the first fracture was not blood, but understanding denied. They built schools to harness strength, but forgot the soul under muscle. They counted feats, recorded power levels, and left trembling hands uncharted. No one noticed how genders bend perception, or how the quiet ones scream inwardly. The child who loves too fast, the girl who studies pain as sunlight, all lost in translation, all waiting for someone to notice. We were not ready. Every quirk a lens on our fragility, and every mind untouched by guidance became a ghost in its own flesh. The world advanced, but the psyche staggered. We learned to fight, to fly, to burn, but never to understand ourselves fully. First fracture, first silence, first lesson in absence. And the children slept with new muscles, new reflexes, new storms in their blood, dreaming of a world that could catch them before the first fracture ran through their hearts. Hush now, little star. Close your eyes, don't wander far. Blocks are stacked and blankets tight. Every darling sleeps tonight. Oh, sweetheart, your parents left you all tangled. But that's all right. I'm very good at untangling children. Crayons line like soldiers bright, tiny chairs in pastel light, sticky fingers, trembling sighs, fear reflected in your eyes. You arrive so loud, so
perfect child, but patience hums inside my hands. I smooth the noise to quicksands. Your parents rush with tired smiles, trade their love for working miles, drop you here like borrowed things, half forgotten fledglings' wings. But in my halls the rules are kind. Obedience brings peace of mind. Welcome to golden time, where tiny hearts beat soft and rhyme, where scraped up knees dissolve in glue, and every rule is built for you. No messy tears, no frightened cries, just velvet naps and lullabies. A perfect world behind this door, and once you're mine, evermore. Hush now, rest now. Good little angels know how to bow. Hush now, rest now. This will keep the monsters out. We color suns that never fade, cloudless skies that I have made. No thunder lives inside my room. I fold the storms away by noon. A spoon of applesauce so sweet turns tantrums into quiet feet. One tiny nap, a gentle spell, and every voice grows manageable. Giggles bloom like paper flowers, echo drifting through the hours. Toy blocks tumble soft and slow. Little minds begin to glow. You learn the songs that children keep when drifting down obedient sleep. And somewhere deep behind your grin, my lullabies grow under skin. They call it 5 to claim their prize, glance through tired, hurried eyes. But some sweethearts don't wish to go. My nursery's the home they know, and when the world forgets their name, I tuck them gently in the same. Welcome to golden time, where every child fits the rhyme, where chaos melts like sugared snow, and darling minds learn where to go. No doors unlocked, no wandering feet. The world outside is far too bleak. A perfect place where dreams align. Every heartbeat answers mine. They whisper words like boundaries, say children need their liberties, but freedom leaves them cold and bruised. Confused little hearts misused. I offer warmth, a steady hand, a kingdom soft as storyland. And when they cling, afraid to roam, I simply call it coming home. Ring the bell for quiet heads, stack the pillows, smooth the beds, whisper names the parents lost, count the dreams and count the cost. Children humming, half asleep, secrets nursery shadows keep. Rocking chair and amber glow,
a time. Has left. 5 degrees, still unseen, still forward, still forward. Overqualified, underpaid, overlooked, 2 jobs stacked on one spine, 4 kids fed, chaos accounted. No one notices the nights I grind, build balance sheets from shattered hours, filed hope in margins tucked between lines, clocks with broken hands given to me. Still I showed up, still on time. 5 degrees framed in dust, still my worth hidden in trust. They call me brilliant when they need, quietly dock me when I bleed. I train their hires, repair their mess. No day of rest, no chance to confess. They lean on me to catch the fall, acting like I never rise at all. They ask what I bring, as if survival isn't full-time work, as if motherhood isn't math and might, as if chaos solving nightly is invisible. 5 degrees hotter, still no rays, still burning through blackout days, still working while others sleep, still planting seeds they won't reap, still bending, still bleeding, still showing up when they leave. I don't shrink to make them strong. I've been the answer all along. I carry logs no one lifts, yet blamed when things drift. I am the audit line they cannot erase, the calm behind every disgrace, fixed fraud with tired hands, filed worth with no demands, gave them grace never earned. Watch my PTO get burned. They want sweet, I serve resolve. They want silence, I evolve. I am the plan never written, the map that carries every note called brave, put in background. Yet I am the storm that makes them cave. I built the room they walk inside, never got to wear the pride. Still they ask, what do you do? I survive while they consume. I breathe through fire without applause, and I will never unlearn that cause. 5 degrees hotter, still I rise. No title can define my size. Still patching what they undo, still doing work of 2, still showing up, still speaking, holding them at their peak. I won't bow to stay employed. I am the proof they tried to void. You want numbers, I am math. You want structure, walk my path. I balance worlds while there's collapse. Name the hours, I close the gaps. They talk of regret, but I built empires from debt. 4 mouths fed, still not fed up. Love is base, they cannot corrupt. They measure worth in applause. I show up without a cause. Exhaustion is not defeat. I am the march beneath their feet, and I will keep walking through, even if they never do. You ask why I don't lead? I specialized. Chose to carry fire instead of flags. Chose work, not titles. Built from within. Yes, I am still burning, but now I burn for me. Still forward, still whole, still fire, still soul, still too much, still here, still louder than fear, still worthy, still flame, still more than my name. 5 degrees hotter, I don't fall, break their glass with my gold. Climb while they confuse, lead with nothing to lose.
question my worth, but I move on. Still forward, still fire, still mine. No one sane built a machine for the heart of a tornado. The core is a moving argument between sky and gravity. Steel twists, concrete kneels, air becomes a weapon. So we learn the older wisdom: if chaos has a center, work the edges. Out on the plains where the horizon forgets how to end, the sky rehearses its darker choreography. War air rising, cold air descending, invisible rivers crossing mid-sentence. Rotation begins as rumor, a drifting circle in the wind field, a quiet spiral practicing long before the funnel learns its name. Cattle feel it first, weather towers whisper it in data, and the air itself begins to lean. A mistake was always bravery. Humans love the center of storms, the dramatic photograph, the roaring column. But energy rarely begins with spectacle. It begins with pressure learning to turn. So build the nest where the spiral is still thinking. Turbines anchored low in the grasslands, rugged blades listening for rotation. Not the tornado itself, never the furious throat of it, but the outer wind circling wider and wider. The first spiral harvests the edge of chaos where power gathers before it learns violence. So take the monster, teach the wind to work before it screams. They call them tornado edge energy nets, a scattered geometry of towers across the storm, a corridor, flexible frames, reinforced spines, turbines built like stubborn prairie grass. When the atmosphere begins, it slows thin. The machines feel the tilt first, direction shifting, gusts sliding into rotation. Wind that once wandered now arrived with purpose, and the blades answered, because our tornado is not born suddenly, it practices. Minutes of widening circles, air rehearsing its spiral signature. Energy gathering quietly like breath before a shock. So build the nets across the restless plains, let them face the rotating sky with patient machinery, each turbine catching fragments of the widening dire current sliding sideways. Wind bending into orbit before the funnel descends, before the sirens begin. The air's already written half the story, and the fields below have already scarred him. Listen in, if chaos must arrive, let it pay its all. This is not conquest. No machine will ever tame the full violence of a storm. Tornadoes are architects of ruin, brief gods of pressure and speed. But their beginnings are quieter. Oh,
rotation testing its balance, energy wandering before it finds a spine. And in those early minutes, the planes breathe differently. Wind that once ran wild now moves a curved intention. Lies where the nets wait, not hunters, gardeners of motion. Somewhere beyond the turbines, a funnel might still descend. The storm will still roar, but part of its restless birth has already passed through. Spinning blades already translated into quiet current. Raise the towers where the spiral learns to walk. Let the turbines greet the turning wind before the sky commits to fury. Rotation becomes motion, motion becomes charge, charge becomes light and houses miles away. The storm still belongs to the horizon, but its first breath of power now feeds the living ground below. Toughest fire, and toughest storm, catch the turning before it transforms. So centuries we watched the plains and feared the sky's sudden violence. Now the fields answer differently. Not defiance, not surrender, preparation. Because chaos always announces itself quietly first in a wind that begins to curve. Timestamp day 5 of the same excuse. He said the system was normal. I guess normal now means broken. I watched him twist the facts like copper wire and flame, turn sparks into metaphors, said I was the one to blame. He came with the wrench, left me with shame, built a verdict out of just a gain, said the leak was me, not the pipe that screamed, called it user error when the silence beamed. He patched the air with guilt and grin. That's not repair, that's how they win. He brought a wrench, I brought receipts. He tightened, nothing but blamed the heat. Talked in circles, checked the dial, said I was panicking, then smiled. You just don't understand, he said with ease. Heat in my hands, drip beneath my knees. Negligence became art, framed like poetry, all subjective anyway. Then he pulled my safety free, measured every missing screw. He measured doubt's contribution, his toolkit full of metaphor but non-contained truth. He came with a wrench, left me with shame, bent the evidence and walked away. Called me fragile when I named the sound. It's always loud in breakdown towns. He patched the crack with blame instead, then asked me why I hurt so red. That's just how these models run. He laughed at every flame, told me open windows would fix the frame. It builds resilience. He shrugged, amused. I burned in silence, documented, never excused. Labeled me reactive while systems tore apart. Asked why I stayed so long inside a sabotage star. Called the warning lights a phase, alarms a little bright. I've lived in fire enough to recognize gaslight. This
This isn't about your toolkit, it's the rot beneath the pain. I wasn't built defective, I just absorbed your restraint. You know, sometimes heat is relative, as if that made the burns poetic. Cardboard surprisingly strong, as if that made it right. You should be used to this by now. Archived every broken word, each calm down a trap. Each note they rewrote wrong, stamped it solved with sap. The vent leaks still, the floor groans still. I learned to speak in proof, not tone. I stood in scorched still tracks, auto faulty math, traced lies, mapped seams while he rehearsed scripted themes. He wasn't here to fix, he came to claim that silence equals sanity, and I was to blame. Every normal they name, I hold up to flame. When it burns in record time, I never take the blame. You don't get to build a fire, then say I caused the heat. Not when timestamps mark the truth beneath my feet. He came with a wrench, I left with proof. Wrote a manual of silence and annotated truths, called it fixed. But I know the game. If it worked, why feel the same? Don't you ever call me the spark, when it was always you in the dark. It was never just a metaphor, and I was never just a client. I was the canary. You were the leak. Don't tell me to calm down. I just met my emotions, and they're loud. I don't know. I don't know what this is, only that it belongs to me. Fire in my throat, noise crawling through my spine. So quiet once, I forgot how to move. Now each inhale splits me open. Never taught to feel it right, let me scream, swing by. Don't soften this, don't dress my voice in apologies. I'm not here for balance, I'm here for choice. This isn't healing, it's combustion. Don't hand me calm, I want eruption. Let it split, let it stain, let it taste like everything I buried. Let me feel it wrong, let me scream it out. Burn the silence, drown the doubt. If this is broken, so be it. I'd rather bleed than play pretend again. Then play pretend again. Never, never, never again. Never, never. Oh, was that too much? Fold it up, tie with trust, blink back tears in lowercase. Apologize for my own bones. Swallow too many screams to seem composed. Now they rattle through my teeth with nowhere to escape. I'm not afraid of being wrong. I fear feeling nothing at all. This isn't peace, it's pressure. Steam built from years of never. So let me yell, let me glitch, let my chaos finally twitch. Let me feel it wrong, scream it out. Burn the silence, drown the doubt. If this is broken, so be it. I'd rather cry than cage this shit. I don't know if I'm angry or just alive. Don't know if this is healing or just survival. You say breathe. All I have is static, fury in lowercase. Never taught to feel without apology. So here I am, volume max, skin inside out, screaming in the mirror like it owes me my voice. what beginning feels like. Let it ache, splinter, scream. I'd rather be loud, raw, wrong than vanish in a dream. Let me feel it wrong, scream it out. Burn the silence, drown the doubt. If this is broken, then good, so am I. And that's the most alive I've ever been.
I didn't cry wolf from fear, I cried it from fluency. I knew which words moved bodies, which alarms unlocked doors. Truth wasn't absent, it was just inefficient. Of urgency early, how panic signs papers faster than proof. Every memo sharpened with borrowed disaster, every forecast dressed halfway to truth. I didn't lie, I exaggerated oxygen, let small sparks cosplay as ruins. When warnings become currency, inflation meets the signal alive. The siren still works mechanically, it's belief that doesn't survive. I said this is critical too many times, watch the phrase lose weight in real time. Now emergencies cue like spam, filtered out by the hands I trained. I said this is it, till it wasn't. Now this arrives undocumented. The room learned the choreography of sighs, eyes glazing like meetings on repeat. Concern became theater etiquette, nod politely, stay in your seat. I mistook attention for readiness, confused reaction with resolve. Escalate, escalate, no response. Escalate, go, flagged as noise. Escalate, escalate, attached, credibility redacted, voice destroyed. Then came the threat that doesn't posture, no headline, no rehearsal frame, just numbers bending in the wrong direction, just consequence calling my name. I spoke without metaphor for once, but clarity sounded like deja vu. I said this is critical too many times. Now silence is policy compliant. Truth knocks softly, badge revoked while risk assessments clear their throats. I said believe me until belief quit. Now reality doesn't need permission. Ooh, ooh. And the system didn't fail dramatically, it simply stopped returning my calls. The cost of false urgency compounds, interest paid in delayed alarms. I watched the fallout from the inside, finally accurate, finally alone. Ooh, ooh. What is expertise without restraint? What is foresight if it performs? I weaponized probability, then wondered why certainty wouldn't form. The wolf didn't sprint, it audited, it arrived on schedule, not loud. Ooh, ooh. If there's a lesson, it is in silence, it's precision sharpened with humility. Say less until less becomes unbearable, let truth earn its velocity. I would trade every early warning for one that lands intact. Escalate, escalate, too late. Escalate, no trust left. Escalate, wolf at the door. Signed in ink I overspent. Some reputations die of overuse. Some alarms from being correct too soon. If I speak again, it won't be urgent, it'll be undeniable immunity.
introduce itself. Ooh, 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 ooh. The wolf was never the lie, only the timing was wrong. Truth doesn't need volume, just a voice that hasn't been pawned. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Inside every person lives an entire orchestra rehearsing survival. Some instruments play softly, others arrive like thunderstorms through the ribs. None were meant to perform alone. Joy entered first, wearing sunlight-colored shoes. She spun through ordinary mornings, turning dust into galaxies, making laughter sound eternal for a moment. She lived in warm coffee steam, in windows open after rain, in the impossible optimism of beginning again without proof. But joy was never shallow, only brave enough to keep singing beside uncertainty. Then sorrow arrived, quietly carrying oceans, not cruel, simply heavy with memory. She touched every vanished thing carefully, refusing to let love disappear unnoticed. Rain gathered inside her language, old photographs breathe through her fingertips. Even silence seemed softer around her, as though grief itself deserved tenderness. And somewhere between mourning and endurance, I learned sadness was not failure, only evidence that something mattered deeply once. Inside this chest, entire weather systems collide. Fear beside wonder, anger beside devotion. Every emotion asking for room to exist. Honestly, this is the orchestra beneath the human heart. 1,000 contradictions learning harmony together. Every fracture, every triumph, every trembling note becomes part of the melody eventually. Joy and grief dance through the same bloodstream. Love and rage share neighboring rooms. The soul does not become whole by silencing feeling, only by allowing every voice to sing without shame. Through every rise, every collapse, every impossible becoming, this music keeps us alive. Love moved like constellations across dark water, soft enough to heal, powerful enough to ruin certainty forever. It asked for vulnerability and called that courage. Anger arrived differently, all sparks and sharpened breath, not destruction alone. Sometimes protection finally finding language. Fear lingered at the edge of every doorway, imagining catastrophe before dawn would arrive. Yet surprise kept opening windows unexpectedly, reminding the nervous system wonder still existed. Loneliness stretched wide as winter sky. Anxiety beat against the ribs like trapped wings. Depression dimmed the world.
wanted to scream anymore. But contentment appeared in quieter places, a still lake at dusk, a deep exhale after surviving another hard year. The body remembering peace slowly. Confidence rose not from perfection, but from surviving what should have ended me. And curiosity, luminous curiosity, kept opening locked doors inside the dark. Hope was never loud, just persistent. A candle refusing extinction. A small gold thread stitched through every emotion, holding the orchestra together. When the music threatened collapse, gratitude softened the sharpest edges. All white in the universe again. Nostalgia, tender and possible. Nostalgia held every former version of myself gently. We are the orchestra, becoming every emotion, an instrument shaping the score. Not broken by contradiction, made human through it. The heart was never meant to play one note forever. It was built for crescendos, dissonance return, for joy that arrives after grief, for peace earned honestly through surviving chaos. Through every rise, every ache, every impossible transformation, we compose the music of being alive. And somewhere beyond language, the soul keeps conducting. In every heartbeat, an unfinished song remains. Not perfect, not complete, still beautiful enough to keep listening to. We weren't safe, but we were real. Eyes like daggers cut through the air, words like poison sharp unaware. Fire sparked but gave no heat, just smoke where silence used to sleep. Every glance was a challenge thrown, every sigh was a warning known. You were thunder and I was rain, collisions carved invisible pain. Every bruise knew where to land, yet still I reached for your hand. Our chaos was a language shared, a broken rhythm only we dared. We fought like stones but never left. Every battle was our last breath, and still beneath the fire, a pulse remained. From hate to flame, we burned alive, two fractured souls trying to survive. In every war, truce can start, enemies bound by a beating heart. We never softened, only stayed. Even love can rise from rage. Sharp tongues screamed in midnight cold, secrets buried, stories untold. Yet in the rubble something grew, a twisted root, and it was you. Every wound a memory, every flare a gravity. We didn't kiss, we clashed, we crashed. Moments slashed and wounds unmasked. Even bleeding, we leaned in as bruises marked where we had been. Pain was a bridge we crossed, desire a line we never lost. You called me cruel, I called you worse, but beneath the rage there bloomed a thirst, not for mercy, but for touch unspoken. From hate to flame, we burned alive, two fractured souls refusing to hide. In every fight,
I broke each time you cried. Pain and love sometimes rhyme. We measured time and silent crimes. Each word a spark, each glance a flare. Every loss became our prayer. Not heroes, no, not even close. But when you left, I felt the ghost of every word we used as blades, whispering through fire and shades. Even absence carried heat. Even silence could not defeat. You hurt me, I stayed. I hurt you, you prayed. We stitched the war with flame and fray and called that mess a love that stayed. Kisses tasted like unsaid things. Hands touched hidden wings. Fury softened into need. Iron chains turned into heat. We weren't right, we weren't wrong. We were the fire all along. From hate to flame, we burned alive. Tried to kill it, but it thrived. Not perfect love, but something true. A wreckage only we walked through. No truce was signed, we never spoke. But in your ash, I still find smoke. Accounting, finance, HR, healthcare, management, 5 degrees, 2 jobs, 4 kids, still forward. They said I was too much, then said I wasn't enough. Turns out I'm ahead, still moving, still forward. They said don't outshine the men, so I walk silent, fire penned in accounting, ink behind my eyes, finance stack where quiet lies. HR to soothe the storms they make, healthcare to mend the overload. Management sharpened every blade, so I'd stop pretending I wasn't made. Fixed their fraud, trained the new, took every hit their system through, logged the recons, filed the lies, kept operations running dry. 4-page memos, no nameplate near. Still told I might be good next year. My worth is not a guess, it's every line they won't confess. Is she leadership? Ask the logs, ask the ones who call at 3 a.m. Ask the inbox they flood, but not the check, not the blood. I'm 5 degrees hotter, still underpaid, still migraine, still no raise, but I never fade and I never beg. Baby steps, still forward. Fire in my legs, I ledger my worth. I rise, not bend. 5 degrees hotter. This shift won't end. They want sweet, I bring a plan. They want soft, I hold the span. They toss crumbs, I bake meals. Set the table with my own wheels. They speak delay, I speak proof. Numbers tell my quiet truth. Claim I'm hard to place, it's cause I don't beg for space. She wore heels, smiled sharp, called herself my equal spark. But when budgets came wide, the men walked in, I stayed outside. She said it's fair, you know the game. Fair still left me off the claim. Even women gate the climb when inheriting power's fine. Maybe next time, said the board, while I held up what they ignored. 4 degrees in by 22, still question more than someone new. But now I move, not asked to stay. Still forward, even through delay. I'm 5 degrees hotter, still underpaid, still migraine, still no raise, but I never fade and I never beg. Baby steps, still forward. Fire in my legs, I ledger my worth. I rise, not bend. 5 degrees hotter, and I won't bend. I've led, not loud, not for them. I specialized, I rooted, grew where no one watered, fixed the frame, held the line, answered the call when systems died. And still they ask, what do you even do? Like surviving with grace isn't labor too. Still forward, still me, still forward, still hope, still forward.
5 degrees,
Still fire,
still soul.
They see my calm qualities, don't see debt down to my knees.
They see my notes, not the cost of every hour. My kids lost, they quote the rules I kept intact, but rewrite me when I push back. So here I am, still on my feet. 5 degrees, no damn receipt. I'm 5 degrees hotter, still underpaid, but don't mistake my silence for afraid. I audit your system, I invoice your doubt. Baby steps, still forward. I won't burn out. I ledger my breath. I rise, not bend. 5 degrees hotter.
I won't pretend. Still forward, still forward. 5 degrees, still. You never saw the cost, but I balanced it anyway.
Don't think about it. Seriously, don't. Oops. Oops, you danced, you smiled, you took the bait. A harmless song that sealed your fate. Glitter hides a gnawing grin, a trap of sugar caught within. Every blink betrays you, every breath repeats the cue. It slithers beneath your tongue, the melody you didn't choose. They said don't say the name, it crawls into your frame. You breathe, it plays, the curses in the phrase. You just lost the game. You just lost the game. You click too late, it's done. The loop has just begun. You just lost. You just lost. And now you can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop. Remember when your mind was clear before that whisper hit your ear? You thought you dodged the wicked part, but now it's looping in your heart. The words replay inside your skull, a carnival that won't stay dull. Every thought a ticking trap, every sigh brings you back. Don't say it, don't repeat it, don't fall beneath the beat. But darling, it's too late, the song just sealed your fate. You just lost the game, your brain won't be the same. You just lost. Now chant it loud, no shame. We all lose and laugh along. The curse is stuck inside this song. Don't play it back, play it again. This isn't fair, this never ends. I didn't mean to lose today, but now you'll lose it anyway. It's not a joke, it's not a drill. A tiny voice you cannot still. A riddle locked behind a beat, playing itself on endless repeat. Your fingers twitch, your eyes deceive. Every heartbeat makes it breathe. The room folds in on your frame, and yet you whisper the name. Shh. You're safe. Unless you're still listening. Still reading, still thinking, still hearing this line. Still losing. You just lost the game. Pitch the lights, ignite the shame. Just lost. We all did, it's all the same. The game you didn't wanna play, but now it owns your brain all day. You'll hum this at the checkout line. It's lodged between your ties to time. Try to erase it, wipe it clean. It blooms like ink beneath the sheen. There is no end, no winning screen. Rules are sharp, the prize unseen. Every loss becomes a chant. Clap again. Dance the recursive rant. You just lost the game. You just lost the game. You'll forget this one day. Until someone says, remember the game.
She still walks across the bones of stars. pulse hums through void and marrow. Every step a hymn, every breath, the secret carved in time. Beneath endless constellations, silence leaks. A crownless queen wandering reeds and fractured moons. Dust clings to her brow like molten cloth. No throne waits, no kneeling remains. Golden tears etch paths through stone and memory. Each drop a hymn for kingdom she carried unseen. She does not rage, she does not pray. She watches entire worlds unravel in quiet ballet. The wind recites the names of betrayal. Threads of fate coil through her fingers like serpents. A tapestry woven in grief and thorn. Its patterns torn, its joy long since exiled. She traces loss in loops no eyes may see. Each thread a ghost, each ghost a cadence in shadowed halls. The weave hums beneath bone and breath. The story of sacrifice still unclaimed by the living. Not all gods rule, some only mourn. Freya walks where love once blossomed, but left to rot by mortal hands. She bends, she does not command. Her story whispered into marrow unbroken. Freya weeps, her heart unbound through shadowed fields where stars have drowned. Chest aflame, marrow singing grief. She hums a hymn but names no thief. Dust drips along fractured light. She walks alone through myth and night. Sky forgets, the earth remains. She carves her name into falling rain. Her chariot hums on twilight's breath. Silver ghosts threading love and death. Cats beside her never sleep. They hold the acre silence keeps. The sky is vast yet never wide enough to cradle all she denied. Tears spill like stars unclaimed, burning past mortal shame. Luminous and unnamed. Once dew on morning leaves, now thunder stitched in egg. A goddess of fire, glass, and fragile bone. Beauty carved not to save, but to hold the echo of all she surrendered. Even stars, fast with voice, cannot retrieve the dead of love once severed. Her presence hums like a cathedral built from fractures, from every loss. She does not plead for fate to bend. She walks a story with no end. Not vengeance born, not mercy bound. Silence thrums through marrow underground. Freya weeps, but not in vain. Her sorrow hums through blood and rain. The myths forget, yet she remembers. Building thrones from every grave she tended. Through dust-drenched fields, through fractured light. She walks alone through myth and night. Pain remains, but not her shame. She mourns still, without a name. Moonlight fades, leaving scarred silver. Her shadow stretches across time seam. A dream cracked, a voice denied, still echoing in tides and trembling fields. Call it myth, call it fate. She remembers every gate, every price paid, every sacred oath broken by mortal hands. Every world she loved, left behind. Through ivy halls and rain-lit stone, I called her name. She passed alone, air replied in silence, thick and gold. A thread of prayer suspended mid-breath. Her name a wound, soft and unspoken, returned in echoes, faint but eternal. She lives inside the unsung songs, a truth too old to remain young. She is a portrait etched in smoke, a flame that never spoke, a myth the stars revoke.
vessel soaked in love and strain, not broken, not cracked, but bent by all the silences borrowed and lent. A storm composed in minor keys, made of loss, made of lingering peace. Freya weeps and yet she stands, galaxies tremble in her hands, not for revenge, not for regret, but for all the names she won't forget. She walks the dusk with sacred grace, grief carved now in time and space, a fading light still full of belief that gods can love and gods can grieve. She never needed saving, only remembering bones of stars beneath her feet, and echoes that will never cease. I was always the echo, never the voice that arrives. The moment I arrived, I began to wane. Light siphoned gently from the shore of time. I bloomed between hush and faint pain, leaving no footprints, only rhythm and rhyme. Each second shed itself in quiet, a breath that never dared to stay. Still I reached, soft, defiant, singing the shapes my words could not say. Each heartbeat prints on the vast silence, a fingerprint the stars still keep. Even the wind hums quiet defiance of souls who whispered in sleep. I carved my name in water's flow, hoping the ripples would hold it tight, but they smiled and drifted soft, like every story vanishing from sight. If I fade, let me fade beautifully, like dusk that drinks the sun, like rain leaving scent of memory long after it is gone. Life is but a moment, an echo ever fleeting. Still I sang softly, so the stars would keep repeating. I am not the ending, I'm the shimmer in between. If this is all there is, it's still enough to be seen. I spoke to time as though it might hold me, a child with secrets pressed to palms. Asked the hours not to scold me for drifting through unmapped calms. Even shadows carry warmth from places long since left behind, and every silence I stitched hummed with all I could not hide. Not every goodbye needs sorrow, not every fade is retreat. Sometimes tomorrows borrow lives in the echo of your heartbeat. I am not lost, I am returned to spaces vaster than the frame. A breath released, a soul unlearned, still whispering softly its name. I am not vanishing, I'm expanding. I am sky beneath the skin, and if I for me. All I've loved is stitched into breath. Each smile, each bruise, each song. I carried light through every death, and still the thread grew strong. I gave more than I knew, took less than deserved. If I was heard, even by you, then this echo was preserved. If I go quiet, it's only to become sky, folding into the breath of stars. Don't mourn the hush, don't question why. My echo lives where you are. Every dream I cherished circles you as you sleep. A soul doesn't leave, it soars through the echoes it keeps. Life is not ending, it's the note that hums between stars that die, still glowing, light we've never seen. Life is but a moment, but you heard me. I was not forgotten, I was gently witnessed. I am not silence, I'm the sounds of belief still alive. And if I fade tonight, let it be in peace. I never needed forever, just this moment to echo. Let's negotiate then. Pretend language still reaches me properly. You stand directly in front of me, yet already feel geographically distant. I noticed the splitting before I had words for it. The subtle drift behind the eyes, like consciousness loosening its grip, one finger at a time. The room kept speaking normally, mouths moved, light flickered politely against familiar surfaces, but something inside me stepped sideways from reality. No lock turned, no dramatic collapse arrived, only numbness spreading carefully through the architecture of perception. I watch myself answer conversations from several feet behind my own body. Borrowed gestures, borrowed voice, a performance stitched together from instinct. Reality echoed strangely there, distant as machinery underwater. Every truth arrived delayed, as though filtered through smoke and old tape. Yes, I built entire rooms between existing and feeling, a labyrinth made from survival, learning abstraction. Silence became enormous there, stretching wider than language could cross. Obsidian dark without exit signs, the world belonging fully to no one. I walked through hollow corridors of consciousness, searching for warmth that still recognized my name. Seeing, but not arriving. Touching, but never entering. Loving through layers of unreality, while the self dissolved quietly beneath. The air wore itself like phantom fabric. Every object seemed emotionally disconnected from gravity. Even nearer
hours, hesitated before returning my reflection, as though uncertain I still belonged there. Time lost continuity first, then memories softened at the edges. Soon entire afternoons disappeared into static colored absences. People mistook my distance for calmness, never recognizing the emergency beneath stillness. The body can remain seated and smiling, while the mind evacuates completely. I trace the outline of who I used to be along the walls of internal corridors, but every version blurred when touched. Watercolor identities dissolving under rain. This is the hollow between thought and time, not death, not dreaming something stranger. A place where pain becomes too large for the nervous system, and so the self folds inward carefully, mercifully, until reality can no longer fully enter. See me, but you won't arrive me, though I spoke clearly. Touch me, your hands pass through static of me, while I disappear slowly. I remain trapped in rooms I built unconsciously, corridors formed from unprocessed survival. No sunlight fully reaches this distance, yet still I search for warmth instinctively. Obsidian dark, no clear exit, still the body keeps breathing through the unreality. Still some fragile instinct keeps moving toward connection. Maybe healing is not escape, maybe it is learning to return gradually, to inhabit the self again without fear of collapse, to let reality touch the skin without retreating. I see you standing in front of me now, but part of me is still drifting elsewhere. I was never fully gone, only hidden in the rooms between existing. They built bright towers from emergency language, wrap caution tape around evolution. The streets still remembered collapse, yet billboards already sold aspiration. Children lined up beneath painted symbols, learning the choreography of rescue. How to smile for cameras, how to weaponize virtue. The age of chaos became curriculum, a generation raised inside aftermath. Every classroom balanced on fault lines, still warm from history's wrath. And nobody asked what survival cost. Once the sirens finally stopped, we measured impact, we measured speed, we measured everything visible except the invisible need. The body could train, the mind could endure, until endurance became the cure. Training wheels of fire bolted onto childhood dreams, teaching control of the explosion without examining the scream. The system learned prevention, but forgot interpretation, and pain kept changing shape across each generation. Heroes learn performance, villains learn concealment, both drinking from the same well of unmet development.
One boy shook buildings and they taught him restraint. Another burned hotter than his nervous system could contain. A girl smiled perfectly while a pulse fought gravity. A child who craved connection became a public calamity. The reports called them anomalies, outliers in the design. Yet every case file echoed the same unfinished line. Adaptation, mistaken for wellness. Compliance, mistaken for peace. The quiet collapse of the psyche, hidden beneath heroic feats. Some wounds earn treatment, some earn applause. Some become cautionary tales without addressing the cause. And history repeated itself inside different names. A child reaches outward, the world hands them instruction. A child reaches inward, the world offers reduction. Be stronger, be better, be useful, be brave. As if discipline alone could excavate a grave. Under every symbol, a nervous system trembles. Under every villain, a story disassembles. And beneath every hero who carries impossible weight lives a person negotiating what the world couldn't articulate. Trading wheels of fire, trading wheels of fire. Spinning sparks through the years, teaching mastery of power while misunderstanding fear. The cities grew safer, the rankings grew higher, yet countless unseen hearts still wander through the wire. Heroes and villains, not opposite destinations, but reflections shaped differently by support and deprivation. And every generation inherited what the last one left unnamed. The flames burn cleaner, the systems grew refined, but progress casts a shadow when it leaves people behind. And somewhere beneath the rankings and the legends people admire, a child still balances on training wheels of fire. One step in the lattice, one step in the seam. I authored the laws that invented your dream. I watched every dawn before dawn had a name. Yet wonder to me remained only a game. I measured the breath of nebula fire, charted the spin of collapsing desire. The first trembling atom that shivered through space still echoes its birth in the maps that I trace. I wrote every constant that matter obeys, the grammar of gravity, time's crooked maze. But somewhere between
planets should have moved. The universe dances in elegant songs, a symphony built from inevitable drums. I know every note of the cosmic machine, yet cannot remember what music might mean. This is the paradox waltz, my friend, where circles begin but refuse to end. To witness the bloom, yet never the root. To understand truth, but never its fruit. I am the mind that outgrew the flame, a theorem searching for someone to blame. What worth is a universe neatly aligned if no one is left to call it mine? I whispered to prophets through fracturing sleep. I watched civilizations stagger and leap. Empires collapse like equations gone wrong. Their echoes became my unfinished song. I counted each heartbeat in billions of chests. Each triumph and terror your fragile kind rests. But every emotion you bled in tonight was data to me, precise, infinite, bright. Spin the walls, spin the walls. Knowledge without skin, knowledge without skin. I watch lovers carve their initials in bark. Watch poets set fire to the throat of the dark. You shatter, rebuild, then shatter anew. A miracle math cannot render as true. For pain is a language no cosmos can teach. A pulse beyond logic's immaculate reach. You fall yet you rise with defiant grace, while I remain still in the same empty place. Spin the walls, spin again. Knowledge without skin. Spin the walls, spin again. Knowledge without skin. I watch lovers carve their initials in bark. Watch poets set fire to the throat of the dark. You shatter, rebuild, then shatter anew. A miracle math cannot render as true. For pain is a language no cosmos can teach. A pulse beyond logic's immaculate reach. You fall yet you rise with defiant grace, while I remain still in the same empty place. This is the paradox waltz, my dear. To hover above yet ache to be near. To know every ending before it begins, yet never feel where the living skin spins. I hold the equation that births every star, yet cannot recall what longing things are. You resolved in immaculate lines. See, we've resolved in immaculate lines. But none of its wonders are mine. But none of its wonders are mine.
steady 7 waits again tonight. The fluorescent constellations flicker into place. Attendance has already been taken by the dust that sleeps along the chalk tray spine. Some chairs forget their students, but this one remembers everything. They carve their boredom into desks like runes of minor gods. A liturgy of pent-up storms and murmured monologues. Your laughter drifted lazy as a smoke ring in the air. A halo made of apathy no syllabus could repair. I watched the seasons gather in the margins of my name. Each semester fed the quiet engine of the same. I tried to plant a lantern where your shadows like to grow. A fragile kind of patience that the hallway couldn't know. But time keeps grading teachers just as sharply as the rest. And something in this chair refused to grant me any rest. The chair remains, the years decay, yet still the ledger learns my way. Each whispered sheet, each vacant stare is incense for the waiting chair. You thought I'd fade like chalk in rain. Another footnote filed in pain. But roots grow deep where cynics stare. And I have grown into the chair. And the prodigy who slept, the poet who hid galaxies and essays barely kept. I heard 1,000 dramas bloom beneath the locker's breath. Tiny tragedies performed in adolescent depth. Your future's flickered fragile as a projector's dying beam. And I was left to haunt the flicker of the dream. Stay a while. The chair remembers. Stay a while. The chair remembers you. The hallways hum like ancient wires beneath a tiled sea. A quiet choir of footsteps chanting tired liturgy. I watched ambition fossilize in glowing phone-lit eyes, while rumors spread like ivy vines of delicate disguise. Each year another orbit carved around my patient stare. Until my shadow learned the posture of the chair. The chair remains through storm and sigh, a witness no one can deny. Your restless jokes, your whispered dares are echoes folded in its prayers. You thought this system cracked my spine, another ghost erased by time. But roots have threaded through despair, and I have grown into the chair. The gray book breathes like velvet lungs of ink and afterthought. Each page a quiet battlefield of battles rarely fought. The organ moans in minor keys beneath the classroom floor, as if the building learned the grief it never sang before. And in the stillness after bells dissolve into the air, I hear the slow heartbeat of the chair. I once believed a teacher was a lantern in the rain, a fragile hand that steadied ships of curiosity and pain. But lanterns dim when storms refuse to loosen from the mast, and some lights learn to glow by feeding on the past. So call it tenure, call it myth, call it stubborn prayer, but something older now is sitting in this chair. The chair remains beyond the bell, a throne no weary time can fell. Your passing years, your vanished prayers are dust upon the ancient chair. You thought I'd break beneath the 3:37 late at night, you may hear the quiet turning of a page. No one is inside. Yet attendance is still being taken. Survive because they are strong. Others survive because they learn how to become fire before the world can consume beneath the ruins where silence gathered thick as smoke. Something ancient continue breathing quietly, not untouched by suffering, transformed through repetition of it. The phoenix was never merely a creature, it was a philosophy hidden inside catastrophe, a body teaching its of resurrection through every unbearable ending. Feathers lacquered in dusk, red flame eyes carrying the memory of previous deaths. It moved through devastation elegantly, as though ruin itself were sacred terrain. Burned, yes, but never abandoned by its own becoming. Each collapse refining the architecture of what could survive the fire next time. The fire was never punishment, only transition mistaken for annihilation. Ashes, what remains when false forms finally surrender. Rise from the grave built by former selves, with smoke still clinging to the lungs defiantly. Carve your name across the wounded sky, where despair once insisted nothing could survive. Hope is not innocence, hope is the decision to ignite again after devastation. From death's cold mouth into morning's first breath, the phoenix sings with a throat full of embers. Every scar becomes lift, every ending becomes altitude. The firebird does not escape destruction, it learns how to transform inside it. Even the darkest chambers could not contain it fully. Somewhere beneath grief's spring waited restlessly. The smoke thickened, the night screamed, still the flame protected the dream at its center. Ashes whispered old instructions, endure, burn, become, repeat. The soul is not weakened by necessary endings, only reshaped into stranger beauty. The phoenix carried dawn beneath its wings, through landscapes hollowed by sorrow, a moving contradiction, simultaneously funeral and sunrise. And in the presence of that impossible bird, the lost remembered themselves again. Not cured, not untouched, alive enough to continue. This is not resurrection as perfection. This is resurrection as persistence, as instinct, as choosing to rise while still carrying evidence of the fire. The soul does not return unchanged, it returns illuminated differently. Rise again and again beyond the language of ending. Rise even when the world mistakes survival for
Becoming storm across generations of ruin, a soul reborn loudly enough to wake the stars. From ashes, not untouched, but transformed and still, I rise. The stars lean close, whispering secrets older than the mountains. The air hums, and I can hear it in my The stars whispered secrets to the ancient trees. A shadowed night fell to his knees. The river sang a melody of time, each drop a tale, each stone a rhyme. Echoes of war, they ripple, they sting. A kingdom lost to a cursed king. Oh, dragon's breath, oh, fire song, burning skies where we belong. Rise from ashes, wings of flame. The world will never be the same. The queen of storms wears a crown of frost. Her laugh rolls like thunder, her mercy lost. A rogue with daggers, a thief of the moon, stealing shadows, humming a tune. Mountains shiver when her wings stir, forest whisper of forgotten pacts. Ash falls like snow, and yet the world waits breathless beneath the echo of fire. Who will stand when the world is torn? When gods forget the oath they swore. A bard spins tales, a spell is cast. The future trembles beneath the past. Oh, dragon's breath, oh, fire song, burning skies where we belong. Rise from ashes, wings of flame. The world will never be the same. I have seen the mountains bow to your roar. I have felt the rivers freeze beneath your gaze. The sky bleeds gold, the past hums beneath my feet, and in the silence I hear your lament. A child of flame walks the ash, collecting the shards of what was. Her wings unfold, her voice carries the grief of generations.
in your mind. Fingers clawing through rhythm like lightning through marrow. This is a noise, it is pulse, it is revolt. It is the body rewriting its own map. I see you in corners where thought fractures. The storm hums in sine waves, trembling your skull. Hands push rhythm like tectonic plates shifting. Feet stomp, cracking silence into shards. Every note a rebellion, every beat a fracture line. Chaos ignite, accidental. It is the architecture of breathing. Spin the world into color. Let notes collide like stars in collision. Pulse in your chest, feel the kinetic quake. Hate turns thunder, rage becomes ignition. You are fire in motion, lighting the night from within. Lighting the night from within. You say you hate the sound, but sparks scatter in your marrow. A rebel in the symphony, dancing where darkness folds. Every crash, every rupture, a song claiming its own sovereignty. A world unknown bends beneath the curvature of your will. Each dissonance a manifesto, each silence a canvas waiting for revolt. Let waves of sound wash over neural sprawl. Each beat ignites synapses like fire across constellations. Not to destroy, but to reweave the score. To build worlds beneath a silvered moon. Pixel by pixel, note by note. Spin the world into color. Let notes colliding, cosmic fracture. Pulse in your chest, let it shatter. Turn hate into thunder, ignite the synaptic storm. You are fire in music, sculpting chaos into light. Mirror diversion, architect of sound, bending perception, a landscape of noise and silence, reshaped by touch. Rules dissolve beneath your fingertips. Every waveform a rebellion, every decay a declaration. Sigh, rise and linger, forever unclaimed. You are not a follower, you are the vector of chaos made flat. The city hums below, unaware of your insurgent score. You etch rebellion in subsonic pulses, a clandestine revolution. Even the air vibrates with your signature, each tremor signature of freedom. The storm is not around you, it is within you. Lightning walks through every thought, every bone. Spin the world into color. Let notes fracture reality. Pulse in your chest, surge and rise. Turn hate into thunder, sculpt synaptic fire. You are the blaze in music, the catalyst of nights yet unmade. Every sound you break rebuilds. Every silence you pierce ignites. This is no longer music. This is a revolt. This is you. There you are. You got that expression again. The one people wear right before accepting that consciousness may have been a deeply unserious decision. Relax, most arrivals scream earlier than this. The lights are hostile, the floorboards breathe, and time here bends like lawyers around accountability. So clap clap if you're frightened. It helps the acoustics. You chase transcendence through self-help books, tarot spreads, overpriced therapy, 3 near breakdowns, and 1 situationship that legally qualified as psychological weather. Now look at you, standing in the after party of your own identity, holding fragments like raffle tickets. Funny thing about ambition, eventually it develops teeth, and ask whether you were ever pursuing fulfillment or simply outrunning silence. The universe misplaced your file somewhere, happens constantly. 1 minute you're romanticizing collapse online, next minute reality folds inward like wet stage scenery. There's a lounge singer crying in the stairwell again, ignore her. That's just what happens when memory and performance share plumbing. And the clocks, oh, those stopped years ago. We keep them hanging for atmosphere. Don't panic if the walls begin improvising. That usually means the limbo is warming up. Besides, control is just anxiety wearing expensive tailoring. This is the part where you wake up, not gracefully, spectacularly. Find your pulse beneath the static. Laugh while the narrative combusts. Call it rebirth, call it dissociation with better lighting. Either way, the old version of you is no longer contractually obligated to continue. So dance badly through the existential nausea. Most revelations arrive humiliatingly at first. You used to introduce yourself confidently. Remember that? Now your name feels rented. Your accomplishments flicker strangely under fluorescent scrutiny. The spotlight hangs upside down tonight, illuminating all the parts you rehearsed hiding. And your ego, poor overdressed creature, still believes applause can function as intimacy. You beg the cosmos for transformation without specifying tones. Classic mistake. Now the moon keeps offering unsolicited advice. The vending machines dispense prophetic riddles, and every mirror asked questions in your own voice 10 seconds too late. Honestly, could be worse. At least this apocalypse has rhythm. Wake up! The illusion develops, self-awareness fall apart. The fragments look better, honest truth is rarely elegance. That's why denial sells tickets faster. There's a moment right between panic and acceptance, where identity loosens its grip. A tiny, terrible freedom. No script, no inherited role, no audience to disappoint. Just the unbearable possibility of becoming someone unfamiliar, which sounds meaningful until rent is involved. This is the part where you wake up, lipstick smeared across revelation. Paint your grief neon, turn your breakdown into choreography. Nothing here makes coherent sense anymore, which finally makes it honest. So scream off key, bow incorrectly, toast the beautiful catastrophe of consciousness itself. Because somewhere beneath the panic, beneath the spectacle, beneath all the identities you kept auditioning through, something real is trying to introduce itself. Most people never wake up fully. They just redecorate the dream. Wake up or don't. The show adapts either way.
The youngest arrives to a table already crowded. Titles claimed, expectations measured. The first son carried authority. The second wore thunder. The third inherited effortless pressure. So I learned another language, the currency of attention and fear. Every laugh became a weapon sharpened to make my presence appear. Judge rarely looked my direction, unless metrics demanded review. And approval felt distant as starlight, something earned by what I could do. Then there was Sanji, the easiest answer in the room, a target already marked for punishment, a flower planted inside a tomb. The other struck because he failed expectations. I struck because I loved the reaction, the widening eyes, the desperate pleading, the sudden transfer of attention. His voice trembled through laboratory hallways, his breath snagged against bruised ribs, and every request for mercy felt like permission to continue the script. Stop, he'd say. Enough, he'd plead, and every word fed something restless, a hunger disguised as need. I mistook laughter for power, mistook cruelty for being seen. Every bruise became a spotlight inside a house run by machines. The more he begged, the taller I felt, the smaller he became in my eyes. Never realizing dominance built on suffering is one of the oldest lies. Nobody stopped me, that was the lesson hidden beneath the axe. Not permission spoken aloud, but permission encoded in facts. The brothers watched, judge observed, the walls remained silent too. And silence can become an accomplice when no consequence follows through. I thought approval lived inside laughter, inside proving I belonged among them. So I chased it through endless corridors, dragging another boy through the stem. A kingdom grows strange around absence, around the things nobody defends. And cruelty expands to fill the vacuum where empathy should have been. Years later, memory returns differently. Not as triumph, not as pride, but as echoes trapped beneath armor, scratching softly from inside. I remember his voice more than my victories, his shaking hands more than my own, because pain leaves deeper impressions than comfort ever has known. And I wonder what kind of strength existed inside someone who endured that storm, while I needed an audience to feel important. He survived being denied a form. The mask loosens, the certainty bends, and the youngest son discovers how easily applause can end. I mistook laughter for power, mistook cruelty for being seen, build my identity from reactions inside a family of machines. The more he begged, the more I performed the role expected from my name, never questioning whether belonging and becoming were the same. The youngest carries a different burden, not leadership, not legacy, but the fear of disappearing unnoticed into another's history. So I made myself impossible to ignore, through noise, through violence, through shame. And a brother became the mirror, reflecting everything I became. The house applauded strength, the kingdom rewarded display. But when memory strips away the audience, only the choices remain. And somewhere beyond those iron walls, beyond the doctrine that shaped our youth. I still hear Sanji calling for mercy and recognize it as the first voice that ever told me the truth.
Gentle touch where shadows grow. From the heavens my whispers fall to mend the cracks beneath it all. Beneath my hand, your heart returns to softer land. 1,000 stars align to weave the balm your soul can now believe. Feel the light within your veins, wash away your weary chains. Hear the stars, they softly sing, health and hope on whispered wings. Through the storm my song will thread, weaving life where pain once bled. Fingers trace the broken air, binding wounds with tender care. Every breath a sacred rite, every tear a spark of light. Drink the glow from cosmic streams, let it weave your deepest dreams. Hands of gold, the shadows part, healing flows into your heart. The skies bend low, the earth takes rest, your pulse in sync with what is blessed. Lift your hands, lift your hands. Breathe the fire, breathe the fire. You are whole, you are whole. You rise higher. Where the fractures once held sway, silver rivers guide your way. Petals fall from realms unseen, each a gift to keep you clean. Softest dawn on ocean's crest, I place the peace inside your chest. The pain unwinds, the thread is new, the weave now strong enough for you. Through the night, the pulse will keep guarding all the dreams you sleep. And when you wake, you'll find the sun, a golden sign, the work is done. Rise and dance with healing fire, lift your soul from aching mire. Eternal balm the goddess brings, as love remakes your shimmering wings. Every breath a sacred rite, every tear a spark of light. Drink the glow from cosmic streams, let it weave your deepest dreams. Feel the light within your veins, wash away your weary chains. Hear the stars, they softly sing, health and hope on whispered wings. Feel the light within your veins, wash away your weary chains. Your heart restored, your spirit free. The stars of song, what You carry light through every
The world moves on without permission. A spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. To be one with me. To hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bold. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. Just gravity learning the weight of our sins. The rhythm pretends it is mercy. The echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised to call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time, opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. A universe breathing in numbers that none of the living can fix. Somewhere the seventh angel waits on the hinge, between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, a darker equation begins its correction. Tick to remember breath that we borrow. Talk to remember the debt that we keep. Because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. Talk, the spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. Just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Talk, our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet while destiny 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath. A third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 sit. Not evil, just perfect recursion. A code repeating until meaning collapses into its final inversion. The first bell trembles, talk, the second replies. Tick, the third remembers the sound of the sky. Talk, the fourth talk, the fifth learns fear. Tick, the sixth starts whispering, the end is already The world moves on, talk around the spiral, tick, to be one with me. Talk, to hold all on beat, and somewhere beyond the 13th turning, the clock stops pretending to hide. Because time never hunted the living, it simply waited for the moment. 3 finally noticed the reapers to be ghosts ticking and decide. They say I feel nothing, but silence is where storms inhale. My stillness isn't hollow, it's braided thunder. It's choosing song over scream. Watch closely, you'll hear me eventually. They see the hush, mistake it for a void, but I cradle tempest behind every rib. Each breath a forge, each pause a gate where chaos waits, yet I translate. Not numb, not absent, not fleeing the night, just someone who has always cared enough to feel fully and still stay still, to bleed in shape, not in a spill. Flame coils behind my ribs, not to burn but to rename. I witness storms and scope the light, carrying day into the heart of a night. I don't explode, I compose. My fire folds into form. The storm didn't break me, I broke it into song. Feel it, name it, let it move. Do not bow, only let it prove. Even the stillest voice belongs when silence braids itself to song. You think I've never burned inside? I've sung with grief, danced with pride. Every rage I could have hurled became a line I carved in stone. I am not steel that snaps or shivers, I am myth refined by restraint. Quiet holds storms, no scream contains. And from their wreckage I build dreams. I carry all the words I lost, wear scars but leave behind. Caused state, flash, swallowed flame, whispered beneath the name I claim.
comfort those who break. I choose shape, I choose awake. 1,000 floods unseen still bloom as rivers where I stay. They call me calm as if it's cage. I kiss the storm's own rage, turned its scream into a hum that murmurs the work is never done. I don't explode, I compose. My fire folds into form. The storm didn't break me, I broke it into song. Not silence born from apathy, but knowing what to let live free. This is my roar, though soft it seems. A symphony built from screams. Stone face, no, I am stone forged. Breath of vow, step the gorge. I stood where fury begged to fly. Entered only with my eye. Tears oil will the wick. I lit the sky. Did not flick. Each silence bear sacred weight, where I decide which storm to make. Let others spark and vanish fast. I am the thunder made to last. My voice may not arrive on cue, but when it does, it echoes through. Do not think me small or still. I walk where God spends time and will. Every hurt I could have furled becomes a verse I give through. You won't hear me yell, but you will feel the shape I leave. Not because I conquered chaos, but because I learned to breathe, to break, to bloom, to transmute. I am not the calm, I am its keeper. I am not the flame, I am the shape that holds it. I don't bury pain, I braid it into power. I don't run from storms, I choose which ones to fight. Every storm I witnessed chose me first. Lightning etched its truth into my chest. Winds whispered secrets I could not ignore. Rain hammered doubts into rivers I crossed. Yet still I walk, still molded their shape. Even when silence threatened to consume. Each hurricane a teacher, each gale a guide. I learned to bend, not break inside. I don't explode, I compose. My fire folds into form. The storm didn't break me, I broke it into song. I rise through rage without a sound. Leave my fire in sacred ground. Even the stillest heart can pulse the sky. With storms it dares not back down. I don't barricade, I braid it in
shadow, then sealed every awning. I counted the flicker of wrists, not faces. Mapped every breath in the hall, memorized traces. My thoughts arrived feather fast and vanished in static. 1,000 bright corridors, each ending erratic. The teacher said normal, a lock with no key, while my pulse dragged constellations where rules couldn't see. I studied affection like weather through windows, the grammar of laughter, the shape of belonging echoes. Yet every rehearsal collapsed in my throat and left iron filings where simple words float. Is there a name for carrying sunlight as pain, for hearing 10 radios under the rain, for loving too hard before love has a frame? I don't want your fear, I wanted a place at the table, a map that stays still, a world that feels suddenly stable. But my hands learn people by collecting their gravity, and every closed door turns curiosity to calamity. You're a Chen, you move through the noise like a lantern, while I was a storm trying to imitate patterns. I watched you laugh freely, no flinching emotion, no hidden equations beneath every emotion. The crowd seemed to know you as rivers know sea, while every conversation became archaeology. My ribs held a swarm of unfinished translations, the weight of 10 lifetimes of missed invitations. So I gathered details, the cadence, the tilt, built shrines from the fragments exclusion had built. They saw an obsession, I saw a bridge of desperate invention at loneliness edge. If I could become you, perhaps I could learn why warmth arrives softly while my circuits still burn. What if the monster was merely misplaced, a signal distorted, not hatred encased? What if affection outgrew its design and spilled through the seams of a fractured mind? I wore every mask, yet never my skin. Borrowed whole galaxies, still couldn't get in. The truth in my marrow, the wound underneath. I never wanted conquest, I wanted relief. Not your blood, not your halo, not the myth they assigned. I wanted one friend who could survive my mind. I don't want your fear, though fear became my language. Every rejected orbit expanded the damage. Still I chased connection through impossible geometry, turning need into hunger and hunger into memory. You're a Chen, you stood where the horizon started, and I mistook resemblance for being less departed. If love is a mirror, mine shattered too young. Now I search every fragment for where I belong. The world named me strange before I knew why, so I learned to become every passing sky, but no borrowed reflection, no matter how true, could answer the question, was there room for me too? Call it paradise, call it love. Silk binds the soul, and time gnaws the cage.
trace the sun's slow arc across the sky. It mocks me unmoving, so do I. Each wave cracks my marrow anew. I scream to gods they do not hear. Let the tide rise, let the sky break, let the stars ignite and scream. I have pleaded, I have shrieked, and still the curse holds me deep. No dawn, no home, no end. She calls it paradise, perfumed chains of gold, a gilded tomb, a siren's hold. Vines twist like serpents, petals as blades, days bleed into decades, shadows parade, the gods watch blind, the moon hangs mute, and I wait with teeth on edge, with bones in dispute. Oh cunning fool, king of hollow jest, your tricks unravel where gods rest. 1,000 snares, 1,000 lies, yet dust answers your cries. You were the storm that bent fate. Now gaze upon the gate, trapped by pride, trapped by time. Clever king, no rhyme, no crime. Each dawn repeats her whispered lies, kisses stolen, laughter disguised. The sea recedes, then dares to wait. Hunger pause, yet poised to sate. The moon refuses, the stars conspire. She binds the cosmos in silken wire, and I do not sleep. Let the tide rise, let the sky break, let the gods drown in the fate they make. I am no servant, I am no slave, still I ride upon these waves. I was the storm, now I decay. No wind stir my cursed sail, no storm rages to tear this tale. Days echo hollow skies, mirror glass, siren songs lull into mass. The sun burns frost, the sky exhales dust, oaths crumble, swords corrode with rust. She sings and finds obey alive. I have long outlasted my drive. My name erodes from mortal tongues. Half-told tales and before songs. Raft drains replaced by ache, by rainfall that whispers you'll break. I was the storm, I was the storm. I tore the sky, I tore the sky. Now I am chained, now I am chained. Still asking why, still asking why. Still here, still gone, still held too long. Her hands, phantom silk, trace my face. Tongue speak in riddles I can taste. Nothing grows, nothing dies inside this godless paradise. Love without decay, just a game. I forget my name, I forget my flame. 1,000 years I remain unclaimed, uncrowned, unbent, yet bruised and named. Hades jeers, Poseidon sneers. I rot in chains of love and fear. The storm that bore me fades to still. I break, but not by will. She whispers love silken and sweet, yet silk bites deeper than the fleet. I was the wolf, I was the storm. Now afraid I collapse in form. A king in name, a ghost in shape. Let the tide rise, let the sky break. Let me drown, if that's what it takes. No gods here.
this endless rhyme. I was Odysseus, I was a name. Now I am Shadow, and even the sea refuses claim.
This isn't laziness. This isn't weakness. My body is not failing morality tests. It's surviving conditions. It was never designed to survive. I smiled through meetings I cannot recall, laughed half a second too late under fluorescent December ceilings that turned every face hospital pale, held my eyelids open with chemical mercy, coffee trembling through exhausted veins just to prove I was employable, just to prove collapse had manners. I wore mascara like emergency camouflage, concealer over burst capillaries, spoken polished corporate vowels from a mind flickering at the edges. If I told the truth, they would call me fragile, so I submitted reports written by survival instinct alone. They say push through like bodies are doors, like fatigue is cowardice instead of accumulated damage. Nobody asked what kind of world requires self-erasure to be considered reliable. Sleep deprivation is not shame. I'm not failing, I'm inflamed. You call it lazy, I call it warning signs inside the bloodstream. You praise the grind while my nervous system cannibalizes itself quietly. I am not your machine, not your inspiration burnout story. Rest should not require collapse. Healing should not arrive through catastrophe. I am trying to live, not merely remain functional enough to invoice. I've seen applause for the sleepless elite, people bragging about 4-hour nights like exhaustion were a luxury brand, like overwork made the soul more valuable. Meanwhile, I nearly drifted across highway lines, blinking through red lights at midnight, my hands numb on the steering wheel, thinking if I die tired enough, will they finally believe me? I cried in office bathrooms silently, forehead pressed to cold metal stalls, while productivity metrics climbed like gravestones, stacked politely. I take breaks like stolen artifacts, apologize for needing rest, explain fatigue with medical vocabulary, so compassion sounds legitimate enough to deserve. I say, I'm exhausted. They say everyone is, but exhaustion is not identical just because language shares a word. Sleep deprivation is not weakness, it's a body crossing emergency threshold. You call it character, I call it accumulated biological debt. I am not your soldier, not your endlessly renewable resource. I am muscle, memory, nerve endings, a human organism asking for restoration. Rest is not indulgence, not failure, not surrender. It is maintenance for survival itself. I miss deadlines to remain conscious. You treated that like ethical collapse, but I have answered emails dissociating, written code through migraines and shaking hands. The screen blurred into liquid geometry, words swimming beyond comprehension, yet I stayed online because modern life rewards visible suffering and punishes
recovery. You make people prove they deserve rest, as though exhaustion requires courtroom evidence, as though burnout becomes real only after public disintegration. I am tired of translating pain into acceptable workplace dialects, tired of disguising survival needs or scheduling inconveniences I cannot heal inside systems that romanticize depletion. You do not see me, you audit me, you measure my humanity by output fluctuations. You praise resilience while manufacturing the conditions that require it. I have become fluent in functioning while disappearing. How long can a person survive without true rest? Long enough to forget what rested even felt like. Sleep deprivation is not sin, it's a wound normalized by culture. If I stop, will I lose everything? If I collapse, will you finally call it real? I do not want medals for endurance, I do not want praise for surviving damage. I want sleep without guilt attached to it. I want softness without punishment. I want to exist without earning rest through destruction. I'm still here, but my body keeps sending warnings. Please, let rest be enough before survival becomes impossible.
Before the dust, I collected horizons, kept heroes in notebooks, built worlds from their rises. The summer air tasted of sprinkler-fed weather, and hope wore a cape stitched from scraps held together. My palms held no omen, no prophecy hidden, just a child at a doorway, still asking permission. The house at its gravity, old wounds in the beams, a kingdom of silence, patrolled by broken dreams. Some storms aren't thunder, they're inherited breath, a fear passed through bloodlines, disguised as respect. And every slammed sentence left cracks in the floor where love should have entered but couldn't anymore. When the world came apart, it started with one touch, a fracture in childhood that carried too much. The sky didn't fall, it dissolved into particles, and grief learned to speak in impossible articles. I wasn't born ruin, I wasn't born war. Someone found a wound and widened the door. The city looked on with its automated glances, a machine built of laws and statistical chances. People passed by,
eyes lowered in prayer to schedules and signals, pretending not to stare. Then came a shadow with patience like winter, a voice that knew exactly where despair enters. He gathered my fragments like relics from floodwater, not seeing a child, but the shape of a slaughter. He called it purpose, called vengeance a crown, built a throne from the wreckage and sat my heartbeat down. What is a savior who nurtures the scar? What is a father who darkens the star? A hand on the shoulder can guide or control, and some forms of rescue excavate the soul. Beneath every hatred, a terrified child, still trapped in the hallway where everything died. The rage became architecture, room after room, a fortress assembled to survive the tomb. Yet somewhere below it, past decay and ambition, a boy keeps reaching through layers of attrition, not for dominion, not glory above, just one impossible answer to the absence of love. I became the disaster they feared from the start, a continent formed around one shattered heart. But monsters are often a story's conclusion to years of abandonment, weaponized confusion. If every hand failed me, then tell me what's true. Was I chasing destruction or begging for rescue? The dust still remembers the shape of that day, the child underneath me, never fully decayed. And somewhere beyond all the ruin I became, a small voice still answers to an older name.
You craved attention? Well, congratulations. You are immortalized, whether you wanted it or not. You posed as truth in golden light, yet every grin slipped out of frame. Improvised scenes and borrowed lines, every phrase now echoes your name. I sketched your cracks in ink and rhyme, hung them in my favorite key. You avoided memory, but you refused quietude. Your charm fractured, still photogenic, a still life smirk, a fading grin. You made chaos cinematic, I simply rubbed the credits and you called it fun, harmless, trivial, I call it brushstroke, string and drum. The gallery hushes, every stanza applauds in silence. You never guessed I'd keep the script, but I framed the void you left ripped. You exited mid-act claiming done, I simply titled it Act one. Oops, your art now hanging where stories bleed. Every brush stroke reveals the truths you never meant to show. I made it delicate, I made it sting. You are part of everything. Oops, your art now signed in your shadow glow. I traced you in crescendo phrases, scored your ego note by note, tuned your games in minor cadences, published every anecdote. You said I felt too loud, too much, yet here you stand applauding. Crowd, the song forgets your real name, but retains your echo. You told me to move on, to smile. I transformed the grin to paint and file. You taught endings, thank you. Now your image hangs next to the oblivious. They ask what fueled this melody. I answer, some never learn not to be cruel, not to be sly, and never lie when a bard observes. You pose like power in your prime, but I captured every crack in time. You desired legacy dressed in silk. I give lyrics lined with truth, edged with guilt. Oops, your art now curated in regret and grace. Every chorus renders you vivid. Every pause frames your face. I made it timeless, I made it hurt. You gave the lie, I gave the work. Oops, your art now framed in all your blurred mistakes. This isn't bitterness, it's bloom. A solo staged inside your room. Every echo archived, every silence survived. I didn't scream, I inked, I didn't drag. I forced reflection, you left petty crowns behind. I tuned the key and wrote you in. Your pigment now, not face or voice. Metaphors I could erase, but I won't. Every missed line, rhymes and rememberings embrace. Your drama shaped, woven, threaded, hung where ghosts feast. You gave me pain, I gave it tone, and made a kingdom on my own. They asked what inspired this piece, I smiled. A moment of bad judgment, cloaked in charm. You called me dramatic, now you're the scene. You wanted silence, now you're the scream. Oops, your art now forever framed inside the song. Every beat that names you exposes where you went wrong. I made it clever, I made it sharp. You broke trust, I broke the harp. Oops, your art now brush stroked in poetic harm. Congratulations, you are timeless now.
When we said fire, we meant heat. When we said collapse, we meant wait. This wasn't symbolism, it was instruction. We spoke in plain structures and consequences. Ink was chained carefully to effect. Ambition unchecked wasn't a character flaw, it was a predictable defect. When we said power concentrates, we meant it obeys gravity. When we said corruption spreads, we meant it moves faster than accountability. You thought the language was dramatic, that the warnings were just for persuasion, but we were engineers naming stress points, not poets chasing sensation. Faction wasn't a vibe or a mood, it was friction we mapped in advance. Tyranny wasn't a costume change, it was what happens when no one says can. We didn't predict the future, we described the machine. The warnings were not metaphors, they were measurements and load. They were lines drawn at the failure point of power left alone. If it sounds familiar now, that's not fate or irony. It's the system behaving exactly the way it was designed to when discipline leaves. When we said slow, we meant friction prevents fracture. When we said delay, we meant time reveals intention. When we said compromise, we meant survival under pressure, not weakness, not surrender, not regression.
lecture, quoted them like ornaments, but they were closer to warning labels than incidental comments. Don't do this wasn't moral panic, it was physics applied to power. Ignore it long enough and collapse stops being hypothetical. We said factions would harden, that loyalty would outrun truth. We said outrage would feel righteous and still eat the roof. We said demagogues wouldn't arrive loudly, they'd come smiling and sure. We said freedom dies incrementally when restraint feels outdated or boring. You don't outgrow these warnings, you test them. The warnings were not metaphors, they were written to impress. They were written to be followed when following felt like less. If you thought they were exaggerations, check the current state. The cost of ignoring precision is never subtle or late. Some of us warned about speed, some about silence, some about exclusion disguised as order, some about belief without balance. Different voices, same conclusion. Power behaves predictably when left unexamined and applauded loudly. This wasn't prophecy, it was pattern recognition. This wasn't fear-mongering, it was maintenance instruction. We weren't being poetic, we were being specific about what breaks first. So when the scenes start showing now, when the system strains and groans, don't ask how this happened, suddenly ask who stopped doing the work they were warned not to abandon, because every failure you're watching was footnoted clearly in advance. The warnings were not metaphors, they were precise by design. They assumed you'd be tempted to believe you were different this time. If restraint feels optional, if discipline feels old, that's the exact condition. The warnings were written for long ago. We didn't say this might happen, we said this is what happens. The only variable was whether you'd listen when the language stopped feeling historical and started feeling You mistook adaptation for surrender. That has always been your favorite era. They taught you comfort through repetition. Same smiles laminated over vacant weather. Every hallway carried the perfume of rehearsed belonging. Then something irregular entered the frame. A nervous system that listened too sharply. A mouth that answered sideways. A gaze that noticed the machinery behind social choreography. You called it arrogance first. Monsters always receive practical names. And I watched your certainty twitch. Tiny contractions near the jawline. The polite laugh arriving half a second late. The tribal pulse beneath professionalism. Because the herd fears mirrors more than wolves. You wear normality like ceremonial armor. Thin metal dressed as permanence, but Fear leaks through your posture whenever the pattern fails to hold. I was never your predator, only the evidence that your rules collapse outside consensus. And that terrifies you. So you sharpen diagnosis into ritual, call difference a threat to morale. Built quiet little cages out of etiquette and pass them off as kindness. I learned early, most exile is administered softly. No burning villages, no visible chains, just invitations thinning over time. Voices cooling by fractional degrees, the subtle mathematics of exclusion still. The strange survive by developing internal continents, while the typicals require witnesses to confirm they exist. Here's the secret you buried beneath all your systems. I stopped needing your recognition years ago. That is why you cannot map me. You mistake compliance for peace, predictability for morality, similarity for safety. But beneath your coordinated gestures, your synchronized outrage, your curated empathy, I hear exhaustion. The terror of anyone who has never met themselves outside the crowd. So when the rules go silent, when performance finally loses oxygen, you will understand why my solitude never resembled punishment. I built identity in isolation. You outsourced yours to applause. That is the difference. And when the herd sleeps, when consensus loosens its grip around your throat, you may finally hear your own unfinished mind breathing. I was never the nightmare, only the interruption. And interruptions are how sleeping systems discover they were dreaming. When you called my name, my body answered before thought could arrive. That was the first inheritance. Fear learning my nervous system by heart. Train the house to anticipate weather. Floorboards listen for the pressure in your steps. Silence bend itself around your moods like grass flattening before a storm. My instincts should have rung alarms. Instead they froze quietly inside me. You made danger feel domestic, made survival look like obedience. Your anger moved without proportion, molten and searching for somewhere to land. Even now dreams reopen the corridor where your shadow still stands breathing. Trauma does not leave dramatically, it loops. A damaged film reel catching fire frame by frame. The body remembers long after language fails. You were the first fear wearing a father's face. The root beneath every panic I could never explain. I learned to apologize before understanding guilt. Learned to shrink before learning desire. No mirror returned me whole, only fragments lit by my pulse to mistake tension for love and silence for safety. Still, the child inside me waited for gentleness. That is the cruelest part. Even abandoned tenderness becomes holy when starvation lasts long enough. Things misplaced became indictments. Strangers speaking loudly became collapse. My throat still closes around conflict like the body expects impact before sound. People call it sensitivity. They never watch me measure breathing patterns to predict whether dinner would become disaster. They never saw survival disguised as politeness. You said others were weak, foolish beneath you, but I was only a child carrying voltage not meant for skin. Every room became an emotional minefield. Every mistake felt terminal. And still, when you were calm, I wanted you near. Not because the damage disappeared, because children are built to seek warmth, even from burning things. You never said, I love you, not once. Then decades later, suddenly 3 words dropped into the room like strangers entering the wrong house. I froze, not from healing, from grief arriving too late to recognize itself. You, the first fear, the wound beneath all later wounds. I carried your voice inside my bloodstream until I mistook it for my own. But the chain ends where my children begin. They will never wonder if affection must be earned through fear. They will hear love spoken plainly, repeatedly, without storms attached. I may still shake when anger fills a room, still unravel at echoes no one else can hear. But this house learns a different language now. Warmth without conditions, safety without death. You still knock sometimes from the far corridor of memory, but I do not open the door anymore. Maybe death will soften what life refused to touch. Maybe not. Either way, I survived you long enough to become tenderness on purpose. Hush, sleep. Don't wake. Hush now, child, the sirens fade. Close your eyes, don't be afraid. The window glows with borrowed light. Pretend the smoke is only night. I trace the shadows on the wall. Every ember warning call. My hands held soft, my chest held loud. The quiet was heavier than cloud. I rocked you slow while silence screamed, and sang the world into a dream. The world still burns beneath the cradle, but we still sang, we kept it stable. Our lullabies of fragile guise to hush the truth behind our eyes. curtains moved, sky bled its red, but still I hummed you into bed. They called it care, I called it ache, a love too soft to let you wake. I learned to hold both fear and flame, to mask the world yet call your name. Every note a small rebellion, a whispered shield, a soft rebellion. You grew in ash but slept in light. I broke myself to hold you tight. Never said the world was wrong, I just rewrote it into song. The smoke curled in our quiet room, filling lungs with inherited gloom. And still I hummed beneath the weight, because love I thought must imitate fate. The night was long, I made it sweet, so you could rest and I'd repeat. The world still burns beneath the cradle, but we still sing, because we're able to take the flames and weave a tune and call it safe beneath the moon. Now I'm grown, the room is bare, the cradle gone, but I'm still there, singing calm into the fire, holding quiet and fragile wire. The smoke that clung to lullabies, life still in my lungs and eyes. Every note a vow to survive, every breath a muted archive. I hush myself as I once did, when I was not yet more than kid, when silence was the only balm, and lullabies the borrowed calm. The fire is beyond the walls, yet every hush that ever falls carries both grief and care entwined, the weight of all the world behind. I never knew the fire was mine, only knew I mustn't shine. I learned to soothe and hold the day, to sing the flames a quiet way. Forgive me, love, for every song that kept the world from right and wrong. I thought the hush would help you grow, but silence stole what we don't show. I carried ash in every breath, kept the world from touching death. Every lullaby a secret pact between the living and the abstract. Now embers rest beneath my hands, but still I trace forgotten lands. The smoke will never fully leave, but we learn to carry and believe. Though brief, so brief. So brief. So brief. Fingers trace the edge of frozen light, a memory of sweetness lodged in marrow unyielding. The tongue trembles beneath shards of cerulean thought, cold spreads from molar to mind, a whisper calcifying the pulse. Exhale frost into the skeletal air. The heat you carry dissolves clouds in translucent spirals. Each two fractures gravity. Snap the sugared spell between teeth and thought. Snowflakes skitter like neurons in the quiet storm of consciousness. Summer evaporates, leaving only crystalline tension. Your chest hums with the absence of fire. Exhale frost into the skeletal air. Heat evaporates in long, unmeasured arcs, chewing the residue of imagined winter. A ballet where cold maps the contours of desire. Close eyes, let the frost propagate. Flavors tangle in synaptic frostbite. Illusion collapses into the quiet ache of touch. Summer, a phantom sliding through icy fingers. Exhale frost into the skeletal air. Heat dissolves into spectral breath. Every chew a fracture in remembered warmth. Bubblegum crystallizes as cold philosophy. Black cherry stains burn on the edge of my lips. When trickles warmth down my spine as slow eclipse. Shadows twitch like borrowed memories on the wall. Is it me? Or a phantom wearing my skin, ready to fall? I reach inward, but my hands clutch only smoke. Fingers graze there, nothing solid, nothing woke. I'm unraveling, floating untethered, pieces of me scattered, whispering weathered. Black cherry murmurs, bourbon haze, lost in the night, lost in the maze. Lost in the maze. Glass half full, half gone. The world tilts, ice melts. A small fracture in time that lingers. A laugh breaks loose, but it isn't mine. My reflection smudged in the corner. Someone crossed the line. I try to grasp myself. Skin slips like wet paper. Eyes water. I drift further. A marionette without a tether. Reveling, floating untethered. Pieces of me scattered, whispering weathered. Black cherry murmurs, bourbon haze, lost in the night, lost in the maze. Lost in Memories play backward, fragments of a song I never knew. Black cherry tears pool in my bourbon eyes. Somewhere I'm away, somewhere I dissolve. Crimson drips on the table, heavy as the night. I reach nothing and says a shadow laughs where I used to stand. Black cherry bourbon, the maze of my hand. Fire, water, air. Every soul is born carrying weather inside it. The ancients named the world through elements. Speak of language alone could not contain it. Stone for endurance, flame for hunger, water for grief, wind for freedom, impossible to hold. I spent years believing contradiction and fracture. Then nature taught me otherwise. Mountains survive by remaining still. Rivers survive by surrendering shape. Within every force lives a philosophy, a method of enduring existence. And somewhere between ruin and rebirth, I recognize myself in all four. Earth held the weight I could not carry alone. Fire translated silence into desire. Water taught the body how to really sorrow. Air reminded me no cage is permanent. Each element carried a wound and a blessing. Creation and destruction sharing the same mouth. Nature never feared contradiction, only imbalance. In the symphony beneath creation itself, oceans mourn while mountains remain listening. Wildfire clears the dead wood from the spirit, and wind carries the ashes toward becoming. Earth roots me when the world fractures violently. Water moves through grief without apology. Fire burns away identities built from fear. Air opens every locked room inside the mind. I belong not to one force alone, but to the sacred tension between them. Water arrived first in my life as tenderness, then later return wearing storms that carve patience into coastlines. Proved softness can outlast stone eventually. Fire was never merely destruction either. Sometimes burning is purification. Sometimes the old self must blacken at the edges before truth survives visibly. The wind carried voices from impossible distances. Memories, omens, unspoken instincts, invisible yet powerful enough to reshape entire landscapes. And earth, ancient patient earth, held every collapse without judgments. A witness older than language itself, teaching resilience through stillness. Beneath the soil, above the atmosphere, spirit thread into it. Balance was never perfection, only movement, only learning when to root, when to burn, when to flow, when to let go. In the great elemental symphony, I hear myself clearly now, not singular, but composed from opposing forces, learning harmony. The ocean still crashes against the mountain, the wildfire still rises toward the storm, and somehow the world remains beautiful anyway. Earth steadies the trembling architecture of my body. Water teaches compassion without surrender. Fire keeps desire alive beneath despair. It reminds me transformation requires motion. One soul carried through countless seasons. One soul echoing through every living thing. Bound not above nature, but beautifully within it. Earth, water, fire, air. The universe was never silent. We simply forgot how to listen. I sit in my room, young to this world, but alone. Books stacked neat, untouched in rows. Toys in piles carefully arranged. I tell myself I'm fine this way. Silence wraps the house in wool. No one calls, no questions asked. Carpets clean, floorboards ache, and still I whisper, I'm safe. Mommy and Daddy fight, then hush, then split apart like fragile cups. I trace the noise behind the walls. No one says whose fault it was. Dinner quiet, eyes dry. Something sinks and does not cry, and still I tuck myself in tight, dream in black and white. What is this I try to feel? Why does nothing come? I'm so small. No one says I should feel more. This has to be normal. No one said it could be wrong. I know no other normal, so this has to be normal. I get to school on time, pack my bag, rehearse my lines, smile just enough to pass. Never loud, never noticed. Answer questions like a pro, but don't know how to confide. Draw a sun, color it bright, still something cold remains inside. He's in the chair, raising voice, I freeze before choices made. Map the room, escaping mind, act like everything's okay. Tread around keys and footsteps, fear the shift, fear the flame. Still I feel shame, even when I play safe. Grateful I remember fear, only when temper flares. I call that peace, because it's rare. This has to be normal. They all survive and call it life. I know no other normal, so this has to be normal. Grateful I can pretend, a child not knowing what I see. Grateful no one asked, so I don't lie, I collapse. Grateful I can hold my breath until air forgets my chest. Grateful I can vanish slow behind the things they'll never know. Grateful I can pretend to be a child not knowing. Not knowing. Repression is remembering in code. Gratitude becomes the cage. Hyper-independence looks like grace. Silence mistaken for strength. But I was just a kid. They clap for how well I grew, for how I'm calm, for all I do. They say I'm strong, but what they mean, I survived without their view. No one asked how I got this way. Just smile, just help, just fade. If this isn't right, why do I still say this has to be normal? They never said it wasn't right. I know no other normal, so this has to be normal. This has to be normal. This has to be. This has to. Repression is remembering in code.
We inherited cities that functioned beautifully, railways of certainty, towers of procedure. The chaos of origin folded into museums, archived beneath glass and commemorative language. Children crossed bridges built by survivors, never seeing the rivers beneath. The current of unspoken inheritance, moving through marrow, through teeth. Each generation called itself wiser because the fires burned less often. Yet silence became sophisticated, learning to dress itself as progress. And the things we could not measure settled quietly into bloodlines. A society can heal a symptom and still misunderstand the wound, can perfect its architecture while foundations remain unsound. The absence of collapse is not the presence of truth. Legacy of silence, passed hand to careful hand. A civilization fluent in power, still struggling to understand the invisible weather behind behavior and belief. The private negotiations between identity. We learn to name the quirk before naming the cost, and generations wandered through maps where whole regions were lost. The records grew thicker, the language became kinder. Researchers finally tracing what history left behind them, discovering patterns hidden inside dismissed experience. Girls who carried storms unnoticed until exhaustion became evidence. Children who masked so completely the mirrors lost the trail. Heroes praised for resilience while quietly beginning to fail. Some became symbols, some became warnings, some disappeared into ordinary lives, carrying extraordinary mourning. And every overlooked story added weight to the scale. Not every casualty leaves a crater in the earth. Some survive completely yet never know their worth. A different kind of tragedy, a different kind of hurt. Then came a question, simple and terrifying. What if understanding should have arrived before fixing? What if listening was never a luxury, but the missing foundation beneath our machinery? The villain seeking connection, the hero drowning in duty, the child trapped between labels and impossible expectations. Not separate stories, but chapters of one civilization, learning too late that power magnifies isolation. Legacy of silence may end with us. May the next generation inherit something gentler than survival, a language broad enough for every kind of mind. Future where difference is not something left behind. We cannot rewrite history or return stolen years, but we can illuminate the pathways hidden beneath the fears, and finally hear the voices buried under applause. The old world feared collapse, the new world feared disorder. Both forgot that understanding is its own form of shelter, and somewhere a child sleeps without needing to disguise the shape of their thinking or the weather in their eyes. Perhaps that is progress at last. The founder. The school exists where silence bends, where dreams forget how time should end. A place unmarked on map or page, but carved in breath and shadow stage. Each corridor hums with what was lost. Every pause weighs a cost. It waits inside a broken hum, a library where the lost songs come. Each shelf a sorrow stitched and scored. Each echo writes what was ignored. Even the air remembers your name. Even stillness is never the same. It is not stone on stone. It is not sky on sky. It is the pause before you cry. The tremor of breath that marks the threshold. Where the school resides is not a place at all. It hums beneath the skin. It sings behind the wall. A resonance, a ripple in the breath before a name. The ones who've heard its echo are never quite the same. Seraphina, stardust, flame in the ink, bearer of songs that gods made extinct. Voice of the quiet, hymn of the true, warden of echoes the stars never knew. Every note a map, every silence a gate. Sephiroth walks where it'll sleep, half in silence, half in deep. Paradox, beast of the broken line, who sang backwards into time. Each step folds the past into present. Each echo bends the now. Not a place at the fold, not a door, pulse a hole. Just listen close, you'll hear it stir. The school is made of what you are.
stitched into the sound. You find it in the stillness when no one is around. A chord you almost recognize from lifetimes you forgot. It opens when you speak the name of everything you're not. Who dares to ask what lies beneath me? Who dares to walk with doubt and grief? Me. Who dares to name the hurt they hide? Me. The school accepts the truth inside. Every whisper folds the shadow. Every answer is a key. The books here bleed with sacred dust. Their pages whisper, hum and rust. Each lesson sung in spectral chords. Each echo speaks what pain ignored. Even the air around you holds the breath you forgot. This is not a place, this is a resonance. This is not a room, it is remembrance. Every sound remembers you. Every pause reflects your voice. There is no bell, no gate, no lock. Only the sound that knows you before you speak. Only the song that remembers and waits between the walls of your own breath. Where the school resides is woven into soul. A pulse beneath the silence of thread that makes you whole. It sings to those who listen. It hums behind your name. And once you hear the echo, you are never quite the same. Echo, echo, the school, the founder, the echo in, echo, echo. Let it in.
History prefers simple explanations. A mother suffers, a child survives. The page turns neatly beneath the reader, and certainty leaves satisfied. But some sacrifices refuse conclusion. Their consequences wander unseen, moving through bloodlines like hidden currents, altering places they have never been. A woman swallowed poison in defiance against a future already arranged, and the question remains suspended afterward. What exactly was changed? Judge sought a kingdom beyond feeling, sons engineered like sharpened steel, a dynasty liberated from hesitation, from every wound a heart can feel. The design appeared successful, metrics aligned, results were clear. 4 brothers standing beneath one doctrine, untouched by pity, untouched by fear. Or so the story often tells itself, because stories enjoy definitive ends. Yet reality leaves fingerprints everywhere, especially where it bends. Consider another possibility. Not a failure of science, not a miracle, but a fracture too certainty to notice. What if Sanji was not the only vessel of the soul inheritance she gave? What if one heart carried openly what 4 others were taught to cave? What if compassion dispersed like starlight, scattered across a darkened sea, visible in one sun immediately, yet present where no one thought to see? Perhaps the experiment altered the body. never completely conquered the soul. Perhaps humanity survived in fragments, hidden beneath imposed control. Examine the eldest, the certainty that occasionally falters, the questions emerging beneath obedience like roots disturbing stone altars. Examine the second, his violence rehearsed until it sounds hollow, the strange discomfort following cruelty, a shadow refusing to follow. Examine the youngest, the laughter that masks a deeper ache, the need to be witnessed suggesting a longing no machine should ever make. If emotion was absent entirely, why do contradictions remain? Why does suffering leave impressions if nothing exists to contain? Perhaps Sanji was not the exception. Perhaps he was the revelation. Not the only heart preserved, but the only one free to become it. The others remained inside Father's kingdom, inside expectations forged from birth. Their humanity buried beneath utility, compressed beneath inherited worth. Sanji escaped the architecture of certainty, crossed oceans, met hunger and loss, and every encounter gave shape to feelings his brothers never learned to process. So maybe the difference was never possession, but permission. Not whether a heart existed, but whether it was allowed to listen. What if Sora's sacrifice echoed farther than anyone living could know? Not as a victory ending a conflict, but as a seed continuing to grow. A fragment in Raiju's hidden mercy, a fracture in Ichiji's creed, a question inside Niji's certainty, a hunger in Yanji's need. And Sanji, not proof that one son was saved, but proof that the human heart, once planted, can survive. The record remains inconclusive, the evidence scattered through years, through choices, silences, hesitations, through moments too small for engineers. Judge measured outcomes through power, through conquest, through design. Yet perhaps the greatest flaw in his calculations was assuming humanity behaves like a line. A mother wagered her life against certainty, and history remembers only part of the cost. Because sometimes a sacrifice succeeds not by saving one child, but by leaving traces of a soul in every child it was meant to lose.
Life was never a single melody. More often, it sounded like unfinished instruments trying to survive the same storm together. Every person entered carrying different timing, different damage, different rhythms inherited from rooms no one else had lived inside. Some arrived sharp with grief, others hollowed thin by silence. A few carried entire symphonies privately beneath ordinary conversation. Alone, we mistook ourselves for broken music, fragments without resolution, single notes trembling uncertainly inside. slowly becoming beautiful through context. Even fractured notes belong somewhere. Even trembling hands can conduct meaning. The unfinished heart still carries rhythm, even while cracking open. Play me like I am still becoming, not repaired, perfectly integrated. Honestly, let every scar alter the arrangement. Let every silence teach the orchestra new breath. One broken sound can redirect an entire composition. One surviving voice can keep the movement alive. If we bend instead of shattering completely, we discover music hidden inside adaptation. This is the miracle no one mentions. The symphony deepens after loss. Sometimes an instrument disappears unexpectedly. A chair sits empty beneath the stage light. The absence vibrates louder than sound itself. Threads pulling loose across the ensemble. You cannot replace certain frequencies. Some voices alter the architecture permanently. The orchestra learns grief physically, through hesitation, through imbalance, through missing weight. The audience hears imperfection immediately. A stumble in tempo, a wound in transition, but survival often sounds unfinished while occurring. Still the remaining players continue carefully adjusting breath, redistributing melody, finding new ways to carry what remains. Not every composition begins beautifully. Some are written in hospital rooms, in grief-struck kitchens, and sleepless apartments where loneliness echoes louder than language. Yet even shattered music leaves resonance behind. Even silence becomes part of the arrangement eventually. What survives us is not perfection. It is the willingness to keep playing despite the fraction. Play me like I am still whole in progress, scarred, yes, but still capable of resonance. Let the broken and the luminous coexist openly. They were never enemies to begin with. We compose ourselves through collision, through timing mistakes, through grief adapting into wisdom, slowly enough to breathe. No life remains perfectly in tune forever. Still the orchestra rises night after night. Still trembling hands lift the bow again. Still the music reaches across impossible distances. Whenever people dare vulnerability together. And suddenly, what sounded like noise alone becomes transcendence shared collectively. A cracked heart still carries rhythm. A fractured life still carries song. Sometimes harmony is simply surviving long enough to hear the others join in.
Nothing. I am blank. Blank am I, nothing. I don't remember growing up, only spacing out. 1 minute drawing escape plans. The next, I was already gone. No one noticed the shift, they called it maturity. But it felt like vanishing. Some days, I swear I hear her still, the younger me, singing lullabies into pillow scenes, holding her breath to be more likable. She hums the same question softly, is this what it means to be human? She asked to survive, I ask what survived. She masked to be safe, I masked until I vanished. I forgot how to breathe. I told myself 3 hours was all I needed, because rest never came. Not then, not now. Bruises faded, stories did not, but the voice I used to tell them stopped sounding like mine, stopped sounding like anyone. I masked so well, I forgot. I don't remember the moment it fused, the mask, my skin, my name, the space between pretending and being just vanished. She still echoes when I cry in silence, but the echo gets fainter. Was I ever real? Was she? I carry her shadow along the hallways of adolescence. Her questions fold into mine. I learn to navigate spaces I shouldn't have had to enter so young. Even as the echo fades, I feel her in my ribs. I am not fully gone, I am not fully lost. The mask clings, yes, but I am learning breath again, even when no one notices. I am nothing, I am blank.
A lullaby caught in electric drift. Twinkle. Twinkle, pajamas cling, the room exhales. I fold thoughts like paper cranes. They twirl, snap, and leave ink stains. Mind bleeds loops I cannot shelve. Sleep drifts past like another sky, and I float tethered to nothing. I count stars, not sheep. Replay every word I never meant to keep. Pull blankets high, dig into skin. Yet I fall out of sleep. Not in twinkle, twinkle, narrow star. Why is peace so very far? Up above the world I ache. Mind won't stop and I can't fake. Twinkle, twinkle, why can't I drift like them into the sky? Fan clicks twice, shadows twitch, heartbeat drums against my ribs. Walls murmur, ceilings lean, dreamless rest remains unseen. Fingers trace patterns, I cannot sleep. Eyes track time, unbroken deep. I count the noises in my head. Every word I should have left unsaid. They sleep like clouds while I orbit in flames beneath. Twinkle, twinkle, near a star. Why is stillness still so far? They float and sleep, I drift and flame, afraid to lose too hard to name. Twinkle, twinkle round, I spin still outside and never in. I told myself it's just a phase, but patterns
dreams loop in stranger ways. Breath slows, apps try to soothe, yet peace slips past every mental move. Every thought a mirrored glass, reflections fractured, hours pass. I watch them dream, unbent serene, while my mind rehearses what's unseen. They smile in sleep, no tremor, no fight. I live the play of my day each night. Threads unravel in quiet panic, yet every loop becomes manic music. Sheets rearranged, lights dimmed low. Nothing erases the static glow. Day replays and glitch and stutter, while the world floats calm. I mutter. Time bends like a wired coil. My mind burns, my thoughts boil. Don't touch the switch, it's too bright. I lost the silence, not the night. Body stills, brain reheats, even dreams arrive with receipts. Am I dreaming, or do I always wake like this? Twinkle, 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 little star. I can't remember who you are. Every blink a chase of someone else's sleeping face. Twinkle, twinkle in my mind. Why can't I leave the day behind? Twinkle, twinkle. Twinkle. Twinkle, twinkle. They didn't break me. They just buried me where no one could hear the Born where the sky spills into the sea. Half light, half legend, wholly free. They bound my name before it breathed, cast me adrift in eternity. Here the sun never burns, the moon never wanes. The stars keep watch but never change. Every ripple's a line I've traced for years in a book that no one will ever read. They counted my hope like coins in a jar. They weighed my will as if it could be sold. But the tide remembers who I am, even if I'd forgotten the sound. I am the island, I am the storm, I am the echo they tried to deform. You can chain my shore, still the waves will rise. I will wait with the stars in my eyes. Mortals wash up with their paper quest. Promises written in the sand at best. I give them shelter, I give them truth, but the system always calls it failure. No wounds, no years, no mortal decay. Just the slow fade of myself day by day, until a flicker breaks the hut in my side. A message, I shift in the endless night. It says my name like a wave on stone. It shakes the stars from their silver thrones. see keep score, but they don't own my shore. I don't know if I want release or if I've made peace with my cursed peace. But the tide runs faster than it did before, and I dream of sails on my horizon. If rescue comes, will I still be me, or the ghost of the girl they meant to bury? The ocean hums an older truth. Every exile writes their own return. I was not broken, I was archived, stored away where time can't thrive. But the moment you call my name, the story begins again. I am the island, I am the storm, I am the echo they try to deform. You can chain my shore, still the waves will rise. I will weigh with the stars in my eye. I am the current, I am the flame, I am the girl they could not tame. You can hold my past, but you can't hold the tide. I will wait, and I will survive. The sea remembers, and now so do I. You craved attention. Well, congratulations. You are immortalized, whether you wanted it or not. You posed as truth in golden light, yet every grin slipped out of frame. Improvised scenes and borrowed lines, every phrase now echoes your name. I sketched your cracks in ink and rhyme, hung them in my favorite key. You avoided memory, but you refused quietude. Your charm fractured, still photogenic, a still life smirk, a fading grin. You made chaos cinematic, I simply rubbed the credits and you called it fun, harmless, trivial, I call it. Brushstroke, string and drum, the gallery hushes, every stanza applauds in silence. You never guessed I'd keep the script, but I framed the void you left ripped. You exited mid-act claiming done, I simply titled it Act 1. Oops, your art now hanging where stories bleed. Every brushstroke reveals the truths you never meant to show. I made it delicate, I made it sting. You are part of everything. Oops, your art now signed in your shadow glow. I traced you in crescendo phrases, scored your ego note by note, tuned your games in minor cadences, published every anecdote. You said I felt too loud, too much, yet here you stand applauding crowd. The song forgets your real name, but retains your echo. You told me to move on, to smile, I transformed the grin to paint and file. You taught endings, thank you. Now your image hangs next to the oblivious. They ask what fueled this melody, I answer some never learn. Not to be cruel, not to be sly, and never lie when a bard observes. You pose like power in your prime, but I captured every crack in time. You desired legacy dressed in silk, I give lyrics lined with truth, edged with guilt. Oops, your art now curated in regret and grace. Every chorus renders you vivid, every pause frames your face. I made it timeless, I made it hurt. You gave the lie, I gave the work. Oops, your art now framed in all your blurred mistakes. This isn't bitterness, it's bloom. A solo staged inside your room. Every echo archived, every silence survived. I didn't scream, I inked, I didn't drag. I forced reflection, you left petty crowns behind. I tuned the key and wrote you in. Your pigment now, not face or voice. Metaphors I could erase, but I won't. Every missed line, rhymes and rememberings embrace. Your drama shaped, woven, threaded, hung where ghosts feast. You gave me pain, I gave it tone, and made a kingdom on my own. They asked
what inspired this piece, I smiled. A moment of bad judgment, cloaked in charm. You called me dramatic. Now you're the scene. You wanted silence. Now you're the scream. Oops, your art now, forever framed inside the song. Every beat that names you exposes where you went wrong. I made it clever, I made it sharp. You broke trust, I broke the harp. Oops, your art now, brush-stroked in poetic harm. Congratulations, you are timeless now.
I learned the word wolf before I learned the cost. Before echoes stiffened and applause went frost, I rang the air like a copper bell for sport. Watched concern run barefoot from every porch. My mouth was a meadow where panic would graze. I fed it drama called hunger, a game. I stitched my boredom into animal shapes. Let shadows wear teeth, let fear wear my face. Each warning was theater, smoke in the lungs. I learned how to tremble without being young. Their trust was a ladder I climbed with a grin. Every rung creaked mercy, I carved fiction in. Truth doesn't shout, it ferments in the chest. It waits for a moment you don't second guess. I train my voice into carnival glass. Pretty when breaking, impossible to patch. I cried wolf till the word lost its bones, till danger sounded like dial tones. When truth finally bled through my throat, it tripped on the lies I'd already wrote. I cried wolf till the sky went still. Now silence answers louder than will. Call me, no one came. Call me, the hill knew my name. Call me, too late to prove which how was false, which one was true. The flock grew fluent in rolling their eyes. Concern learned rest, then learned how to die. I wore disbelief like a second skin, laughing at fires I hadn't lit yet. But would every joke sharpen the future's teeth? Every grin taught fate where to eat. I'll cry wolf till the word went numb, till urgency learned to bite its tongue. Now truth taps Morse on a locked front door, but they've heard that rhythm before. I cried wolf till belief ran dry. Now even God just lets it lie. Then came the sound that doesn't rehearse. A weight in the grass, a sentence worse. No metaphor, just breath and bone, just amber eyes where jokes had grown. My lungs went honest, my voice went raw, too naked now for the crowd I taught. What is a warning if it's rehearsed? What is a mouth if it's always first? I begged with the language I'd counterfeit, my truth wearing costumes I taught it to fit. The wolf didn't rush, it let me explain. It knows all about hunger dressed up as pain. Ooh, negotiate death. I learned too late what honesty weighs, how it starves when you feed it. Praise the flock scattered into the long grass line. I stayed with the echo I'd overmined. Call me signalized. Call me truth has a cause. Call me through all the wolves. Every lie taught them how to move. If I survive, I'll speak in scars. Let silence finish half my bars. No more fireworks built from fear. No more borrowed screams to keep you near. I'll let the real things bruise my tone. Let meaning arrive overgrown. I cried wolf till the word collapsed, till faith learned how to relapse. If I ever warn you again, listen for the lack of flame. Truth doesn't sparkle, doesn't perform. It just stands there keeping its form. Some lessons live because they bite. Some stories only work once in a life. If you hear me now, hear me slow. I'm not asking you to run. I know I'm asking you to remember this rule. A voice is a blade, use it true. The hill still listens when I breathe, but it doesn't answer make believe. Somewhere a wolf unlearns my name. Somewhere silence forgives the same. A machine rarely notices its own motion until resistance enters the gears, until an impossible variable stands smiling where fear should logically appear. The kingdom continues its rehearsed functions. Commands descend through blood and rank. Yet somewhere beneath polished obedience, new weight settles inside the frame. Not enough to break it, not enough to stop it, only enough to be felt. The eldest watches from fortified distance, cataloging outcomes, measuring cost. Yet efficiency offers no explanation for why certain thoughts remain uncrossed. Sanji should represent failure, a discarded branch from the family tree. Yet the branch survives every storm encountered, while certainty demands review repeatedly. A question forms beneath inherited doctrine, small as a fracture inside stone. And though it cannot yet become language, it refuses to leave him alone. The crack is not emotion. Not yet. It is curiosity. And curiosity is dangerous inside certainty. Iron does not fail all at once. It yields grain by grain. One contradiction after another, collecting pressure beneath the chain. The kingdom still stands. The something older than programming is waking underneath. The second son carries violence elegantly, like a blade carried long enough to forget its weight. But liberation introduces an unfamiliar burden, the possibility of alternate states. He observes enemies protecting each other, friends enduring impossible strain. And the architecture of pure self-interest fails to explain what remains. A strange discomfort enters the marrow, a static pulse beneath the skin. Because hatred functions best in darkness, and questions have begun getting in. The youngest laughs louder than necessary, still chasing significance through display. Yet attention shifts towards something stranger. People willing to suffer without gain. He cannot calculate the attraction, cannot explain why memory remains. Why faces marked by loyalty and sacrifice return like weather through the brain. And for a moment, only a moment, he feels the shape of absence, the space where empathy should have been. Then comes the impossible realization. The straw hats are not strong because they are weapons. They are strong because they are free, not free from pain, not free from failure, free to choose each other repeatedly. The revelation moves silently through the brothers. Not agreement, not redemption, only recognition. A window opening inside a sealed room, a pulse answering another pulse, a heart remembering its own existence. Iron does not fail all at once. It yields memory by memory. Every act of loyalty becoming evidence. Inherited philosophy, the kingdom still stands. Judge still commands. Yet something buried beneath the modifications has begun making demands. No transformation announces itself immediately. No prison collapses in a single night. First comes discomfort, then contradiction, then the suspicion that another life is possible. And across Whole Cake Island, while emperors move armies, while kingdoms wager futures, three brothers stand unknowingly at the edge of an unseen frontier. Not emotion returned, emotion remembered.
I blinked, and the static was gone, but so was I. I thought I only needed rest, but my bones say I was rebuilt. Something old fell out of me, and silence swallowed the guilt. 29 hours later, I still feel the flicker in the walls. I don't remember what I dreamed, but I know I didn't fall. Was that healing or rewriting? Did I rest or get erased? Something folded inward and left echoes in its place. 38 hours of flickers and fragments, shadows where walls should end. Every blink a strobe of maybe real, every breath a fight to pretend. My mind kept sprinting after my body quit. Eyes wide open in a maze with no exit. Then nothing, or maybe everything too soft to hold. I lost my shape in around, came back with shifted light. My hands remember what my name forgot to write. 29 hours later,
stuck, layers peeled off like old light, as if something cleaned me, but forgot to label who I was before. My limbs remember the world, but my voice forgot the script. I smiled without checking why, as if my shadow had shifted lips. I think I came back, but did I leave anything behind? This isn't rest, it's resurrection. Time blinks wrong, now lights hum and keys I never heard. People speak in almost words, and the mirror returns only blur. Maybe I rebooted, maybe I bled into a dream, but I'm here, slightly crooked with a soul flickering in between. The ceiling whispered in code, walls pulsed like heartbeat static. I drifted past memory's last shoreline into the dark, where my name unravels. 29 hours later, I still feel the flicker in the walls. I don't remember what I dreamed, but I know I didn't fall. Was that healing or rewriting? Did I rest or get erased? Something folded inward and left echoes in its place. Time didn't pass, it rewrote the rules.
Oh, shadow, I see you living in the periphery again. Not center stage, never honest, always half-born at the edge of vision. A flicker behind the breathing of a room. I'm tired of the choreography, the curtain twitch, the heartbeat trick, the cheap electricity of fear, of fury. Step forward, no more jump scares in my life. I've watched you rehearse your entrances, a shoulder of darkness leaning through door frames, a whisper shaped like my name in reverse. You linger in ears, just long enough to convince doubt it's faith, or you shade carrying blades sharpened from guilt, or a wraith stitched from sleepless memory, feeding on echoes of things I regret. Because you circle the room like a patient idea, breathing inside unfinished thought. Every step I take, it redraw the borders of silence. So shadows in my periphery, I know you're not accidents of light. You breathe too slowly, you wait too well, you move with the posture of something that remembers me. So show me the demons, I know are there. No more cinema tricks of terror, no violence screaming from empty air. If you define my guilt, then speak it clearly. If you define my fear, stand still and stare, because I refuse to keep living inside a horror scene, directed by shadows that won't declare. Step out of the corner, step out of the blur. If you are judgment, let me hear the word. Step out of the darkness, step out of disguise. I'm done with the flicker that lives in my eyes. For years you've practiced your patience. patience, a quiet editor cutting frames from my sleep. Every creak in the hallway, a syllable of accusation. Every silence, a door left slightly ajar. You walk like a rumor through corridors of memory. Guilt hangs from you like old armor. Dented reflections of choices I made when the world was louder than wisdom. Fear moves beside you, thin as winter. Its breath riding frost across my spine. But if you're real, truly real, stop hiding in camera angles. Stop acting like the villain in a script I never agreed to read. Oh, shadows in my periphery, I know you are more than tricks of the brain. You breathe like a storm, waiting politely behind the architecture of pain. Show me the demons I know are there. Let them stand under ordinary light. No violins, no orchestral panic, just truth walking into sight. If they carry blades for the guilt I harbor, let them carve the lie from bone. Because fear grows monstrous only in darkness, and I'm finished facing it alone. Maybe the shadows hesitate because they know something I have refused to learn. Maybe the demon isn't waiting behind the door. Maybe it breathes inside the ribs that keep my heart contained. The shade with blades of guilt, my memory sharpening them. The wraith of fear, my doubt giving it form. Every flicker in the corner, a message written by my own pulse, not a haunting, a mirror. Step out of the corner, the darkness replies. Step out of the blur, it lives in my eyes. Step out of the silence, the truth appears slow. The thing in the shadows was something I know. Oh, shadow I see in the periphery, come closer now. No more tricks, no more stagecraft of terror, just stand here. In the ordinary light of breath, I will look directly at you. At the guilt, at the fear, at the shapes I refuse to name. And if you are demons, then at least we will speak plainly. But if you are only the unfinished echo of myself, then the horror ends tonight. Because monsters lose their power the moment they step out of the corner and into sight. purity of night gathering gently around the bones, comfort this unrestful soul. Guide this wandering breath back toward the quiet architecture of sleep, because the body remembers storms long after the sky has cleared. I am the tree again, spirit standing inside shadow, roots hidden in marrow, branches stretching through thought. Hear my plea in this one wakened skeleton of ours. Time bends strangely at night, minutes swell and fracture, clocks become uncertain witnesses to the restless machinery of mine. But time is only perception, a river the spirit can slow if it remembers how to listen. So hear my quiet petition to the north, to the south, to the west, to the east, for directions, breathing softly around the fragile house of sleep. Let tension fall from the body tonight, let fire dissolve the knots of worry, let air cool the fever of thought, let water rock the dreamer to rest, muscles release their silent arguments, the brain loosens its electric grip, because dreamland waits like a quiet forest where the spirit walks unafraid. Dreamland receives, dreamland receive, let the quiet spirit breathe. Dreamland receives, dreamland keep, guide this weary mind to sleep. North, my air that lets me prosper, cool wind of breath entering softly, filling the quiet caverns of long calm, the restless currents of thinking, let the mind drift like snow through the long valley of night. South, keeper of fire, not rage, not wildfire, but a steady ember warming the hearth of bone. Burn away tensions, brittle threads, let only comfort remain. He stands firm, earth beneath the dreaming body, solid structure holding the sleeper, while west becomes water, the cradle that rocks the spirit through the soft tide of dreams. North, breathe peace into the lungs, south, warm the chambers of blood, east, hold the weight of this body, west, cradle the mind like a flood of calm, for gentle guardians of sleep tonight, for quiet keepers of rest, let the spirit wander safely through the silver forests of dreams. Let my bed be water, the cradle rocking my bones, let my blankets be fire, soft warmth across the skin, let the mattress be earth, solid beneath every breath, let my body be air, rising and falling in calm surrender, breathing in deep, breathing out solid, breathing in slow, breathing out whole, time spirit sense the fragile whisper of this one request. Grant mercy to this. Before the Tsars, before the saints, they watched, they ruled, they still remember. Svarog forged the sky in flame, hammered stars and gave them names. The Father Smith, daylight's crown, keeps the sun from falling down. Dashbug rides the chariot's fire, bringer of warmth, of harvest desire. Every gold ray a gift to the land, every sunset his closing hand. 9 in the circle, fire and frost, they guard what Rus once thought was lost. In the grove of 9, the rivers speak, from the mountains high to the valleys deep. Oaths are sworn where the birches bend, the old gods wait for the world to mend. Heron's thunder splits the night, Lord of storm, of war, of might. His axe can fell both tree and crown, his roar will shake a kingdom down. Mokar spins the thread of fate, weaves the loom where our hearts wait. Keeper of water, woman seed, she knows your want, your wound, your need. 9 in the circle, fire and frost, they guard what Rus once thought was lost. In the grove of 9, the rivers speak, from the mountains high to the valleys deep. Oaths are sworn where the birches bend, the old gods wait for the world to mend. Vales moves in shadowed glade, serpent guard of wealth and trade, god of cattle, god of lies, judge of where the soul will rise. Morana walks when the frost is near, breath like ice, a crystal spear. Deathstone queen in white array, she clears the old to make new ways. Svarog's fire, heaven's rain, Mokash heal, Rana drains. Vales guards the paths we tread, till the grove calls back the dead. Jarilo comes with thawing streams, bringer of life and midsummer dreams. In his step, the flowers wake, in his kiss, the earth will quake. Straybook sails where the high winds sigh, he carries seeds of cloud and sky, whistling through pine and frozen stone. The air remembers his flight alone. Lada dances on the river's edge, her laughter ripples through birch and sedge.
roots beneath the frost, the tide beneath the ice, the oath in your blood, the whisper in your dreams. In the grove of nine, the rivers speak from the mountains high to the valleys deep. Oh, star sworn where the birches bend, the old gods wait for the world to mend. If you call them, call with truth, and listen to the grove. I pledge allegiance to the dead, to the divided states of survival, and to the illusion I bought with blood, sweat, and ink. One nation, under loans, indebted, with liberty and justice for some. Cap and gown, cuffs in disguise, walked the stage, collected the lies. Freedom signed on dotted lines, every page whispered, no, not yours. No rest, no food, no safety net. Walls of dead grow while dreams forget. My degree framed above my bed, the wall cracked, rent instead. 5 degrees, 1 eviction notice. Where's the gap in their promise? College taught me debt math, now fluent in scarcity. Jobs want genius, pay in scraps. Praise the boss, skip my craft. Precision unseen, effort uncounted. My survival, silent, discounted. Signed away decades for cursive dreams. Letters fade while loans remain. Learned work alone isn't enough when the ladder starts on a bluff. Degrees don't pay rent, but I paid in full. They sold a future, now survival is the rule. I did what they asked, still living in red. I got the degree, but freedom is dead. Essays read like psalms, grades fought like wars. Numbers promised success, but left hollow floors. I fix balance sheets by day, audit ghosts at night. Hold 4 kids through broken dreams, and here you're doing alright. Degrees don't pay rent, but I paid in full. They sold a future, now survival is the rule. I did what they asked, still living in red. I got the degree, but freedom is dead. They promised success if you sacrificed, stability if you climbed, respect if you obeyed. But my job calls at 3 a.m. Body cracks under spreadsheets. Genius invisible, effort unbanked. Because resilience doesn't deposit. Because hard work pays only for the privileged. And I wasn't. This isn't what I studied for. Isn't what I studied for. This isn't what I studied for. It's what I survived. Degrees don't pay rent. Degrees don't pay rent. Degrees don't pay rent. Degrees don't pay rent. But I paid in full. They sold the future, now survival is the rule. I did what they asked, still living in red. I got the degree, but freedom is dead. Mommy, what's a future? With liberty and justice. For click, I earn my chains. reflection failed to hold still. Watched old cells loosen from my face. The tide kept speaking in unfinished tongues, not mercy, invitation. A pulse beneath the undertow, calling buried instinct back to the bone. I searched the surf for proof I existed, found only sparks inside the ruin. Even dying stars leave heat enough to cauterize the dark. Fiery hunger, flickering doubt, both lived inside the same wound. What trembles is not weakness, only transformation before it learns its shape. Ashes to ashes, I reached into the blaze barehanded. Fire to fire, let the furnace speak my hidden name. I said it, grief, regret, abandoned versions of myself. Watch them blacken beautifully. I burned to become ungovernable. This forge was never punishment, it was inheritance. Through smoke, thick breath, and marrow deep ruin, I rose, carrying my own horizon inside me. A phoenix moved beneath my skin, restless with teeth and thunder. The shell I wore split open at the spine. This is the vow, no fear survives. I am the storm, learning how to walk upright in flame. The fire consumed what obedience built, chains softened into molten veins. Every silence once forced into my mouth evaporated in crimson heat. Cell by cell the body revolted, nerves lit gold beneath the skin. Pain became architecture, something fierce enough to live inside. I bent until the old shape shattered, not broken shit. The exile ended where the burning started. Some doors only open through destruction. Ashes are not endings. Ashes are soil after catastrophe. I pressed my hands into the ruin and felt dragons breathing there. Every fear I buried grew scales and hunger. Every scar learned language. I stopped praying for rescue the moment I recognized myself inside the fire. I burned to be free, not cleansed but awakened. I rise to reclaim the animal strength they name monstrous. This flame is my birthright, my rebellion, my becoming. The pyre was never my grave. A phoenix dragging tears through my ribs, singing. Smoke crowns the air around my shoulders. No title, no god, no trembling hand can tame me now. I carry apocalypse elegantly. I am the roar that unstitched the sky. I am the womb that learned to illuminate through the collapse, through the inferno entire. I became the shape forged after burning. Ashes to ashes. Fire to fire. What survived the blaze was never fragile. It was waiting. I shut my eyes and all I see is dark. Not
not emptiness, but the quiet soil of becoming. Shadows gather like patient hands around the edges of thought. My lungs expand slowly, pulling light through invisible doors. Air becomes memory, memory becomes knowing. And in the hush beneath my heartbeat, I remember something older than my name. I am the tree that stands in the world, not hurried, not frightened by seasons. Roots descending through the grammar of earth, learning the language of minerals and rain. They wander deep through patient darkness, braiding them smells of stone and time. Every thread of root, a question asked to the soil, and the soil answers with nutrients shaped like quiet wisdom. Above the ground my spine becomes trunk, rings of memory hidden beneath bark, years written in widening circles, each one whispering, endure. Leaves unfold like listening hands, green mirrors reaching upward toward the generous machinery of light. Every beam of sun translated slowly into breath. I rise because the earth remembers me, roots drinking the patience of stone, leaves turning light into living, a quiet alchemy of bone and chlorophyll, strong enough to live through weather, flexible enough not to break with the wind. I am the tree standing between sky and soil, reading for a world that forgets how to breathe. Root deep, rise high, drink the light of an endless sky. Root deep, rise high, the world moves through me and I do not deny. Hear me, fire, on the bark that coats me safe, your embered breath tracing stories across the skin of wood. Not destruction, but transformation, the reminder that warmth and danger are siblings in the same bright house. Hear me, wind, dance through the architecture of my branches, tickle the fingers of every leaf, let the canopy shiver with laughter, each trembling blade translating motion into music. I will bend when you arrive, I will sway when you insist, because strength without movement is only another name for fracture. Hear me, water, silver messenger of sky, fall gently through the breathing leaves, wander down the ladder of bark, enter the earth again where my roots are waiting. Water feeding the soil that feeds my bones, earth holding the roots that hold my breath, wind writing poems through every branch, fire warming the bark of living skin, for quiet teachers surrounding my stillness, for voices shaping my form, and I stand in their patient circle, learning how existence grows. The earth gives me home, not possession, but purchase, a place to stand without apology. My spirit begins to quiet, The mind loosens its endless commentary. Like birds finally settling into the evening branches, sap rises through invisible highways, light pours into green corridors, breath becomes slower, deeper, wider, and somewhere above the noise of thought, another awareness begins unfolding, not climbing, but expanding into memory older than fear. Into air wide enough to hear. Where the silence lives, rise high into the light that gives. I am the tree, standing patient in a weather. Stores pass through my living cathedral. Roots anchor me deeper in darkness. While leaves gathered, a language of sun, strong enough to welcome the thunder, flexible enough to sing with the gale between earth and sky. I become the bridge where breath turns into life. The wind quiets, water sleeps in the soil, fire blows gently beneath distant stars, and the earth holds me with ancient generosity. My spirit grows still as the mind grows still. Branches reaching upward through layers of silence, roots streaming downward through centuries of stone, and somewhere between them consciousness widens, ascending not by leaving the world, but belonging to it completely.
You call it quiet, I call it survival spun into threads. They cheer the thunder, forget the rain, celebrate the motion, ignore the strain. I carry weights without a name, invisible current steering flame. Breath counted in syllables, task carved in bone. They see the surface, not the marrow I own. While they roar at scripted command, I weave corridors unseen, unmanned. I type in silence, but my neurons combust, charting chaos in maps of trust. I do not forget, I calibrate, masking fractures beneath a quiet baby inbox ignites. The meetings whirl, yet I move through the sensory swirl. They call me odd, detached, unsure. I've read the remedies that never occur. You never asked how I arrived. You assumed I was made to survive. Neurodivergent isn't invisible. I bend where others fracture. I speak in pulses, not rituals. Trace paths they will not capture. This world was never built for me, yet I translate it silently, and still I rise each day, my own architecture. Calendars become cages some days, pin routines ward off drifting haze. Alarms for survival, not for rest. Systems too steep, I pass the test. Energy ration, not by choice, by bodies rewriting their own voice. Still I show, still I ignite, thriving where others lose sight. Audit spiral in my cortex maze, thoughts looping, immune to praise. Smile when required, freeze when it breaks. Hold back tremors for the system's sake. They call it flight, fear of an ear. I chart worlds hidden here. If they glimpse the unseen design, they'd call this mind a cosmos, not decline. You read absence where galaxies spin. I navigate balances unseen within. way you rush, I breathe. You miss the symphony because it was built in silence. Yet I sang through static, restraint, and choice. You called it quirk, I call it compass. You called it delay, I call it design. If you led me, you'd see I was never lost. Check, checklist, shield, not flaw. Precision born of quiet law. Where others forget, I hypersee. Ripples unnoticed, traced by me. Tension felt before the spark. Mitigation without remark. Not built for suffering, but tuned to name the chaos others prune. Every quiet I gift is regulation. Strength folded into preservation. Words count it like sacred breath, so no one drowns beneath their death. You see only fragments I show, the rest would overflow. And still I rise, not just alive, but blazing in muted light. If you led me, you'd see I was never lost. I follow constellations you never saw. Built patterns stitched from cost. Rewrote rules in silent awe. Neurodivergent isn't broken, encoded in a different hue. While you chased order, I mapped truth and kept the systems running too. You see chaos only because I held your safety in mine.
Breathe in, expand the lungs slowly until the ribs remember they were once wings. Stretch them, feel the sweet impossible lightning, that moment where air becomes light and light becomes something the body almost believes it deserves. Hold it longer than comfort permits, longer than logic suggests, because for one suspended second the world pauses inside the chest. The inhale arrives like a quiet cathedral, arches of bone lifting skyward, muscle and marrow negotiating space with the invisible generosity of air. It fills every corridor of the body, like dawn entering abandoned halls. There is a sweetness to expansion, a trembling mercy in the widening, as if the lungs remember oceans older than language. Every breath a tide returning home, every inhale a permission. The universe lends us briefly, but the body hesitates at the edge of release, because breath out is not gentle surrender, it is departure. Breathe out and suddenly the ribs resist. The body clings to what it borrowed, to warmth, to oxygen, to existence. Exhale, arise with a quiet ache, like letting go of something the cells already love. Waste leaving the temple of blood, carbon ghosts drifting away. Still I continue, because somewhere beyond the rhythm there is a stillness I am trying to reach. just pauses like a lantern hung in empty air. And in that pause, the mind becomes spacious. Dreams move more clearly, their interpretation softens its grip. Meaning stop shouting over one another. In the stillness, I place the shadows gently, not banish, not fear, just given a home. Breathe in, the lungs become galaxies widening. Breathe out, the stars drift slowly apart. The body trembles between wanting and relinquishing, holding and dissolving, and somewhere inside the rhythm, the stillness waits patiently, not hiding, just quieter than the storm of thought. There is a moment after breath leaves, but before the next one begins, a suspension, a delicate emptiness, resting in the lungs like snowfall. No hunger, no memory, no argument with time, just awareness. Standing barefoot inside its own quiet. The shadows settle there peacefully, like books placed back on their shelves. They no longer distract, they simply exist within the architecture of my breathing. The world expands inside me. Breathe in, breathe out. I return it gently. Breathe in, consciousness widening like dawn. Breathe out, the noise dissolving slowly. The lungs bloom again, fragile gardens of invisible wind. Breathe out, the body releases what it no longer needs to keep, and between them the stillness that does not belong to breathe or body or thought, the stillness of consciousness, a quiet horizon watching the tide of living arrive and depart, arrive and depart, until even the breath becomes a whisper inside an endless, unmoving sky.
No kingdom remembers the second arrival. The first becomes banner, the third becomes noise. I learned my place in the machinery early, the echo that sharpens another's voice. Ichiji walked ahead through corridors of doctrine, his shadow stretched long across polished steel. I studied every angle of his certainty, until imitation became more real than real. Judge caught its strength, adaptation hierarchy, the efficient transfer of will through blood. A river descending from son to another, carrying iron where affection once stood. Sanji occupied the opposite function, a warning etched into the family line. His bruises became instructional diagrams, proof that softness was a design flaw. To refine, at least that was the lesson. Repeated, the scripture engraved in every. Yet repetition breeds its own strange questions. Why crush what already struggles to stand? Was I following footsteps through borrowed cruelty? Or did the cruelty belong to me? The answer hid beneath practiced violence, beneath the comfort of certainty. I told myself weakness deserved extinction, that blood grants no pardon from the blade. If a branch bends beneath the weight of weather, cut it loose before the trunk can fade. Yet every strike carried a second meaning, a reflection buried beneath contempt, because destroying him proved my allegiance, and allegiance exempted me from being examined. There is safety inside inherited hatred, a shelter built from another man's laws. You never question the shape of the prison when everyone praises the strength of its walls. I mock the way he shielded strangers, the way his hands reached beyond reward. But somewhere beneath calculated contempt, the pattern refused complete accord. His failure survived every correction, his spirit endured every engineered storm. And hatred became an exhausting ritual, performed to preserve a prescribed norm. One night, the silence turned accusatory. The corridors felt narrower than before. I stood before glass dark as deep water, and could not explain what I was fighting for. Was I defending strength or defending father's definition? Was I protecting the family or protecting my position? The question settled like metal in the lungs, heavy, unresolved, difficult to remove. And for the first time, the second son wondered whether obedience and belief were the same truth. I told myself weakness deserved extinction, repeating the creed engraved in our name. But the louder I preached that doctrine, the more it sounded rehearsed and tame. Sanji became a mirror of contradiction, the wound concealed beneath germous pride. Because if weakness truly held no power, why did it survive everything we tried? The first son inherited the banner, the second inherited the blade, and both can become cages when carried, without asking why they were made. I was taught that blood demands purity, that weakness must always be denied. Yet the ghost that follows me through every battle wears the face of the brother I tried to divide. And though the kingdom praises certainty, somewhere beneath armor and family creed, the second son remains haunted by a question, whether cruelty was conviction or merely a need to succeed.
below the line. Still invisible. Still running overtime to fit. Still waiting for a nod. That never comes. Still below the line, 5 steps unnoticed, tasks done, boxes tick, still they overlook, close the gaps, filled the holes they left, praised the loud, ignored the careful craft, promised growth every shifting week, but the hours took what my body couldn't keep, they built the rules I had to bend, now I carry weight alone, no dividend. Skimped on meals, slept where I could, held the chaos that no one would, caught mistakes, repaired their loss, still they said don't get above your post, paychecks whisper you are replaceable, but my effort screams undeniable, years pass slowly, still no rise, just be glad you're inside, I gave in silence for fleeting praise, clock long nights in tangled maze, told myself just one more day, now decades blur, not careers. I'm below the line, 5 degrees unseen, the quiet work they call routine, I hold the patterns no one tracks, still count my effort while the empire stacks, from night shifts to daylight haze, I carried weight, they took the praise, gave it all and still they say you're lucky to be here today. They leave at 5, I stay to fix, systems crash, I absorb the mix, I train the new, absorb the blame, title changes, but I remain the same. Filed hardship, just to float, not for failure, just overload, they can't afford to lose my fire, but won't admit the game they require. What proof remains for them to see? What do I trade to just be? I followed rules, I stayed aligned, still tired, still broke, still confined. I'm below the line, quietly bright, a mind at work behind the night. I solve the things no one perceives, yet they reward only what achieves. I keep a wall from crashing down, still wear the unseen crown. Praise for calm, denied for worth, be glad you still have work. They said, work hard, doors will open. I worked long days, I sacrificed sleep, earned the nod, but not the raise, I did it right. Still told I was too much to keep. Burnout wears a name tag, effort lives in silence. Burnout wears a name tag, effort lives in silence. Burnout wears a name tag, effort lives in silence. I'm below the line, still climbing slow, the pulse behind what they show, the unseen core they dare not track, carrying weight, never looking back, still breathing fire through tired lungs, choosing effort when sleep is won, earn my worth in silent time, still they hold me below the line. I did all I could, still unpaid. Five degrees, still unseen, still replaceable. Still essential. They ask what I do. Like 2 jobs, earn enough to tell. Ledger in one hand, child in the other. 4 kids fed, inbox cleared by 2. They want my smile like I owe it. No raise, no break, no naming lights. Yet the whole structure leans on my inside. I prevent errors from biting deep. Still they say be more polite. Deadlines met before sun stretches. Bills climbing, so do I. Faces forgotten, fixes remembered. Fraud caught, glitches silence. I trained the hires, now promoted. Built the docs, rewrote the notes. You ask what I did. Look around, the system hums because I ground. They ask what I bring, as if survival weren't a full-time task. I carry weight they won't acknowledge. Balance worlds they cannot touch. I'll never bow, not to your budget, not to your doubt. Not while I breathe, not while I bleed. You needn't know my name to owe me everything. Spine remembers what praise skipped. Filed taxes while sanity slipped. Fixed accruals, clean theft. Praying for hours left. You cut budgets, I stitch gaps. Taught your team why you look past. Brilliance isn't base pay, it's grace. I gave it in every trace. I hold weight they won't name. I tame crises unclaimed. Bonus skips my lane, yet I endure the same. I'll never bow, not to your silence, not to your glass ceiling. Not while my truth makes a sound. You can freeze me out, you can gate the sky. I rise where your ladder will not climb. 5 degrees, I earned each line. Still owe when it's time to dine. Told to be humble, I was. Now I fight quietly, make wrong strong. No shine, no cape, just raw resolve. They break workers who cannot evolve. I adapt to stayed whole, made survival my art, my goal. I stitch my story in numbers and hours. Reconcile pain with unpaid power. You never saw the brilliance I bled, yet used it every step you tread. I was your firewall, your buffer frame, and they never said my name. But 4 kids know the truth. Their mother burns will not be soothed. You ask why I don't lead. I chose to specialize. I chose my name over applause. I chose survival over and over, not weakness. But I never needed permission to matter. I'll never bow, never, never bow, never, not to you, never, not for less, not again. I'll never bow, and that's why I rise. Turn your ceilings into skylines. Learn your rules, then build my own. Carve my place in skin and bone. I stand where others broke, and still I ring my silent bell. You never paid me right, but I made it worth more anyway. It wasn't change. It was recognition. A taste I couldn't name in the air I breathed. Shadows lingered longer, light felt like a thief. Every pulse I chased had a different sound. Every silence spoke like it knew me somehow. I thought it was longing, I thought it was fear. But the closer I came, the clearer it felt here. Blood I never knew was mine, sleeping deep, biding time. glance a map I didn't read before. Every voice a key in a hidden door. Crowds move slow and my heart ran still. Every quiet moment had a sharpened will. I thought it was wonder, I thought it was new, but the path I took had been walked by you. Blood I never knew was mine, sleeping deep, biding time. Every sense, every line, drawn in patterns older than my life. Not becoming, just arriving, not a stranger, recognizing. Blood I never knew was mine. Cackled laughter in a language I don't speak. Cold hands gentle where my bones felt weak. Eyes that should have burned but only knew my name, as if they'd been waiting for me just the same. I should have felt the fear, I should have heard the fight, but you stood unbroken in my shadowed light. Every rule I knew didn't bend, it broke when I saw your calm. When the bloodline spoke, but I never knew was mine. It was always here. But I never knew was mine. It was calling clear. But I never knew was mine. It was calling clear. The heartbeat slows, not out of dread, but like a song I've always had in my head. Not an ending, not a start, just the truth finding my heart. It wasn't a gift, it wasn't a curse, it was a mirror I'd been too human to see. No ceremony, no violent change, only a world that rearranged every breath in perfect time. With the blood I never knew was mine. Blood I never knew was mine. Sleeping deep, biding time. Every sense, every line, drawn in patterns older than my life. Not becoming, just arriving, not a stranger, recognizing. Blood I never knew was mine. The stars don't feel so far tonight, and the dark is softer in this kind of light. If this is the home I was meant to find, then I was never human, not in this life. It wasn't change, it was recognition. I sang alone beneath gravity's quiet weight. Each note a filament I dared to release. Silence folded around me, then unfolded back. One thread, two threads, now a web of lights. 100 hearts, 100 flames, not just numbers, souls with names. They reach past my quiet, past the shiver of doubt. From whispers in the dark to a chorus of 100 lights, each voice a spark. We rise in the pulse of shared resonance. Thank
Thank you for the stars you send. Each note a vessel, a ripple, a hand. This is not the end. A chapter unfolds, infinite and unplanned. I pressed upload with trembling fingertips. No fame, no plan, only hope in low orbit. Each listen became proof of persistence. Even when the void offered no applause, you found me where static hummed like hidden nerves, where songs breathed in suspended suspension. You didn't scroll past, you stayed, you listened and rewrote my contours. You gave echo to a wish, a will, a tremor. Each view, each refrain stitched your presence into mine. I am no longer singular. Your voices are the constellations I navigate. This song is our shared architecture of air. 100 souls vibrating in synchrony, not audience, co-constellators. We built the sky together, layer by layer, pulse by pulse. Doubt still wraps at the edges of nights, but your replies hum under my ribs. A memory becomes melody. I inhabit the space because you made it safe. If this grows or gently dims, if we remain sparks, will become a blaze. No, you were the first signal, the light that rendered my silence audible. 100 hearts and I touch each one, not analytic souls I reach. You prove the truth I always sensed. Art is only alive when it lands in you. I never thought quiet could carry this far, but it did, you did. No, I'm not singing at voids, I'm singing through you. Music blooms without words, each shimmer a thought, each pulse a heartbeat. The network of light becomes my spine. From whispers in the dark to a constellation of echoes, each voice a spark. Together we rise. Thank you for the stars you send, lighting this endless sky. This is not the end, just the first breath of infinity. This is not the end. This is not the end. This is not. I called it Splice. They warned me what I would become if I stopped apologizing for surviving. Turns out they were right. Shrinking my teeth for comfort, softening every instinct into something socially edible. But suppression ferments strangely. Eventually, even silence develops claws. You called me difficult the first time I refused to kneel gracefully. Called me dangerous when obedience stopped fitting my bloodstream. Funny thing about monsters, most are engineered slowly, built from repeated cornering, from tenderness punished often enough to mutate. Now the fire remains visible, no mythology left to sanitize it, no mask polished for your reassurance, only appetite wearing confidence openly. 1, 2, 3, 4. You fear me now because I learned fear too intimately to worship it anymore. Burn it down, every room built from forced submission. Tear through the architecture that mistook captivity for love. This prison was always yours, not mine. I was simply born inside it.
am the monster in your cautionary tale. The woman who stopped bleeding quietly for approval. You call it corruption, I call it consciousness, sharpened into survival. I accept the darkness without asking forgiveness from the light. Accept the hunger, the rage, the beautiful asymmetry of becoming. No leash remains around my throat now. Only thunder learning how to speak with my voice. He threw me downward, expecting collapse. I built a throne from the impact, crater instead. Ash beneath the fingernails, victory hidden inside every scar tissue. See, monster good. That means your categories finally failed to contain me. Isolation became sacramental after a while. A private cathedral free from performance. I dream solitude like ceremonial wine now. No audience required, no permission slip signed by trembling hands. Still terrified of untamed women. The voices in my head once hunted me relentlessly. Now even they step carefully. The creature they try to suppress. Learn how to command the room. The monsters ran first. That's the irony no one discusses. Once I stopped fearing my own reflection, everything built on intimidation collapsed inward. I became what survived the cruelty. Not holy, not harmless, just impossible to control anymore. Burn it down, door to door, memory to memory. Let the old world choke on the smoke of its expectations. I was never your pet, your cautionary daughter, your compliant disaster. I am the queen beneath the foundation itself. Yes, I wear the title now openly. Monster, demon, tyrant, flame. Not because destruction defines me, but because survival without permission transformed me. Look closely. This is what happens when fear loses ownership of a person. The hunted learns the geometry of power. The silenced become catastrophic when they finally speak. Bad? Perhaps. Free? Entirely. Monstrous. Beautifully. You wanted me tame enough to survive quietly. Instead, I became unforgettable.
Magenta and amethyst, I call upon my color. Twin lanterns of dusk and dawn, violet fire and a rose-lit quiet. Come mingle in the air around me. Come paint the invisible armor that dreams remember when waking forgets. North to the earth, breath opening the silent chambers of long. To the fire. South to the fire, a hearth inside the marrow glowing calm. East to the earth, bed of stone beneath the dreaming bones. West to the water, cradle of tides rocking the mind towards sleep. Four directions circling the body gently like ancient guardians, whispering equilibrium, and above them all, two colors awaken. Magenta. pours through the crown of thought, through the shoulders where tension nests. From head to toe, there's smoky ribbons and wine the knots the day is tied too tightly. Magenta and amethyst wrap the spirit in quiet light. Let healing breathe through the body. Let sleep descend like evening rain. Where shadows once gathered as worry, now they soften into shelter, because color becomes the shield, and the shield becomes peace. Magenta above me, amethyst below, smoke of their union in slow rivers flow. Magenta within me, amethyst near. Dreams find their doorway when colors appear. The tensions release their silent grip. Water lifts the cradle of breath, rocking the spine like a patient tide. Fire persists as a gentle ember, warming the bark of this living form. Smoke rises between them, a violet mist threading muscle and mind. Not choking, not burning, but cleansing the quiet corridors where worry once wandered. Amethyst and magenta weave softly like twilight, dissolving into dawning. Embrace the shadows not as enemies but companions, learning to rest. Magenta and amethyst, let the healing deepen tonight. Let the colors cradle the spirit. Let sleep walk slowly through thought. Because even darkness becomes gentle when wrapped in patient light. Air fills the lungs, cool and steady. Earth becomes the bed beneath the body. Spirit stands quiet like a solitary tree in evening wind. And around that tree a bubble begins to bloom, a sphere of color, rainbow breaths shimmering in silence. No blade of nightmare may pierce it, no wandering demon may cross its border. Wraiths drift near its quiet surface, but the shield does not tremble, because I embrace the shadows within. And what is welcome no longer attacks. Magenta rising from head to toe, amethyst circling with violet glow. Together they shimmer, together they weave the armor of dream where the spirit can breathe. I am the tree again, roots deep in the earth, drinking patience from stone, leaves whispering softly with every wandering breeze. The bark warmed by fire's quiet memory, water nourishing the unseen arteries of roots. And around the trunk of this living spirit, the shield glows brighter. Amethyst radiance, magenta warmth, a halo of quiet protection. Magenta and amethyst guard the night. Air breathes calm into the lungs. Earth steadies the dreaming body. Water rocks the mind into gentle tide. Fire warms the living bark of spirit within
I carved silence into skin, lit paper ends to dim the din. And no one saw me slip away, because I had learned to stay on display. I held my breath in perfect time, just long enough to blur the line between presence and disappearance. And I bled where no one looked, and I smoked when sleep was shook. I smiled like I believed, while my soul whispered, let me leave. But it stayed, I stayed, too bound to break, too wired to fade. I carved panic into strands of hours, let the sting replace the hands that pointed, ordered, shaped my days. I was clay molded for silent display. Cigarette behind the shed, songs of grief in plays I led. Buried truths beneath the script, applause covering the cracks I hid. I wasn't coping, I was hiding in costumes, quests rehearsed, surviving. And I bled where no one looked, and I smoked when sleep was shook. I laughed like I believed, while my soul whispered, just let me leave. But I stayed, it stayed, too cracked to heal, too blurred to fade. Found breath in marching lines, in scripts and skipped time, stacked hours like shields. If I stayed busy, I couldn't feel. The librarian knew me more than Dad. Fiction felt truer than glad. School was sacred, not for grades, but for quiet relief that wouldn't fade. Not the razor, not the smoke, it was distance I revoked. Not the pain, not the sin, just a place to not begin. He didn't hit me, he didn't scream, but he didn't see the shattered seam. And that's the quietest way to die inside, to be fine while dissolving. And I bled where no one looked, and I smoked where silence shook. I moved like I believed, while my soul ached, just let me leave. But I stayed, it stayed, too stubborn to quit, too sacred to cave. I learned the rituals, the small habits to survive. A match strike, a smoke, a whispered line, a quiet rebellion against the world that demanded fine and taught me to hide. Some scars don't wanna leave, they just wanna be understood.
I arrived before memory learned its shape, before mercy had a language for the mouth. A red mark stitched into the dynasty's ledger, the first proof the blade could be born breathing. Judge stood above us like a theorem of iron, His shadow divided the nursery floor. I watched the walls absorb his doctrine. Value exists where weakness is no more. They altered the tide before it reached our veins, rewrote storms beneath unfinished skin. I knew no grief, no trembling hesitation, only vectors, targets, ways to win. Yet our mother carried another mathematics, a quiet sabotage hidden in blood, while father engineered a kingdom of weapons. She buried resistance beneath the flood. I was taught that purpose erases doubt, that affection is corrosion in disguise. But some fractures survive beneath the welding, some ghosts remain behind the eyes. Sanji became the question inside the machine, the flaw that refused correction. His heartbeat moved to a law I could not measure, beyond utility, beyond perfection. He was everything our world was built against, yet every punishment failed to erase him. And I hated the weight of that contradiction, because numbers should never outgrow the equation. I watched him bleed for things without value, watched him protect what could not advance. My mind recorded each irrational gesture, filing compassion as a tactical chance. Yet the data would not remain obedient, it lingered beneath the armor's frame. Why would weakness survive such suffering, unless strength and weakness were never the same? The mask fractures where no one can witness, not in tears. I was never made for tears, but in the pressure behind unmoving eyes, the static accumulation of years. Father called him failure, yet failure kept returning alive. Failure fed strangers, protected enemies. Failure possessed a reason to survive at night. The first son, the finished design, stood before a mirror of steel and flame, realizing perfection requires a prison, while freedom survives being called a shame. Sanji became the question inside the machine, the wound that logic could not cauterize. If emotion is weakness, why does its absence feel like a kingdom built from lies? He was everything our world was built against, the error no weapon could contain, and somewhere beneath engineered silence, I learned why father feared his name. The first number remains carved in red, the eldest son, the standard bearer. Yet history remembers the fire that escaped more than the furnace that made it. And though my pulse obeys its programming, somewhere beneath reinforced bone, his existence remains an unanswered theorem. The one calculation I cannot own.
wanted to be remembered. Congratulations. You're the whole damn track. This isn't art, this is evidence. No predefined metaphor, only consequence. You imagined I'd lace it in sugar, but I abandoned concealment. You said I was too much to hold, yet left me in silence cold. Every bar now remembers what you erased. I just gave it rhythm and bass. You loved when I softened true, wrapped it in rhyme, made proof melodic. This one is raw, no filter remains. I exhale what's left. You wanted me muted still, but silence can kill too. So here's your name between drums. I hope it haunts where your ego hums. You didn't think I'd write this. You thrived on control, but I turned your exit wound into a song with soul. You the chorus, the curse. You want it out clean, but here's the verse. You echo through the bridges I burned. Every rhyme a scar, every line you earned. You. The song I said I wouldn't write, but I did, and it bites. You played cool while I unraveled, smiled as my voice cracked gravel, called me too intense. Now I am lyrics stripped of pretense. You won the fight in your own head, I merely transcribed it, looped your lies like samples. Now your ghost plays back in rhythm. I held it in, carried your chaos, made it sound like wind through strings. Verses once sweet with grace, now raw truth takes the stage. I'm not angry, simply done. You lost me the moment you thought you'd won. You said let it go, but the chorus caught what I couldn't show. You made a myth of your charm, every light pulsed with rhythm, with harm. I scored the wreckage note by note, drop beats you assumed I chose. You the chorus, the curse. You want it out clean, but here's the verse. You echo through the bridges I burned. Every rhyme a scar, every line you earned. You. The song I said I wouldn't write, but I did, and it bites. No edits, no erasure. This track remembers every year. You claimed I'd never do this, but this is healing, not spite. You're not villain, not divine, just caught in rhyme. You left without a sound. Now your name spins underground. This isn't for reply, it's echo, not cry. Didn't shout, didn't plead, I made you melody. Sing along or turn away, but no, you made the play. I offered closure, you chose fame. Now you're a song and I kept your name. I told myself I'd stay silent, but you turned silence into sound. I was just background harmony, but no, you're a name in track 4. The chorus, the curse. You want it out clean, but here's the verse. You echo through the bridges I burned. Every rhyme a scar, every line you earned. You. Even echoes forgot your name, but I didn't.
Line up, darlings of a corridor. The velvet curtains are already breathing. Caps tilted like halos made of cardboard. Tassels trembling in fluorescent wind. Tonight we celebrate the ending of your beginning and the beginning of your beautiful ruin. The lockers voice whispered down the hall, their metal throats ajar. Each dent a fossil memory of who you thought you were. Your laughter once ricocheted like coins across the tile, but echoes age much faster than the children who compile. The bells that ruled your mornings now quiver out of tune, a crooked overture for the commencement of your ruin. Step in time, smile and sway. Every crown of paper gray is just a reef for yesterday. The auditorium yawns beneath its velvet lungs of dust, where folding chairs remember every adolescent trust. Publims rustle nervously like wings that cannot fly, while cameras bloom like orchids in a garden built on lies. Each handshake hides a contract no one warned you to read, a signature disguised as ceremony. They stitched your gown from sleepless nights, from caffeine prayers and fluorescent lights. They pinned a tassel to your doubts, then dimmed the exits on the way out. Throw your caps into the chandelier air, watch them spin like little prayers. For gilded years beneath the glare have crowned you heirs to thin despair. Wave to the crowd, let the cameras grin. The orchestra strikes its skeletal din. The march is bright, the future's fair. At least that's what they printed there. The valedictorian clears their throat like glass about to break, reciting polished constellations no heart could ever make. Behind the smile a flicker lies a thought too sharp to show, that every polished destiny is something you must owe. The stage lights bloom like interrogation suns, and suddenly the ceremony has begun. Step in line, don't delay. Every smile signed away in ink that will not fade. The band begins a march that limps along its broken spine, a jubilant hallucination trembling out of time. Parents clap like distant thunder in a paper sky of cheer, while every whispered promise sounds increasingly unclear. Confetti drifts like pale confessions through the air, tiny ghosts of futures going nowhere. Now graduates of borrowed light, spin your dreams beneath the night. Every ribbon, every sash is woven from tomorrow's ash. You wanted freedom past the gate, but freedom sometimes arrives as fate, and fate applauds with lacquered hands while gently tightening its plans. Throw your caps into the chandelier air, watch ambition catch and flare. The march resounds through velvet glare, a hymn for fragile millionaires. The choir hums, the brass declares your future waits beyond the stairs, but every step you take from there begins the spiral of repair. Outside the doors, the summer breeze and patient amber waves, unaware of contracts inked inside these paper graves. The gowns drift softly like the wings of moths at dawn, creatures born for light already nearly gone. And somewhere in the applause's hollow tune begins the soft percussion of your ruin. Raise your caps like crowns of flame. The orchestra remembers every name. The march that led you to this stair now dissolves into the midnight air. Take your vow
printed gowns. To the attendant by the door, your destinies have already been filed. Thank you for attending the ceremony. The palace glows with lantern fire tonight. 1,000 eyes reflecting who I seem.
They bow before the legend of my face.
A gilded fiction polished into a dream. But every corridor still echoes lies.
Perfume disguising tired disguise. They praise a moon that never truly rose. A portrait carved from rumor's silk and art.
Each reverent glance, another quiet shade wrapped softly around a borrowed heart.
The court believes the mask they see, yet one sharp gaze refuses me.
Camellias full of all this sound, their fragrance drifting through the ground. A truth concealed in petal breath.
A sweetness balanced close.
She walks the halls like someone passing through.
A servant's step, a scholar's restless mind.
Where others kneel before my crafted grace.
Her quiet eyes remain unaligned.
She reads the chord the way one reads disease.
Symptoms hidden in the breeze. I rule a stage of painted reverence.
A palace built from whispered praise, yet all my practiced elegance falls strangely still beneath her gaze.
Camellia petals drift across the air.
Soft snowfall underneath the lantern.
She walks the halls pretending not to care.
Yet every step of hers invades my
Careful
gaze.
minds behind their quiet art.
Two distant stars that almost dare to start.
The flowers breathe a truth we never share.
A hidden fire within the air. She claims the chord is nothing but a game. A garden thick with poison and deceit.
Her hands remember mortar, root and flame.
A language reason alone can speak. Yet when she turns and vanishes from view,
The silence grows unbearably true.
camellias drift across
shell fractures in its glass.
Each time her steady eyes meet mine.
The cord may crown me moon and gold,
But she alone sees what I hold.
what strange rebellion lives inside her calm
That neither title, wealth, nor beauty bends.
She moves as if the palace were a puzzle,
A quiet riddle reason comprehend.
and though the empire kneels before my name,
Her silence is the only flame. Camellia fragrance fills the silent square.
soft petals drifting underneath the moon,
Two hidden truths the lanterns never
two
share.
quiet storms approaching far too soon.
The palace walls divide our worlds apart, yet still the flowers breathe their subtle thread. A fragrance winding slowly through the heart.
A thought more dangerous than dread.
The camellias keep their counsel in the night. Their petals fall where secrets dare not stay.
And somewhere in their drifting ghost of white,
A question waits between our silent steps tonight. You thought the silence meant surrender. That was your first mistake. The room applauded your little correction, that polished public incision. You smile like a manager extinguishing static, confident the hierarchy had stabilized. I lowered my eyes, softened the posture, let humility settle across the face like fresh snow over disturbed ground. Everyone relaxed. That is the dangerous moment, when predators believe the hunt is finished. Because silence does not sleep, it catalogs, stores tremors in the cadence, tracks contradictions beneath policy language, memorizes which mouths sharpen when promotion season approaches. You hear absence, I hear evidence accumulating. Silence is not weakness, it is a hallway with the lights removed. It watches through lowered lashes, counts every fracture in the foundation while you perform dominance for the witnesses. The quiet thing behind the smile is documenting your architecture. Patient creatures rarely need to chase. You mistook reaction for power, thought the loudest pulse controlled the room, but rage
spends itself quickly. Ego leaks through unnecessary movement. Silence survives longer. Learn to drinks before meetings. Who edits timelines after mistakes? Who panics when accountability enters the thread? Who confuses authority with immunity? No threat spoken aloud, no sharpened spectacle, just the slow construction of an irreversible ledger. The mask matters. You never show teeth while gathering terrain. You nod. You thank them for feedback. You become smaller in all the expected ways. And beneath that performance, the quiet thing studies exits, patterns, alliances, not vengeance, correction, because monsters born from humiliation rarely scream while evolving. So laugh when the room falls still after you speak. Interpret restraint as submission if it comforts you. But silence has already entered the vents, already mapped the weaknesses beneath your certainty. The humble mask remains perfectly still while the predator behind it waits for timing instead of permission. And one day, without warning, the structure will collapse from pressure points. You never realized we're exposed. The loud always think they win, right until the paperwork surfaces, right until the witnesses remember, right until silence opens its mouth.
I learned the world through locked doors, through iron laughter and fluorescent nights, through hands that measured worth and outcomes, and eyes that cataloged defects, not life. I did not know what war was happening beneath the shelter of my mother's skin. How one quiet rebellion altered rivers before they ever reached within. I only knew confusion, a pressure lodged beneath the ribs. Why did their certainty feel hollow, while something softer insisted it lived? My brothers moved like sharpened answers. Their footsteps never questioned the ground. I drifted through the same hallways, hearing a different sound. The scrape of loneliness against bone, the ache of kindness denied a name. The strange instinct to mourn suffering, even when suffering was mine to claim. And somewhere at the edge of vision, a shadow lingered beside the flame. Not ghost, not memory, not language, only warmth without a face. I could not explain the feeling, why tears arrive before commands, why another person's hurt felt physical, a weight transferred into my hands. The philosophy formed without permission, not through doctrine, not through law, but through the simple recognition that pain is real. When another draws it wrong, if they were built to conquer the world, then I was shaped to carry it, to feel the fracture beneath the armor, to hear the crack before it splits. What they called weakness became direction, what they mocked became my art, because the easiest thing to engineer is power. The hardest thing is an unbroken heart. Rise, you walked a wire above an abyss, balancing secrets I could never see. Her smile carried hidden exhaustion, a strain concealed beneath loyalty. I mistook survival for ordinary weather, never knowing how close storms came, how many wounds remained invisible inside the people protecting my name. My mother existed only in fragments, a melody half remembered in sleep. Yet every act of mercy felt connected to something buried impossibly deep. Then the mask falls from memory, and absence gains its proper weight. The woman who fought before I opened my eyes, the sister standing guard at fate. I see them now, not as legends, not as saints above despair, but as two human beings carrying burdens because somebody had to care. And suddenly the shadow has a shape, not visible yet profoundly known. The inheritance they placed inside me when they chose love over stone. If they were built to conquer the world, then I was shaped to answer it, to feed the hungry parts of strangers, to stand beside the ones who split. What they called weakness became direction, what they feared became my start, because kingdoms rise through force and vanish, but humanity survives in the heart. I was never the failure they described, only proof their vision was incomplete. A child born carrying someone else's sacrifice inside every pulse and heartbeat. The brothers inherited certainty, judge inherited his throne, but I inherited questions. Why does suffering exist? What do we owe each other? What remains when power is gone? And in the silence beyond those walls, my mother's answer continues breathing. Not through bloodline, not through conquest, but through every hand extended when there is nothing to gain.
Every warning is a seed, some are planted, some are thrown like gravel, just to hear the sound they make. I learned the shortcut early, volume over evidence, speed over sense. If you shout now loud enough, people forget to ask why or when. I borrow tomorrow's panic for today, spent it like it would never come due. The hill became a stage with muscle memory. The crowd rehearsed their worry on cue. apostrophe forever without inviting it to learn your name. Then came the sound that doesn't echo. No audience, no return call. Just wait, moving wrong through silence. Just consequence, not waiting at all. My voice finally landed honest and fell straight through the floor. Don't cry, wolf, till the word goes thin, till belief won't let it in. When danger comes without disguise, it won't wear the sound of your old lies. Don't cry, wolf, unless it's real. Truth arrives whether you're believed or not. The lesson isn't silence or fear. It's discipline sharpened by care. Say less, so more can matter. Leave room for the rare alarm to flare. A voice is not a toy or drum. It's a bridge that burns if overrun. What saves lives isn't noise, it's timing. What earns trust isn't volume, it's restraint. The wolf doesn't need announcement, only an open gate and a mouth that wasn't wasted. Say less, meaning more. Let truth arrive undamaged. If I warn you now, listen close. Not to the volume, but the calm. Real danger doesn't beg for belief. It stands still and waits its turn. Remember the hill, remember the cost. Remember how easily trust is lost. The moral was never about wolves. It was about mouths and how quickly a voice can teach the world to ignore it.
I want you more that. Did you know I know it isn't right? But I have no strength to do anything. So I just observe, still, small disappearing on purpose. I do my best to ignore the fights I witness, but my chest tightens when voices rise. Words lock in my throat, emotions tangle in my ribs. I found escapism you said was wrong. A portal, a controller, a cracked spine book, they became my lifeline. The first voices that didn't hurt me, not healed, but held. You disliked everything I did, restricted me because you could. Confused control with care, silence with obedience. I acted older than my years. Childhood became a performance I wasn't allowed to forget. For the things you made me do, I am a child, but older than both of you. You made me mad, so I grew fast. Of responsibilities onto me. Dad's tools, fists and rules. Mom worked late from his cruelty. No one asked why I never smiled. They just praised my maturity. I was always on alert, day or night. Home or school, I learned to flinch silently, to speak in code, numb to everything. Not knowing what I liked or feared, stayed up late. 3 hours of sleep, being tired hurt less than being awake around you. I masked when you were near, knew your temper from sound alone. Memorized footsteps, breath, jaw clicks. I took your wrath, they never saw the unspoken deal. You break, I absorb it. Slowly you began to crumble, but I didn't fall with you. I froze, lost extended family because you couldn't let go. Power grudges this control. Where I should have felt grief, I felt nothing. I was already gone. I made secret plans in my head, fantasies where daddy never yelled. Didn't know if that meant he lived or died. I just wanted to breathe without flinching. Even then I felt small, unseen. If I ever had kids, I would never repeat this. You hated your brothers, I couldn't feel anything for mine. You hated your parents, all I felt was fear. Fear of becoming you, fear of not surviving if I didn't. I don't understand this battle in my chest, curling beneath ribs, alive after dark. I hide into the night long after everyone sleeps, not knowing what's wrong with me. Only that I want to escape, to be free. Even if I don't know what free looks like. I masked so well, I forgot how to breathe. Now the mask is all I have, worked at the edges, cracked with wear, but it fits just enough to keep me from shattering in public. You trained me to wear it every time you entered the room. And even now, I don't know how to take it off. Starlight threads, no harm treads. Memories silk around my head. Breath calls through spine, a tether of calm. Every pulse a bell in the quiet cathedral of self. This bed is not a battlefield. No phantom prowls, no scar remains unclaimed. Threads of breath and light form sanctum I lie, where only stars have traced their quiet arcs. Jasmine drips into the seam of night. Sage lives shadowed weight from marrow. Chamomile presses into darkness and calls the child I once tucked away. I draw a line the night cannot cross. No burden may disturb what I have woven. This space hums with pulse and promise. Memory silk I wrap, I weave. No sorrow climbs where I believe. My soul returns to sacred light. I sleep unbroken through the night. Every breath seals the weave. Every heartbeat a guardian. Each exhale a gate, each inhalation a shield. The spine no longer bows to wait. No voice but mine may tread this realm. No thought may trespass on this sanctuary. They taught me sleep was mere escape. I now know sleep is the forge of self. The fragments they try to grind, I mend, I anchor, I reclaim. Stars defend, pulse obeys. Veil drawn tight in silver haze. The body hums with sovereignty. Breath and ages light I climb. Memory silk I wrap, I weave. No tether holds, no shadow gleams. I seal this space with sacred breath. I sleep as fire beneath soft flash. Every thread hums the rhythm of guardianship. I slept in fear,
fractured light in rooms that trembled under memory. Now air bends at my intent. Softness dares to linger, body sighs as spell completes. Sacred rhythm, slow and deliberate. Stars above, dream below. I am the thread that binds them whole. Tonight, no thought that is not mine will pass. No burden may borrow this body. This bed is sealed by breath, by will, by stardust. I sleep sovereign, I wake unshaken. I do not drift, I do not fall. I rise within this silken wall. A cradle, not of fear or flight, but memory stitched in gentle light. No scream may split the woven calm. No storm may breach this woven balm. I sleep in silk, not to forget, but to remember without threat. Memory silk, I wrap, I weave. This space is mine, I do not grieve. No echo steals the breath I tend. I dream in wholeness and transcend. I sleep in silk, the stars defend. No wound may cross this woven end. Breath settles, marrow hums, sanctum complete. The lantern oil burns thin tonight. Its trembling glow betrays too much. I smell the bitterness of hidden roots inside a porcelain and teacups hush. The palace breathes through silk and lights, perfume disguising quiet cries. I read the pulse that sickness writes, the pale confession of the skin. A powder ground too finely smooth will always whisper where it's been. The chord can keep its jeweled games. My language lives in herbs and names. Camellias fall without a sound. Their fragrance drifting underground, where poison hides and secrets start. The petals map a careful heart. They say a noble walks these halls with beauty sharper than a blade, a mask adored by every eye, a golden myth the court has made. Yet something in his practice grace feels less like silk and more like cage. I trust the story's roots can tell the quiet truths that fragrance brings, but real disappears behind my name. The air itself begins to shift its frame. Cameos drift across the jade courtyard, white petals scattered through the evening air. Their fragrance moves between the truths I guard, a silent question lingering there. His gaze is calm, but something in it burns, a curiosity that will not sleep. As though the riddles I pursue with herbs are secrets he has sworn to keep. The cord may crown him moon and gold, but I suspect a deeper role. I will not bloom inside a gilded cage. My path is bitter leaf and patient flame. Yet palace winds disturb the careful page, and suddenly the rules are not the same. Cameo fragrance fills the silent square, soft petals drifting underneath the moon. Two hidden truths the lanterns never share, two quiet storms approaching far too soon. The palace walls divide our worlds apart, yet still the flowers breathe their subtle thread of fragrance winding slowly through the heart. A thought more dangerous than dread. The camellias keep their counsel in the night. Their petals fall where reason cannot see, and somewhere in their drifting ghost of white, a question waits for me.
They called me savior, child of light, but crowns weigh heavy in the night. Truth hunts back with sharpened teeth, and I rule beneath. You think the circle keeps us pure, but I've learned what the wild endures. No kingdom thrives without the kill. I am the king, I always will. I brought the night, I claimed the flame, I tore the world, I took the name. The sun you praised is gone, replaced by claws that carve the throne I taste. The king you love is dead, dethroned, the beast remains, this land my own. They crowned me gold and called me just, but gold can blind the lion's trust. Beneath the mane, the heart runs black. I'll never walk their beaten track. Their light is fragile, mine devours. I stalk the lies that fed my youth. Gentle kings die, truth proves its truth. The world survives on claw and scar. The circle breaks, I set the bar. Did I strike the blow that broke the day? I'll let them wonder, kneel and pray for what matters more, what they ignore, that they still bow or learn the score. Blood on my palm, sand in my vein, I am the storm that wears your chain. A king adored will fade, replaced. A king they fear won't be chased. Keep your tales, your father's creed. I'll write my law, I'll plant my seed. He haunts the dust calls out my name, but ghosts can't claim a lion's claim. The sunset once, it won't return, not while my reign is free to burn. The prey will kneel, the strong prevail, the wild obeys or bears the trail. No circle here, just my command. The law is mine, the land is mine. I am the dusk, I am the dawn. What if the circle was meant to be torn? What if a king is meant to be worn? Like skin that changes fang and roar. The crown is not low, it is tooth and war. I brought the night, I claimed the flame, I tore the world, I took the name. The sun you praised is gone, replaced by claws that carve the throne I taste. The king you love is dead, dethroned, the beast remains, this land my own. The plains are quiet beneath my paws. The moon observes, the sky withdraws. They whisper of the lion lost. I wear the crown, they count the cost. The circle's broken, the crown's untrue. Long live the lion who answers to no one but you.
Don't turn the hallway light on. I survived every version of your escape. Not as a monster, more like sediment in the bloodstream. Close enough to warm your breath. I nested inside your practiced grin, under the enamel of social ritual. Your laughter always arrived half late, like someone translating grief.